I am the one who runs from both the living and the dead.
It is by my hand! You will rise from the ashes of this world!
We are not things!
Where is she taking them? I want them back! They're my property!
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
As the world fell, it was hard to know who was more crazy.
Whoa. Hello there, people.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Who's erect? Oh, sorry. Vex's avatar got me excited for a second. Sorry.
Just a semi.
Yeah. Hello, people. Well, welcome back to MMM episode 70. Can you believe that, Vex? We made it to 70 shows. Unfucking believable.
70 years old.
I missed episode 69 then?
Yeah, you were out in the wilderness scaring Sasquatches and shit in the woods.
Dude,
It's
she was
okay.
visiting the familia. That was it.
And it was one of the second most racist show we've done since Blazing Saddles. So you missed out, but it's okay.
The only
I'm
thing
still
that fit the 69 theme was the part of the title that says Rise.
Oh God, we're back. We're back with okay. So we're gonna talk about Mad Max Fury Road tonight, 2015 movie.
Yes.
Very polarizing movie. I when we picked this movie, we were just like, people like Mad Max, right? Holy shit, are people divided on this film? This specific film.
Boo.
The chat today.
This is the straights versus the gays.
We post on
For
Twitter
real,
what
man.
we're talking about, and Gord King goes on like an autistic rant to everybody. No, it was great. It was great. It was a lot of back and forth conversation. This is why we do the shows, though, because there is a lot to talk about with this movie in general. But we have a great panel for you. White Bear is not here yet. He's attending to the cocaine fields in Tennessee, but he will be here soon, I promise. Zax was supposed to be on, but apparently he's still dying. He keeps putting things in his throat that he shouldn't and swallowing. Zax, you gotta stop, dude.
Start spitting, man. Start spitting.
Yeah, spit out, gargle it and spit it out. We love you though. Hopefully he gets better.
He could have sounded like Max tonight and been Mad Zax.
Oh.
I am the one who's about to die. Anyway,
I'm the one who's trying to get across the Canadian border.
but we do have a great panel. We got Gore King, who is an absolute lover of this movie. How you doing, sir? Are you ready to defend? Your movie?
Oh yeah, I'm great. This movie might have over the last week and a half ascended into my top 10 all time. I adore this film. It's one of the greatest action movie films ever freaking made on so many levels. I don't even know where to start with this, so I just want. I'm very grateful to be here to talk about one of my favorite films.
Yes, we are very excited to have you as always, buddy. Amateur analyst. It's been a little bit, but welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me back.
Of course.
But, well, it's always a
Thanks.
question, right? It's like, what did I say? Why am I not getting an invite?
Well, you were on the road. We flipped a coin. You won. So there you go.
Right on.
Just kidding. It's always great having you on, sir. Thank you for being here. The man from France, who I haven't had on the show for a while. This guy's living life, getting jobs. He's sick. He's not sick. It's finally nice to have you back on the show, buddy.
Oh, dude, it's a pleasure to be back, man. I'm happy as fuck to be here talking about Mad Max Fury Road of all things. So, yeah, dude, one of the best soundtracks of all time. One of the best usages of soundtracks in a movie, of course. One of the best action movies in general. And man, it's all around a pleasure just to rewatch this thing. And man, I'm glad I did it this morning. So fuck it.
Yes, I am glad you did it as well. I appreciate you being back. Vexus Erectus. I'm sorry. Another person who is very vocal about the movie and the themes in the movie. And this is going to be fun. Because you were getting a little feisty in the chats watching it and just like, why the fucking people don't like this movie? This is crazy. It's not feminist, but we're going to get into that. But thank Vex. It's always a pleasure, of course, to have you.
Be ready for a 4-hour stream. Be ready.
It's going to be, it might be a long one. It's okay, though, because we have a lot to talk about. But
I took,
don't worry.
For the first time, man. Right. So for the first time since I joined MMM, I took notes on a movie.
Wow.
Nice.
So you've been half-assing it this whole time? Really?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because she's like, I'll let that big guinea fuck just run the show, and I'll just go do trivia and wipe
there
air.
You go. No, I adore this movie, much like Gord. I think this is like, because I didn't dislike it even when it came out. I watched this first, and then I saw the other Mad Max films, and I still think this is the best Mad Max film.
Oh, yeah.
But
I don't even think it's close.
Dude,
right. It still gets better with every rewatch. Like I find that I'm still finding new things in it. It's very, very rare that a film can do that for you. So I also did a deep dive basically all day into some of the lore and behind the scenes stuff. So
Jesus Christ, you did your homework, girl.
I did bro, you don't understand. I'm just standing. Today was leg day, right? So I have just like iPad there, and I'm playing like a lore video in the background, and I'm mid fucking squat with 100 pounds on my back, and then it's just like, so what? I had to fucking quickly put it up and rewind. I just sat there. I'm like, no, and I'm just like, this is the definitive proof that this is not a feminist film right here. So I'm excited to get there.
Yeah, we'll get into it. Real quick though, I just wanted to go ahead and shout out Blue Collar Loser for his $5 super chat. Thank you, as always, Blue Collar. Great movie. Furiosa with her psychic Max. Drive for 90 minutes and do a U-turn. The script must have taken a decade to write Max's dialogue. Oh God, you know what?
That's bait.
Speaking of racism, you get this, buddy.
Good morning, ma'am. Up yours.
Nice.
Absolutely. Oh God, I love that movie so much. I swear to God. And then of course Zax, who's slowly dying in Canada, but he's been a member for 9 months. Thank you. 9. Thank you, Zax. Real quick, we'll give you. Let's do my favorite.
She got a great ass. When I think of asses, something comes out of me.
That explains why he has a kid with like a 27-year-old at like 92 now.
Yes, because that's the way he feels. That's the way he yells. He talks to everybody in his house too. Apparently, that's just the Al Pacino voice. It's classic.
Oh, he's actually a bad actor. He just plays himself.
Okay, Mad Max Fury Road. You got the intro. So you get the intro of him doing the voiceover, talking about his world is fire and blood, and I like the intro. I think it's one of the best ones that's happened in a Mad Max movie. And
there's two things. To anyone in the panel, into the chat, I shared a video with some people on the panel that talked about that. There's actually a lot of Christian imagery and themes in this film. But also, before getting into that, though, one of the things I actually find really interesting about the Mad Max series, because I watched all of them in preparation for this, is the way George Miller plays with genre in each one. It's like the first one is kind of action adventure with a bit of sci-fi, and then with the second one, he adds to that an element of a Western. And then with Beyond Thunderdome, it's kind of weird kids kind of Goonies movie.
Oh god, yeah, that second half is so stupid.
Which, by the way, anyone who ever I laugh when anyone says this isn't a Mad Max movie. I'm like, no, Beyond Thunderdome is not a Mad Max movie. It was actually supposed to be a post-apocalyptic Lord of the Flies movie, and it became a Mad Max movie.
You could tell.
This one is he's kind of playing with the an epic mixed with kind of an opera. This is actually very operatic in its presentation, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. But going into the Christian themes of this, right here, you get this scene where he squashes the head of this serpent. That is actually a biblical reference to the book of Genesis. It's actually the first prophecy about Christ, that the offspring of Eve would crush the head of the serpent. That is the first prophecy about Christ.
Jesus, look at you.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to state the very first line of the movie, which my name is Max, my world is fire and blood as well. The blood even kind of makes reference to, quite honestly, a Christ-like rebirth that he has on his quest to redemption, and he even becomes the father at one point to Nux when we get introduced to him later. So blood is already a very it's somewhat biblical in the sense there, and gives a lot of weight to some of the, especially with Nux. It actually contributes a lot to Nux's entire character arc, which I would argue he's the only character in this movie that does have a meaningful arc.
Oh yeah, so I totally agree with that.
I mean, I think Max has a really good. I think Nux is just the most obvious one. I would say the other characters, their arcs are a little more subtle. Like, I mean, I'd say Max has a pretty decent arc, because if you go back to something like Road Warrior, he has zero arc in that. He starts the movie doing what he does to survive, and that's literally the end. He doesn't help those people out of some sort of benevolence. He does it still for his own gain. But this movie, he's
What is the? Sorry to interrupt you, Gord. Finish your thoughts.
No, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, this one obviously he goes, he kind of flips that to where he's still just surviving at the beginning of this, but he changes into somebody who's genuinely trying to help people by the end.
Yeah, Vex, go ahead and ask your woke question. If you, that's where I was trying to get at.
I have a question. So reference to another stream. It's just oh fuck. Oh, okay. In terms of chronological order, does Fury Road come before or after the Mel Gibson ones?
It comes before Beyond Thunderdome, but after Road Warrior.
Okay. I just wanted, because I did. It's been a while since I watched the original Mad Max films, right? So in terms of chronology, there we go. I'm not sure how it works out, but I'm just because he says even in this in this opening dialogue that he used to be a cop. That's why. So
he was a cop in the first movie.
The first movie, and the imagery of the constant imagery of his daughter. Sorry, the flashes, because you don't see that while we're scrubbing through it. There's a lot of flashes of his kid, and I'm assuming his wife, right? And then there's
the flashes he's having is alluded to a story that we haven't seen.
Yes.
Yeah, the lives that's been lost to the apocalypse, which I think is a good thing, because the way that they do it is they kind of kill two birds with one stone just with those very few flashes once the movie starts. It's because you have the ghosts that are there to kind of show his
scrubbing. Go back. Go back to place.
His motivation as to why he would save, the wives and help Furiosa. But it also shows the psychological toll of the apocalypse that it's taken on him. So I do think it's a smart way of just killing two birds with one stone. And even that motivation of not having saved these people that appear as ghosts, it doesn't really play into why he helps Furiosa until they decide to turn back around and go and take the Citadel. So it does take a while for that to even come into play in general.
Well, just to piggyback off of your point a little bit there as well. The only reason that I think, and this is why probably people say, "Oh, well, this is a Mad Max movie," it's because the it focuses quote unquote on Furiosa. But the whole point of focusing on Furiosa, it also kind of plays into that two birds, one stone thing that you were talking about this story happening off camera, which actually there's two instances where the film does this later on. It's to reinforce that kind of like spoils of war and spoils of the apocalypse. You'll always get a general story, which is what the film opens with. Oh, the world was basically desecrated by nuclear war, right? But you never know the individual stories because ultimately that doesn't really matter. You never know the full story of a large scale event kind of deal. So
and there is a rumor circulating that George Miller's next Mad Max film is going to fill in some backstory gaps, potentially what's being alluded to in here, though that's not been confirmed. So
listen, man, I don't know if he's still gonna be alive to make another Mad Max movie at this point.
How old is George Miller at this point?
He's 80.
Oh
yeah.
God. Well,
he looks good for his age.
Yeah, but it took him like 7 or 8 years to get Furiosa made after Fury Road was like fucking phenomenal. So who knows how long it'll take him to get the next Mad Max movie. He'll be probably like 95 by the time.
So Miller has said in interviews, well, first of all, Tom Hardy signed on for 3 Mad Max pictures, right?
Wow.
And then on top of that, Miller has also said that he already has started scripting an entire new trilogy when this movie came out. Furiosa was one of the concepts which is not associated with that trilogy.
So if Furiosa, say hypothetically bombs, does that ruin the chances of the next movie coming out?
Probably.
It could hurt it a lot because I know the production of Fury Road was kind of a nightmare. I mean, it was psychotically dangerous. A lot of the stuff they were doing, but granted, it was done on a much smaller budget. Furiosa has an enormous budget.
What's Furiosa? Because this was $150 million.
I think Furiosa's budget's like 220.
It's 220. It's very high. They have to make it.
Actually, hold on. What's the inflation rate? Hold on. Because that might be on par then, actually.
It might be. It might be.
Yeah,
I would venture a guess it's a little higher than on par, but then again, that would make sense given the fact that, Fury Road did pretty well.
It did.
But yeah, it's, I mean, I obviously it still is going to have to make a lot of money to, I guess,
hey, listen,
if they're wanting to justify more based on the box office performance, it will need to do quite well.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also in terms of how long it takes them to do these movies. Like George Miller, it takes them a while to make a Mad Max movie, just because of how much pre-production is involved, especially on the stunt side of things. So,
well, shoot, Furiosa. He was talking about the Furiosa movie while Fury Road was in theaters. I mean, he was already preparing that movie. He was already preparing it.
So inflation-wise, you're right, Gord. It's a little bit more expensive by about $22 million.
Yeah.
Man, someone give George Miller the fountain of life, the fountain of youth, man.
I was gonna say with the cost of advertising the movie, all the bullshit, it's got to make a lot. I don't know. I'm not saying it. It is word of mouth might help if it's good. People come out liking it, and the critics fuck the critics, but you know what I mean. If it gets a good Cinescore, but I don't know. Like when you hear 220, whatever, $220 million, it's tough to make that kind of money back. But there has no competition.
This movie underperformed, I think. If we're going by just general
I thought it profited.
standards.
Did it not profit?
It was only it was just under $400 million. I thought it made way more at the box office.
That's gross worldwide though, so that barely covers their advertising and marketing.
That's what I mean.
It profited a bit. I think it did do really well on the at-home market. So I think ultimately it's become profitable, but it was slightly profitable on the theater market. Probably.
Yeah, at the at-home market, it probably made because they did do the Chrome version, didn't they? They released the Chrome version.
Yeah.
They released 4K as well.
Yes. I think it did.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
which I bought.
Me
It's the
too.
same. I
didn't
watched
see
it
it
in
in theater.
4K this morning.
I didn't see
Hell
it in
yeah.
theaters. It
Hell
came out
yeah.
at a weird time of year, I think, and I didn't see it.
No,
Yeah,
this is a movie
2015.
you put in Dolby Vision on, you fucking blast whatever
Oh
sound
yeah,
system
for
you
sure,
have.
dude.
I
Yeah,
turned it
hell
up
yeah.
to
drums.
so mine goes up to 100. I had it at 95, and all Sassy did was come down, look at me, and go, "Yep." That was it. That's all she had. That's all.
I
Real quick,
regret not seeing this in theaters. In all
Oh,
honesty,
me too. Me
I
too. Me
really
too.
do.
Yeah.
Like even
Oh
on
man,
a
but
small screen, the sound editing and the score is
yes,
beautiful. It's a class
Oh,
of its
gosh.
own.
there are
I
some
do.
yeah,
movies
for real.
I will go specifically. I know that if it's visually pleasing, I go to the Dolby Atmos cinema just because I want listen. Copa always used to say this too. Visuals are great, but sound in certain movies will make the movie. And this
Oh, yeah.
movie, whatever else, any movie that comes out like this, where the Atmos theater with the first of all, the seats are comfortable as fuck, and then you have speakers in the seats too. It's insane. Thank you anyway. You are Barney. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'll
very
fully
much.
admit, I actually owe it slightly to the critics that I even bothered to go see this, because I had never watched a Mad Max movie. And when I heard that, what was it, 30 years later, they're doing a sequel that, you'd seen a lot of series get rebooted and it's garbage. And I was like, I'm not interested. And then I saw a lot of critics were saying this is one of the best action movies of all time. And, I wasn't super plugged into all the culture war stuff or anything like that. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I'll check it out. And I was starting to see people debate on whether or not this movie was feminist and that kind of stuff. I watched it twice in theaters, and yeah, it blew my mind. It's absolutely incredible. There's two more kind of allusions to Christian imagery in this part here. One, the fact that he is a universal donor that very much speaks to the blood of Christ, that his can cover people of all sorts. But also the fact that his tattoos resemble stripes on his back. One of the many wounds suffered by Christ.
Real quick, you are Barmy. Thank you for the super chat, and this is for you, buddy. Real quick.
When did you get so many new clips into rotation?
I just found a bunch. That's for the future Pride Month coming up. There you go, people. That was a good one. I'm going to add some more over the weekend. I got a long weekend coming up, so I'm going to add some good ones, hopefully.
Dude, also the world building aspect of Fury Road is really good because it does a lot visually. And I mean, just this, for example, you have the way that they tattoo people. You have all of this, and then later on, just seeing the different populations around and all that stuff. They never really tell you anything. They don't explain anything.
No.
By the way, actually, it's interesting that you touch on that. So, because again, I deep dive to this movie. Okay, so the central focus of almost every shot in this movie is directly in center, and there's on average, there's 22 and a half cuts per minute throughout this entire film.
Yeah, you can tell.
So as opposed to a lot of other films tend to do the 1/3 focus where it's off to 1/3 of the screen. So George Miller's wife, who edited this movie, when they were going through all the, it was 420 hours of footage, basically.
Jesus.
It was all shot intentionally so that when you do those fast cuts, because this is a visual movie, right? The dialogue is just an aspect, but it is not the movie. This is purely a visual movie. So it's meant to keep your focus on the center of the screen so that you're consistently engaging and you notice all the little details. And there's a few shots where you'll see that because they have that central focus, you actually end up missing some of not only the background stuff, but it sneaks up on you, even though it's right there in the shot anyway.
Yeah, whatever is in your peripheral.
Yeah. So, and this was also shot mostly at 24 frames per second on top of that.
Yeah,
God
fuck
damn,
the Hobbit and it's 60
Oh,
FPS.
that's 60 FPS. No. Have you ever watched a high frame rate movie? It's just so fucking unnatural. I don't like
it. Just looks weird.
It's like you're watching
horrible.
it's like you're watching the filming of the movie instead of the actual film itself. I hate that shit. What's the movie with Will Smith that came out that bombed that he did this?
Gemini Man.
Oh, that was
movie
brutal. Yeah.
Not only was the movie ass, you're fucking getting a headache watching it because you're like, what is this fucking idiots?
I do think there are times when a high frame rate can work for like a shot, because I think there's a 60
Sure.
FPS shot in Dune 2 that's just like glorious, but it's like it's got a
Not
bunch
for
of
the whole
reasons
movie,
to have
though.
it, because the
Right.
camera's panning and really high detail stuff's close, so you just need it for to not motion blur the crap out of what you're trying to show your audience. But
I like
back to this movie though, I really
I like his
appreciate
break. Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate the lack of dialogue in this one. Actually, it really impressed me, because they get a lot of story across, and no one says anything.
Visual,
which is like,
yep.
It's all visual. So, and I mean, it's like
very efficient dialogue.
Well, that's one of the things we praise, right, Gord, with the Rise of the Planet of the Planet of the Apes trilogy in general, is that yes, the stories got better from the first movie, but the first movie especially, the visual storytelling was phenomenal.
Yeah, I love the first one.
If it's done right, then yeah, it goes a long way for the film. Yep, I agree. I don't want my hand held throughout the whole thing.
Tom Hardy gets captured, and now he's broken free of his bonds while they're moving him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'm prompting you, nigga. Go ahead.
I'm doing it. What do you think I'm doing?
Take over the narration.
God damn. Oh, hey, there's the title.
Yeah, shiny
Wait,
chrome.
he tries to break free. Then, if you go back, 2 shots.
Motherfucker.
So this is a little bit like if you look at the door, these are actually ambulance doors because you can see the health symbol there faded in the shot. Yeah. But he even, like, when the war boys come and try to pull him back in as he's escaping. Again, this is also just like laying down a foundation that you don't need the dialogue to tell you. One of the war boys like hooks onto him and then just falls to his death. And he's like, yes. And that explains not only why they're following Immortan Joe, but also that these people do not have a long life whatsoever. So their belief system is completely radicalized as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, even some of their terminology alludes to, because they're described as half-life. They're said that a lot, and the use of the word mediocre is done two different ways. It can be an insult, which we see Immortan Joe insult Nux that way, calling him mediocre, but also it's almost it's like a form of praise also amongst them. Like when the one guy jumps with the sticks onto the other car and they yell mediocre like a form of praise. Like that's the highest that a half-life person can have is mediocre.
Yeah. And then even so here, I think basically most of the dialogue happens in the opening now that I think about it, because it quickly sets down all of the world building just in little bits of dialogue of the settlement. I can't remember what the name of this town is. But this settlement, and then even
the Citadel.
The Citadel, yeah.
I just saw it too. Oh my god. Thank you.
Vex, deep dive, all right?
I deep dived too much, okay? I dove too hard. So you have this little... I contented too hard earlier. There you go. So this little boy, this is one of the things too that is alluded to more than it is outright said. So Immortan Joe, he has all these breeders. These little boys are also his children. And there's something very symbolic too about seeing the white powder being blown up, because he's got all these blisters from tumors in the nuclear wasteland and all of this stuff. And this there's one other place where I've seen this, and it's usually in India when you have like the high priests or seers or whatnot. They cover themselves in a white powder, and that's meant to symbolize that they are holy, they are a good figure, they're one to follow kind of deal. So it manipulates that instead to make him all white, and then they blacken the eyes for the skull imagery, which kind of plays on the beast theme or the beast role that Immortan Joe feels like he is a beast to conquer and take over sort of
He's
deal.
basically kind of a stand-in for the beast in the Book of Revelation. It's 13:2, had the mouth of a lion, that kind of stuff. And the beast of of Babylon, and the Citadel literally is meant to resemble kind of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. So
I mean, just couple that with the way Immortan Joe breeds, man. What does it sound like when he breeds?
Yep.
Calls himself everyone's redeemer.
Everybody redeemer. Yep. Common people, thank you for the $2. What is it? I don't know. What is that? What is this? Pounds? £2. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna this one's for you.
Save Martha!
Yeah. Why did you say that name?
Why did you say that? Oh God, I love it. Oh,
To answer his question, maybe.
maybe. Yeah, this part was wild. With him putting all his equipment on his breathing machine, and then how retarded am I? I never realized, again, because I paid attention to the dialogue this time, that all these people, what the fuck is the big guy and
What?
little. They're all his kids. I was like, wait,
Yeah,
they call him
there's
dad.
kids.
Why did I not notice
I'm
that?
pretty sure
before?
Rictus is kind of like, I mean, he's not even kind of, he's pretty slow. And then you've got the little midget
Yeah.
guy. But George
Midget
Miller employs a lot of midgets. So
He likes, he
likes midgets.
He likes
If you go back one shot, by the way, the
Yes, ma'am.
the belts. Notice how there's just chains dangling there. Also symbolic. If you go to the next shot,
Of course.
you go to the there you go, of the water that's going to come out of the skull that you see up there, which also has a circle around it.
Yeah, and I mean, just talk about the waste of water as well. It just to
Oh,
imply how like how ruthless of a leader he is as well, because it's like the dude can clearly devise a way to give water to people better, and just the absurd amount of water that he has to waste as well is just there to emphasize how shitty of a person he is, but how his god complex also. It's just there to enhance that.
I mean, look at this fucking Chad right here.
And that and what you just said there, uninspired too, is referenced in the upcoming scene where he turns the levers, and he only does it. It says like little, middle, a lot, or something like that on the levers. And even as he's about to turn them, he says, "Do not, my friends, become addicted to the water. It will take a hold of you, and you will resent its absence."
Which,
So
by the way, one of the things that, you know, if you go to the Gospels, Christ goes to the woman at the well, and he literally tells her, you know, that, you know, that she'll never thirst again if she takes, you know, his living water. So in a way, this is the beast telling people to reject it.
That's insane.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I wish I read the Bible.
Yeah,
There's always time.
There's always, that's true. Yeah.
That's true.
I do like the idea that he wastes water just to show, you know, like, I'm a god. I have like an
I can control
unlimited supply.
Right.
You know.
I'm in control. And then he even talks about the war rig and where they're going to get ammunition and fuel, and get introduced to the Furiosa here. Well, you saw her before with the marking on her back of the neck.
Imperator.
Because apparently this is a Furiosa movie, not a Mad Max movie. So you have to introduce your main character,
apparently the people in the chat.
Hosty told me that he didn't think he didn't think Immortan Joe would be very trusting, and I'm like, he literally had promoted her to Imperator. It's like, that's like,
dude,
like he literally honors her right here. I'm pretty sure he trusts her.
I love how they wear shit.
Hostman, I love you, but dude, you have your facts wrong about the movie, man.
You really do.
Yeah,
you really
movie I've ever seen. Come up with actual criticisms of it. My gosh,
for real.
You're not wrong, Mike. It is true. The Bible is there's some wild shit going on in the Bible. No,
dude, my Instagram is filled with Bible memes, and Bible memes are some of the funniest things ever, dude.
Go back one shot, So this chanting here, they're all saying V8, V8, and even their fingers are held together to make it look like the V8 engine that is in Max's car.
Yep.
Sounds like a religion for me, man.
Oh yeah, they literally say V8 like amen at times.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
they're all praising machines.
Cool,
yeah.
Yes.
And it's interesting because it's world building in the sense where in the world of Mad Max, you literally have to be an elite mechanic and driver to survive. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And no one ever mentions that. Like, you have to be able to drive basically everything and know how to do it perfectly on sand as well.
On sand. Yeah, I was just gonna say, fucking Vex. I just saw your comment.
It's gonna be a long story tonight.
Very long one. Yeah, even here, you know, he's saying, "By my hand, you'll rise from the ashes of the world." See, these are things I don't know why. I just never paid attention to this shit before.
Maybe I find again, this is one of those movies where you can't just watch it once and make up your mind, because
that's
there
what it
is
is. Yeah.
So much that George Miller packs into not just visually, but in the little drops of dialogue.
shot.
So you
Yeah.
have to watch this a couple times. And even the rising from the ashes, that's foreshadowing what's going to happen to Max at the end of the first act.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And you got all the people below, and then the water comes out. Again, this I don't listen. You could say what you. I think the movie was shot beautifully too. It looks amazing.
It was, yeah.
God, cinematography. Yeah, there's no one who it's. I'm sorry if you're trying to criticize this movie. Good luck trying to on a technical level. That's basically impossible.
Yeah, you're actually retarded if you're trying to do that. So.
It might be some of the best visuals.
Shots.
Period.
Yeah, look at these shots. These are beautiful shots.
And the music that's playing during this part is so fucking good.
It's a great soundtrack.
It's so good.
But is it woke?
Dude, yeah, the score is woke. Don't you know the drums?
Everything
signify,
is.
You know,
One
transitioning
second
and all that stuff.
before I got to dip out for like 2 minutes.
You're good, babe.
Hostman says, "Gord, where were the guards? How did they not notice they were gone immediately?" This literally ties into the scene that we're looking in right now on the screen, where they're praising Furiosa. Immortan Joe has praised and trusted Furiosa for a very long time. So it's no surprise that she knows her ins and outs of the skedaddle.
I bet she does.
It's no surprise she was able to sneak them out, on top of the
And
fact
this
that they
kitty
had
helper.
they had other people help her do it as well and take the fall for it. So sorry, dude. You made a retarded point. Okay, BRB.
well, speaking of retarded, White Bear's here.
Hola.
White Bear, I love you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. I know, and again, here's the thing: White Bear is not a fan of the movie either. He's not, but he's forced to be on the show because if he doesn't, I'll have to find him in Tennessee and hurt him. No, I'm just kidding. But how you doing, White Bear? How you doing, buddy?
Been a busy day, but it's been good.
Good. I'm glad you're here to enjoy one of your favorite movies.
Well, I'm here to get some insight from you beautiful people. So,
there's plenty of it. What did Vex say? We're 8 minutes scrubbed, and it's been 40 minutes already. So this might be a long one. This might be a long one. That's okay.
I didn't know we were doing the biblical analogy thing.
yeah. Well,
I won't be. It's like I won't go too heavy on the whole thing.
No,
it's just these early parts of the movie have quite a bit of it. And it's just thematic material. It's not even why I like the movie. It's just an interesting detail.
Well, the beginning of the movie has a lot, like you said, a lot of visual stuff, a lot of going on as far as the story, and then I mean, there's like even this part here, which again, I'm sure Vex will talk. I don't know if she'll talk about it, but was this actually filmed in Australia?
I'm sorry.
No,
it's all in Australia.
Location. Okay.
Was it Australia?
Yeah.
Oh.
The most telling image from any of the Mad Max movies that it's absolutely in Australia, other than that's where George Miller's from, is that in Road Warrior, like there's literally like a dead kangaroo on the road. It's like, oh well, it's definitely Australia then.
I think we broke Jay Goodwin. I think he just couldn't take it.
That's fine.
Sorry, Jay.
It was filmed in Namibia, Australia.
Should we scrub through like the next hour, and when Vex gets back, go, where the hell took you so long? I'm just kidding. But so we got, obviously they're going to, what the hell's the name of the town they're going to?
They're going to Gastown and the Bullet Farm. Gastown and the Bullet Farm.
I love all this industrial shit you see in the distance, right? You see the lights blinking, they're signaling them. It's pretty wild. This is where they get the supplies, and then you see her in her truck, and it's great because she veers off the road here, and the guy here, he's like, "What are we doing? Like, are we?" And they follow her though, right? Because why not?
It's like
she's so respected.
It's like she's a high-ranking individual, basically. I mean, she's probably second or third only to Joe.
Joe. Yeah.
So they're like, okay, this is we didn't know about this, but it's not even necessarily the first time in all likelihood that she's had private instructions. That's not uncommon.
Exactly. There you go, Hostman.
But they do get progressively more suspicious.
Maybe she goes somewhere, and then after that, Joe says, "No, you have to go and do this. This is your actual mission."
Right,
so the Warbros are supposed to just listen to her.
Oh, here you go, boobies.
It is.
Nice.
What's funny to me is all these gay criticisms are like you're literally asking the movie to be 10 hours long and be explaining every single little detail just so you can criticize it. It's like, stop being gay. It's like if it's not something that actually is contradictory or world breaking, it's not really that good of a criticism.
So these are my whole idea, and this was in your video you sent, Gordon. Remind me if I'm incorrect here. So if you couldn't produce children, you produce milk though to give to. I forgot what the whole theme was there. I completely missed it.
I don't know if necessarily these women can't produce children. It's very possible he's impregnated all of them and they're lactating it. They're milking these women like cows. Like he even literally he drinks this and he says moo.
Yeah,
He just nods and he's like moo. I love that. It's arguably the funniest line of the movie. It's just moo.
Dude, after rewatching the movie so many times, it's only when I watched it this morning with subtitles that I realized that that was what he said. After
Yeah, me too. I watched it with subtitles. And I was like, "Oh my god, how did I miss this?"
So funny.
But yeah, this is where he gets told that she's going off route, and he sees it through the telescope, obviously, and he's like, "What?" So he's not stupid, right? He's like, "Okay, something's not right."
No,
here,
he's an intelligent guy. By the way, the actor to any Mad Max fans, the actor is the same guy who played Toe Cutter. In the first one.
Shit. No shit.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Then they go, here's the other son who's
which is a way better villain than Toe Cutter. Even though I like Toe Cutter as a villain, but pretty good.
And I love how he's walking through all these these gardens and there's vegetables and flowers and it's like, yeah, what a selfish fuck.
And
he's
like
keeping
Joe's a pretty evil guy.
It's set up to the vegetable gardens and all that stuff.
Yes.
Like it looks very clean in comparison to everything
100%.
around it. It's like one of the only clean
sterile
where
and clean.
his wives are, where his wives live around.
Like his wife, he has to open up the safe. It's like his wife's room. It's like, yeah, that's where women belong, inside of a safe, until it's time to cook and clean, of course. Yeah, and then
I wonder. It's like I don't know if it's gonna catch the overhead shot of that kind of round thing in the middle. It looks like a womb almost.
It does.
Yeah.
I only kind of noticed that today. I just didn't, but I didn't look super hard, so I wasn't. Yeah, that's like that. Look, that's a womb.
That's literally like an umbilical cord too, like the string. So there's actually, thank you for stopping on this shot. So you see five chairs off there, right? Mm-hmm. And this is meant to support the other woman who is a historian that we see in the room, like in the following shot. So these are people that, since everyone died and everything burnt to shit and all that stuff, right? They instead put the history of the world on people. So she's covered in the history of mankind that everyone remembers from before. So she would sit and teach all of them in these chairs, which is pretty cool. But there's a couple phrases that our babies will not be warlords. We will not, you cannot own a person or something like that.
We are not things.
We're not things.
Yeah. So I think out of context, if you saw those, then yeah, maybe you could think that's a feminist film, but then you're intentionally excluding all of the context of the film to make that point. So
this is where they
I know. Yeah, I think it's really weird that people just say that it's.
There we go.
It's a debate that got started when this movie came out. So even though I completely disagree with Nerderotic's assessment of this movie, and he's not super oh, this movie is uber woke, but his take on it I think is definitely wrong. But he is right that this movie was something of an inflection point, because when this came out, articles came out almost immediately saying that this was a pro-feminist film. Now, there was a lot of discourse fighting back against that turned out to be correct, but I think a lot of people adopted the notion that, oh, this is a left-leaning movie, and they refuse to back down off of it.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't get that at all.
Which
I don't
is
understand
ironic.
how it's left wing. It's just like,
right.
What? Okay.
And it's pretty ironic, because then you ignore literally the fact that every woman that shows up in this movie is a support beam for another male character or patriarchal notion that is set forth by the world building, which I think is pretty amazing that you can miss all of that in this movie.
You pre-programmed your brain to hate this movie like a retard.
Right, exactly.
Nuts.
So, yeah, so
anyway,
now we
what
get
did
back
they say
to
about Nux? He's a soy boy? Was that what you think about him?
What?
How the fuck is he a soy boy? He's a great character.
He's literally, he has one of the best lines of the movie where he's saying, if I'm gonna die historic on Fury Road. He's basically like, I'm out of here. I'm not dying quiet. It's like he's
Dude, his
Mhm.
arc
pretty
is
awesome.
gigantic. Like it's
Yeah.
almost parody. It's so far. Like
Dude,
he
yeah, I
goes,
love.
he goes from
I
like
love
a
that.
Don't
he
go
goes from
forward.
like a cult follower to like a critically thinking, morally, like he becomes to like, he gets his morals in order or whatever.
Mhm.
He changes so much.
Mhm.
How is he a soy boy? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. So this is like when I was saying like Miller like frames all the shots. This is an example. If you just play go back like 3 seconds and then play it if you can.
Wait, hold on. Where were we going again?
No, you had it with the guy swinging in.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, but you just gotta go back a little bit, like a
Let's see,
couple
we're at
seconds.
1456.
Yeah, try that one actually. Yeah, 14. Okay,
14.
okay. Well, we'll just play and stop. Because we're close enough, in all honesty. So your focus is supposed to be on the truck, and then you don't, and then keep playing it.
Sorry.
And then it shifts to Tarzan.
Yep. Look at how it so smoothly transitions to you focusing on that war boy coming in. Keep playing the fucking clip, man.
That's it. I got 6-second limits here.
You can play more than 2.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Love you, Greg.
She goes all hard and yells at people and shit. I did research for 12 hours. She's gonna call me a WAP next. That's what's coming. That's what's coming. The racial shit's coming. Okay, are we good, Vex? Are we good?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
All right. So this is where he's basically like dying here, isn't he? Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
all, they're
he's
all
in
dying basically.
Yeah.
pretty
He's
bad.
in really
Painful
bad shape.
deaths.
Yeah, really horrible deaths. I mean, just to add to the world building again, it's something that they don't really point out until later on when he talks about his 2 friends, which are like the boils on his on his skin. But like you can just tell by looking at them that these guys are really, really unhealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Right.
really like the actor playing organic here. It's a small part, but he's pretty well committed to it. I've always found his character kind of fascinating. I like him.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
put
you
Jay
know.
in a timeout? Jay
I didn't.
Goodwin.
Oh, I don't know. Is that why he wasn't around?
Huh?
Is he in a
Yeah,
timeout?
why? Oh, Stream Elements timed him out for some reason.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
What
I
did
didn't.
he
It
say?
wasn't me. It wasn't.
He
I
just
No,
said
I
don't.
think
this
Stream
is
Elements
dumb.
did.
I wasn't anybody on the panel. I don't know whoever
No.
who was the moderator.
Yeah,
I
fuck
don't-
that guy. I kicked
Fuck
his
you.
ass
Really?
that night.
Fuck you,
He literally
motherfucker.
took all of
the-
his comments down.
Oh,
Yeah, the
no
Stream
shit.
Elements bot timed him out.
What
Oh,
the
that's
fuck?
gay. What the fuck, Stream Elements? He didn't say anything bad. I mean, he was
He
just
just
saying
said this is dumb. That's all.
Wow. Okay, Stream Elements is woke. We figured it out.
Extra sensitive.
What the hell? Oh, a Hostman. Thank you. Hostman's lunch. $1.99. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'll,
None of
I'll
us
have to
put
ma-
you in the
I'll-
Can you
time
do
out.
anything about that?
You can call us
I don't know.
idiots, whatever, retards. We don't. That's fine. That's.
I don't know why.
We're totally
Stream
cool with
Elements
that.
would- yeah, like why we're dropping hard R's in here and N words and nobody's fucking.
What the heck, Stream Elements? Let our friend back.
Stream Elements. Hostman, sorry, buddy. This is for you, buddy.
Hold it. The next man makes a move, the gets it.
Fucking greatest movie ever.
Hashtag
I'm sorry.
Jay
Yeah, I'm
Jay.
gonna have to figure out what's going on there for Jay because that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, we went full Immortan Joe on him hosting.
I thought he just left because he was like whatever, and then I didn't know that was doing that shit. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy. Oh, sorry, Jay. I'll have to message him on the side. Yeah. So this is where they know that they're all gonna go out. He's getting his war boys ready, and this guy's like, dude, I'm dying. Over
This
here.
is
Larry.
honestly, sorry, just to go back on
No,
one of
go
the
ahead.
points you guys made, or I think Uninspired was saying this. I think this is instead the first point in which you learn that all of these people are sick without even looking at them. Like, yes, you see Larry and Barry later on, and they say the whole Half-Life thing. But like, even the reason Tom Hardy gets strung up like a blood bag, aside from the fact that he's a universal donor, is because they know that he has clean blood and they need the clean blood to actually rejuvenate themselves anyways. So like one of the guys walks through it and it's so quick. It's so quick that you can miss it, but it's like, who's sick? Like, who needs, like, I got a sick war boy out there. I need a blood bag. I need a blood bag. And that's how these two now come to know each other.
Yeah, that's the first thing that you hear him say. That's where you get like Nux's setup, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
And Nicholas Hoult, man, I really wish his career took off the way that it was supposed to around 2015. I do think that he's a good actor. I think
He
that the
is.
roles that he chooses are suit him a lot, but I don't know why he just never became big. I guess the last movie, the last big budget movie I saw him in was, I think, Renfield. That was it.
Yep.
Oh
He had
yeah.
a
I think it's
right,
because
yeah, yeah.
it's because he's too tall. They don't like.
Yeah,
He's too.
he had
He's
a
like
kid a
6'4".
couple years ago. I also think he kind of put himself in a bit of a corner with the X-Men stuff, because he would have been coming off X-Men when this happened, and I really feel that that trilogy shot him in the foot because it didn't give him a chance to show his dimension outside of it. So I agree, he should have blown up a lot more, but he sadly didn't.
It's probably because he was dating Jennifer Lawrence, and then with the whole fappening thing happened while he was dating her.
Ooh.
Yeah,
So,
maybe. Yeah.
Jay Goodwin messaged. I was messaging him, and he said he doesn't no idea what happens, and he cannot post comments right now.
That's
I
really
don't-
weird.
And I'm looking at stream elements, and there's nothing restricting him. It just deleted
heck?
every comment he made. What the
What the
fuck?
heck?
Weird.
Jay, create a second account, dude.
Yeah, just come in, dude. I looked
Also-
at.
Be gay, Judwin.
Renfield
Yeah,
was
there you
almost
go,
as
yeah.
bad as this movie. I think
Yeah, I
Postman
pulled-
needs to be fucking muted.
Yeah, I
I
would
bet-
that posted out,
Somebody
actually.
mute that hosting.
Yeah, like because every I'm going to every comment in the chat. It's everything's been deleted by stream elements, but it's not blocking him. Like there's nothing.
No, I
in here
can't
saying-
time out Hostman because he's a mod.
Boo.
Damn it! Oh, shit, I can remove. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, there he is.
And he donated. We'll tolerate
Bad
him.
kitty.
Yeah.
Bad kitty.
Oh wait, is Goodwin back? Ah, Goodwin
Yeah,
there
we
we
back.
got-
go.
Hey, okay. I guess you
Yay.
can't. Don't say this is dumb, but you could say the N word.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe because Rex is brown, they know it already. So it's
Right. It's cool.
Oh
It's cool.
man.
anyway. I love how they get these steering wheels off this big pile like it's a monument.
That's
Yeah.
honestly so fucking cool. That's like a
That's
race
pretty-
car thing
It's
too.
pretty
'cause
badass.
They always
Actually,
keep
this
their
is-
steering wheel off somewhere, and it's like a thing to grab your wheel before you go to your car. That's
So
very
this is
neat.
part of just Immortan Joe's setup, and this is why he's able to kind of control people the way he is. So you have to be kind of given permission by him in order to access the vehicles because they are so limited. There's a bit of dialogue that happens later on when they're in the swamps where Pig Nose is kind of listing off like all the things that they've lost so far in the drive to get his wives back. So, and this is also why Furiosa is able to have access to the wheel. So unless you're trusted, then you don't get access to a vehicle. That's the whole point of that.
And I love how we got Max in the background, like upside down hanging, giving blood to these people, to him actually, right? And he's like refueling Nux, but this guy steals Nux's steering wheel, and he's like, "Fuck you! You're not taking this. This is mine. I want to get in on this." I like how he fights back with the guy. He's weak as fuck. Then he like gains his strength back enough to like headbutt the
He's
guy.
got the
and steal-
adrenaline blood.
His
That's what
adrenaline's back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love how in the editing, the way that they emphasize on him having the adrenaline blood is by putting a white flash once he does the headbutt. Yeah,
Mhm.
so very
Yeah.
just it's a boom, and that's the only time you see the white flash in a movie like that.
Crazy
So,
blood filling me up.
Well,
Yeah.
now-
Almost. Oh, sorry. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, I was going to say now Zax is telling me that he tried to buy a super chat. It didn't go through. And when he tried to do it again, it said he already did it. What the fuck?
Weird.
No, that's on YouTube's end, y'all, because I've
Yeah.
had this problem for 2 days before all this. So that's on Google's
Especially
end.
if you're Canadian. But thank you again, common people, for your £2 and your beautiful another. I don't know if I have any more. Oh, I got one for you here. Yeah, this is an oldie but a goodie.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That's an old one but a good one.
Wow.
The light flash is another instance of kind of that godlike imagery that's kind of that's only really associated with Tom Hardy's character throughout the entire film as well. Hostman says, then why did he leave his blood bag where it can easily be punctured if it's so important?
That's how you get the blood out, man. You gotta puncture it.
I think he means like, why did he put it on the front of the car? Because he's driving into death.
Well, that
Like
is-
that's
They're literally
it's-
going
that-
to sacrifice their lives, and they're
Right,
willing
they're
to
riding
like
the
they're
Fury Road.
knowingly doing it.
Right, to go to Valhalla. So the fate of the blood bag doesn't matter if you're already driving into your death.
And he's
Yeah.
borderline hanging, and it's like people keep getting pissed off that I bring up Christian imagery and just get over it. Him hanging on the front of that on a pole, you could very easily argue is meant to be symbolic of him being crucified. Obviously, it's done very different than an actual crucifixion. His arms aren't out and that kind of stuff. But
here we go.
also, Max's blood. It's worth pointing this out. Max's blood goes into two people in this movie, and both people change.
Yep.
That is true.
Yep.
Also evocative of the blood of Christ.
Yep.
Oh, I can just see the people in the chat now. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Goodwin, you just blew a gas. Did Goodwin get timed out again? Or is he still... Fuck, man. This stream has gone off the rails. Okay, so yeah, they get into the sick fucking cars, by the way. These mods
are so awesome looking.
Unbelievable. Yeah, look at this guy. He's like, yeah, I'm going to Valhalla today, bitches.
I love how the blood, what do you call that? It's like a cord, tube, whatever, is like zigzag through the chain.
Great imagery. People, I went to see this movie with a buddy of mine, and he fucking hated the drums and the guitar playing.
Oh, I think it's so good.
And I'm like,
it's the fucking best part.
Yeah,
With the flames coming out of the end.
And I'm like, I know
it's
too weird.
George Miller is definitely no. Look, if you want to argue George Miller's being self-indulgent, I don't necessarily disagree. But he even admitted in a very recent interview that this is like his favorite shot of the movie. But holy crap, it's awesome looking.
It's so fucking cool, dude. And then you got like the trumpets, horns, and shit.
Yeah,
in
dude.
Imagine if it was in slow motion.
Old armies did play drums going into battle. That's not completely like out of nowhere. It's like, but it's just taking that to the most heavy metal possibility, and it's
right.
awesome.
Also,
now they just play Fortunate Son.
I'd also like to point out, if you hated it in this movie, then you must have also hated it in Lord of the Rings, where it was also pretty fucking badass.
Yeah,
War drums are a thing. We did it right up until we beat the British, and then
Yeah, so this is just like honestly, this entire thing that Immortan Joe is running, it's a monarchy, and they're doing a lot of monarchy things as a result. I don't understand how people aren't picking up on that at all.
Dude, the plumbing on that engine is giving me
look at this
feelings.
fucking thing. This is beautiful.
Look at all the turbo plumbing. That's insane. Is that two V8s side by side?
Yeah, and there we go with the.
If you're, I'm not even a car person, and
me neither.
I'm not a car person, but I've got a semi.
He looked at me. He looked at me. He's all happy because fucking Immortan Joe looks at him and shit.
Well, it's also the editing that they use when Immortan Joe looks at him. It's like just the fact of him, because I think it's one of the only times where they actually like really emphasize on showing Immortan Joe looking at one of these Half-Life boys, and when he looks at them, the way that it's edited is like it's not even a human that's looking at them. He has this weird supernatural gaze.
You didn't watch the right movie then, Jay.
Oh, that's the extended cut, Jay. Come on.
Yeah, the white Strat. It's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, and I like again when you have this with the volume on this thing so maxed out, you can hear everything. It's like wearing headphones, and I just little dialogue that even Max is throwing out here. He's like, "Oh, look, they took my car. What's next?" These little things I never caught before.
Right. Just going back to like the look that Immortan Joe allegedly gives, right? Like you could argue that Immortan Joe isn't even looking at Nuxidus. He's looking at this ridiculous display that's on the front of the car instead.
Yeah, that's what the other guy says. He's looking at the horizon. He's looking at your hood. He even says it.
Yeah.
This is the closest thing to a swear in this movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just fucking.
I don't even think it's a real word, but that's kind of common in the Mad Max movies. There is a very it's kind of like Clockwork Orange. There's a made up.
Look at his face here.
Yeah.
By the way, Vex, we're an hour and 6 minutes in. We've got 18 minutes. He wasn't kidding, people.
Dude, don't worry. I work at 10 a.m., so I'm here for a while. I can chill.
You're good. You're good. What the fuck? Let's try train of thought here for. Oh yeah. So they're driving, and I like these little symbols of these where they throw out the smoke bullshit, the signals, right, to kind of say where they are and where they're. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I don't know. I like all of this, and again, it's filmed well. Oh god, what did Jana say? Oh yeah, we're good. We're getting Vex is getting so deep. Yeah, she's
Look, somebody clip that.
yeah, Vex is getting as deep as she wishes Henry Cavill was in her. It's all good. No offense, Vex. I love you. Zach
is gone, by the way.
She just disappeared.
Oh, she's like, fuck. She's like,
Uh-oh.
poor Vex. Well, Zach, you finally got your super chat to go through. We appreciate you, sir. We love you for that. And I'm trying to find a funny clip here for you. Let's do this.
These are people of the land. You know. Morons.
Hello, Racer. I see you in there, buddy. Thank you for being in. While Vex is getting maid service by Canada. God, you and fucking Zax, man. You got to get the fuck out of there. Oh, she said she lost her connection. So,
oh no,
Okay.
come back.
Can't blame that on Canada.
No, fucking. All right. So as we're going through here, yeah. So you get a lot of them driving, and this is an area they go into that's a hostile territory, right?
I believe these people are. They're called the Buzzards. And I think this criticism of the movie is fine. That because a lot of people are like, how did he get it? How did Max get an interceptor back? Because if you remember in Road Warrior, it gets blown up. I believe this is filled in the comics that George Miller did either before or right after this movie. That the Buzzards basically rebuilt it and he stole it away from them. And I mean, if that's an issue, I think that's fine if you've got a problem with that. But these people that are chasing them, those are the Buzzards, basically.
Yeah. And then she still got them, like, she's like, oh, get them out of our way. That's, and she's still convincing them. There's a cool action sequence here. Look at that.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, God, it's so good.
Work is insane.
It's so good. And then the war rig drives by.
And
I'm pretty sure a lot of the vehicle destruction is practical, is it not?
Oh, yeah.
Most of it is, yeah.
Most of it is practical. The only thing that's added is sort of the CG doubles, like the body doubles.
Yeah,
and even
the
those,
sand.
they're some of the best in terms of.
Oh yeah, the sand. Oh, you mean the windstorm?
No. Like they had to cover up tire marks where they drove through here like 4 times. So they had to.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
I see. Look at these shots, these long shots. Now, Whitey, I know you didn't love the movie overall, but how do you think it looked on a technical level?
it looks like it's smeared with a haze of CGI, even though it's not. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird looking.
Well, that's probably that shot there is probably a composite, but they do a very similar like. I don't think it's overexposed, but it's like oversaturated or something. They do a similar thing in what's it called? Pitch Black, one of like the Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah.
Very similar to that.
Yeah,
which I don't hate. But
when he throws the exploding spear past him, he goes, "That's my head." He throws it like right by. I was like, "Oh, that's so." I love it. Oh man, I don't know how you hate this movie. I mean, listen, like Gordon said, you cannot like it.
Yeah, if Olive Branch, anybody who dislikes the film, I don't. If you dislike a movie, that's fine. I mean, not all movies are for all people. There are movies I know are great that I don't particularly like, but if you're calling the movie bad, you got to come up with more than what I'm generally seeing, because most of the criticisms I see are retarded.
I like this part where the guy gets shot with the 2 like crossbow arrows, and one in the head, one in his like chest. And he puts he's like witness, he puts the chrome on because this is their thing, right? If they do this act of heroism, they get to go to Valhalla. That's the whole thing of Immortan Joe. But I love this, man. This guy, first of all, has a fucking arrow through his head,
which is pretty cool.
And he sprays the chrome and he jumps, and it was a great fucking scene. It looked amazing. Yeah, look at that. Yeah,
this is all practical, by the way. A guy's actually jumping off like that.
Okay, so he died, or
sacrifices had to be made on Inspired.
Right.
For real, dude.
He was awaited. So
well, if you look closely, the guy in the front could very well be falling onto a like a what do you call that? Like a sidecar with a mat on it. It looks like he's behind the vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Actually, if you even look at his shadow is a little bit off too.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you look at
they always do tricks like that. Every time it's practical, it's never actually dangerous.
Hold on. This is where slow-mo makes sense. Mr. Snyder. It makes sense
Exactly.
being like-
Exactly.
Yeah, notice the lack of lens flares, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, and
Gosh,
the lack of like chromatic aberration on it too. Fucking
So-
everything out
these
of
are some
focus.
ballsy
The lack of wheat. There's no wheat in this movie, so you know. Sorry,
The
Snyder.
grain.
Absolutely no farming. Oh no, there is a little bit actually.
There's a little bit. There's a little bit. So we get her obviously
There's
looking,
the fruits of farming.
But I
looking
mean,
about what. Now,
The,
sorry, go ahead.
like
go ahead.
just on the comment on the war boy situation and like the way that they are, just to bounce like to piggyback, it's as if they're crusaders, because it's very rare even today, like people can go to war and for something that they believe, but no
Mhm.
one going to war like the crusaders did back in the day, because of how strong what they were dying for they believed in, you know.
Yeah.
Like they live and breathe that life, and
Yeah.
they're willing to put their life on the line for God. And to
Yep.
this, like, you know, to the war boys, Immortan Joe is their God.
Is God. Yeah.
So it's like the only way that we managed to go back to the points where people had like unwavering faith to
Mhm.
die for something is
Yep.
through the apocalypse in the Mad Max universe, which is
Well, that's
interesting.
that's
Yeah.
why I say that this is a monarchy that this entire film is kind of pitching forward. There's one guy in charge, our king, who's Immortan Joe. It's
Mhm.
ruled by a weird, it's a cult-like religion, basically. They've changed heaven to Valhalla, that's all, and they've radicalized the cause. So yeah, they are like hardcore crusaders, but they're all ready to die for the cause. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's good or bad. They don't question it. They have an
Yep.
unyielding, what's the word I'm looking for? Unyielding
Devotion, faith.
devotion, thank you,
There you
to
go.
whatever their leader says. So that like this is, and it's a predominantly male and patriarchal society to top it off, right?
Mhm.
So yeah,
Well, he needs the women to make babies.
The
That's pretty
Bebis.
much it.
the bibis, yeah,
They're
Baby.
really
and the
good.
milk.
Yeah, I like this. Is great. There's a lot of great action sequences in here. This is one of the better ones. I mean, the ending is the fucking god, so fantastic.
This movie's
That ending
loaded
was-
with great action.
God, man, it's
Man,
just
that
like,
jagged, those jagged pieces of steel sticking at everything really
Yeah.
get to me though, because that would
Oh, yeah.
that would absolutely muck you. Even if you like brushed it, it would cut the shit out of you.
Yeah, I like, yeah, she busted their tire here, right? Is that why they spin
Yeah,
out?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
The front
Yeah.
tire.
front tire, right? Great.
And then
scene here.
that's why they take Max off the front here, is they use him as a
Put him in the back.
counterweight. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Look at this fucking. I love it.
But even like the small details of when, because they have to cut the line between him and Nux, and you can just see the expression of him change, because he's just like, oh gosh, like it's like I'm not getting drained right now. It's like that
Yeah.
nice little bit of continuity, cause and effect here. It's like they're paying attention to little details too. I like that stuff.
It's kind of true, Jay. Look at this.
Sure
Look at
it
this
is.
shot.
Oh.
Look at this.
This is not a
shot.
literal movie. It's not like realistic.
Uninspired.
all
There's
the
another
way.
guy. There's another guy who gave up his life.
Yeah,
for
dude,
the
he
art
died
of
for the movie,
making.
dude. Listen, if you died for Mad Max Fury Road, especially, I just say, of course, dude,
Fuck
let's
it,
put it
right?
on your headstone. You have to be honored, for sure.
It's such a beautiful shot, though. God damn, look at that.
There's so
Especially
many
they do it in slow
amazing shots
motion.
like this in this. Yeah, their use of slow mo in this film is like 10 out
Perfect.
of 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, unlike some other directors I know.
So like now that, so remember that, like, I don't know if you touched on it, but like it was all just like people from
Look
the
at this shot,
wasteland
man.
that were coming after them, right?
yeah,
and
we
then-
talked about it.
Okay, perfect. All right.
I didn't
think
skip
this
it.
is
You
some-
don't have to yell at me.
I think this might be one of my favorite.
It's great.
um,
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I think this might be one of my favorite CG sequences in like
Yeah.
recent history. These like tornadoes and
Look at this.
lightning storms inside of this like
I mean,
sandstorm.
look at
It's
this.
really cool.
Yeah.
So
And I
I
love-
did want to ask you guys a question, since we're at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
sandstorm thing. What do you guys think about the? I guess analyst, you said a bit, but what do you guys like in general in the panel and in the chat as well? What do you guys think
Mm-hmm.
of the mix of CGI with practical in this
best way
in
to do it.
comparison to something like the Mission Impossible franchise, where they constantly say, "Hey, we're doing it practical, we're doing it practical." Then when you finally reach the Halo dive sequence, it's like
It's
there's a
all
storm.
CG lightning
You-
storm.
Yeah, it's like so
Yeah.
you don't even see the effects of the practical. What do you guys think about it in Fury Road?
Yeah, I think
it's
they
done
did a
almost
I think they did a
perfectly.
much better job. Yeah.
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 It's
Yeah,
sort of
like-
like the Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. No. Go ahead, buddy. You were talking. Go ahead.
It's sort of like the Top Gun Maverick approach, where it's like all the CG is hidden. We only use CG to, tell the story that we can't physically. Whereas like with something like even oh my gosh, what's the most recent Mission Impossible called? It's not Fallout.
Dead Reckoning.
Dead Reckoning. Sorry.
Mid as fuck.
Yeah, it's like I was so excited for it because they were talking up all these crazy practical shots, and then it's like they ruined these amazing practical shots with this goofy looking CG, and it's like why? But no,
yeah,
they don't do that
even
here.
at the end of Dead Reckoning with the train sequence, like when he's in the train with what the fuck's the hot girl?
What, Rebecca
Haley
Ferguson
Atwell?
or Haley Atwell?
No, Haley Atwell.
Haley Atwell.
When the train falls, it's very obvious. Very
Haley
obvious
Atwell
the
was
CG.
terrible in that movie, by the way.
Yeah, dude, that movie was the most mid fucking Mission Impossible movie ever. It was
Still,
anyway.
Second most mid, because there is
and then
Mission
there's-
Impossible too.
That is
And then
you're right.
fuck,
This is
yeah.
Dead Reckoning is the second worst out of the trilogy.
But
anyway,
in
Fallout's the best
response-
one.
Agreed. In response to your question though, uninspired, I like this use, and much like uninspired said, like CG is really only used to put in elements that they can't do practically, right?
Right.
Actually, like even rewatching this twice now in the last 24 hours, if you go back one shot,
she's not obsessed or anything.
yeah,
Yeah.
That
like
looks like a
this.
Renaissance
It's
painting, man.
beautiful.
Yeah, like this still had me I was just like, oh wow, like on a small
Dude,
screen still.
This was the first shot of the trailer back in end of 2014. I remember it because this is like the first trailer where I was like, this trailer is so good, I have to download it on my phone just so I could watch it.
I remember you were
anywhere.
saying that. Yeah,
Dude,
I
for
said-
real.
Yeah, when I sent you my trailer, you're like, "Yeah, I fucking love Mad Max's trailer. I've watched it a million
Dude,
times."
I've
I'm like,
I've legitimately seen the Mad Max Fury Road, the first trailer, probably well over 50 or 100 times. Easily.
it's really good. It's
Um,
really good.
It is really good, but holy cow. 100
Just real quick, Postman had a question in the chat. Is Joe stupid? Why didn't he leave people to guard his base?
Oh my
And to
god, maybe
that I
because
say-
his prized possessions left. I don't
Right.
know.
It's as though
He doesn't have like
people
a
that-
full-fledged army, like a country, for crying out loud.
Well, it's just not only that, but and it's even this is pointed out in dialogue later in the film. They all know that this is silly. They all know that this is just family affairs that they shouldn't be using resources for.
Mhm.
But this is a madman like using an empire to his will.
Will,
So
yep.
it's if anything, it also helps the rest of the film kind of happen because they literally topple an empire over the course of 2 hours.
Yeah.
Plus, Hostman, just to add to that, you saw very well that most of the people who are running the Citadel are children or are youngsters.
Youngsters.
So all the people that are like capable of fighting doesn't seem as if they're that many because here they are, all of them, and all the rest of the people that are at the Citadel are very, very young, so they can't really defend it. And it's like it's still people at the Citadel. You know what I mean?
Also,
It's like you can't spare just half of your army to stay there while your most prized
You're going
possession
after your
leaving.
But what about the milkers? Couldn't the milkers step it?
This
step up
movie
their
does
game?
have literal mommy milkers.
I
Right.
know, right?
just to
Right,
add
right.
on to even more so is we know that the Citadel has support from the Bullet Town and from Gastown, which are both within a reasonable range of the Citadel. So if they needed reinforcements, and they even have a way to signal those two settlements from the Citadel, it's not going to be too hard to get reinforcements to come in and protect it.
Yep.
Very true.
Lucky no one was escaped or was killed while Joe was gone. Dude, who the fuck is gonna die at the Citadel while Joe is gone?
I was just gonna say.
is worth something.
This is 2 days, man. It's 2 days.
Yeah, they've been living without food and water anyway. Who gives a shit? Nothing
Dude, for
new.
real, you literally
Like-
saw what the peasants look like. Joe doesn't give a
Um,
fuck about them if they die. Like,
So what are we
come
like?
on,
Almost
man.
30 minutes into the movie.
They probably died the day after.
This guy finally realizes what's going on. He tries to like overtake the war rig and because the
Yeah,
whole thing is
because by the way, the way they set that up to is because obviously, like, you know, Vex brought up, like I brought up earlier, it's like you had the buzzards that got all around her because they were in territory, and Joe's forces had to go after them first, so that's why he didn't realize that. Because I have some people who were like that I've seen, not in this chat, but in other places, like, why didn't they attack them early? It's like, well, they had to get the buzzards off of them, so those guys didn't necessarily know that, oh, they're trying to stop Furiosa. It's like, no, we're being attacked. Of course they're going to stop them.
They even say, oh, she's going into dangerous territory. Like she's gonna.
Yeah.
They even say that in straight dialogue. What are you talking about? Did you watch the movie? Like,
Yeah. I like how they have this old lady fucking on like oxygen going through all this in the car.
Which, to answer, and I haven't seen this brought up in the chat either, but I've seen it brought up before. There's a lot of people who are like, why didn't Joe kill her? Because she's the one who put a shotgun in his face when he discovered that his wives were missing. I'm fairly certain she is a nurse, so she's kind of too valuable to kill. Because
she's
if
not
you
a nurse.
see,
She's a historian.
huh?
She's the woman that was taking care of all of of his prized breeders.
Well, I mean, I know that also, but also when Organic is cutting the baby out, she's kind of there assisting him off to the side.
Oh,
so I'm pretty sure she's sort of a nurse.
Yeah, what I meant by that though is like all the breeders trust her.
Yeah.
So it's easier to get them back in his good graces if someone they trust is there, because her intent was fully to stay behind and distract them while they got away. And here she is in the vehicle kind of deal. So she's a bargaining chip to Immortan Joe as much as the wives become a bargaining chip to Max for a brief period later on.
Yeah, Hostman, just because you raise up an issue doesn't mean it's a valid point too. So
exactly. That's your hater brain talking.
Right.
I like this shot here where he's looking back into the car like, what the fuck is going
it's
on?
like, what you say to me, motherfucker?
Right. Are you serious?
You know who I am? And again, like your point on Inspire, when they drive here, I'll see if I can get a little. They drive through the fucking thing here, like, yeah, you could tell it's CGI, but it's done so damn well, though, especially for what a big dust storm would, if it engulfs you like this. This is what you would imagine.
Yeah.
Listen, I do live in the fucking desert. I've been through dust storms, not to this like extent, but I've driven through fucking actual walls of dust, being in the fucking middle of nowhere in the desert. And
Okay,
it does resemble this. Sorry, guys.
Back there, it definitely looked pretty good because you can tell, like, in studio, they're like throwing shit on him. They're using using, flashing lights. Right here, though, in this back windshield, not so good.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. If you're pausing on, fucking good.
Also,
Sorry,
just to point out too, like, even though there is CG, like we see it briefly just to highlight how dangerous the storm is. Like here when they're driving into it. But when we're actually like focusing on how the characters are trying to get in, the CGI is not the point of the shot, which I think is also why this film is able to kind of get away with the whole, using CG thing, because it's never what's trying to sell you the scene at the end of the day. It's just enhancing the scene. Whereas it's vice versa now, where the CG is meant to sell a scene.
So,
in a film.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think one of the reasons why, when you'd have this practical approach and then have CG on top of it, you have great reference for your CG artists to work with, right? So they can, marry composites together because, they have white balancing and color palettes all figured out for them already, right? All they have to do is match it.
God, look at this shot. Everything here is just.
Oh yeah, the explosion. He's looking up.
Explosion. He's looking. And then it gets dark again, and Max is like, "What the fuck is
there? Is there anything in the? Because I really don't remember. But is there anything in the Mad Max world that like makes storms this big, or is it just something that was added in Fury Road?
There actually isn't. Beyond Thunderdome, there's a sandstorm near I think at the end of the film. That's an actual real. It's a real sandstorm.
This should have killed everybody.
I never made it to the end of that movie, so
understandable. It's not a good movie.
Well, aren't they still like experiencing like some weird fallout shit from the last
from the last or whatever?
So I mean, I guess you could probably blame it on that, sandstorms and lightning shit, whatever.
Like George Miller probably had
this is the wrath of Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, this is the scene.
This was I don't know. I can't tell if this was in Namibia, in South Africa, or Australia.
I think this was Namibia.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I think it's Zambia actually. Hold on.
We do know it's
Namibia.
We do know it's a nuclear apocalypse, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's set out in the introduction. Sorry, you're right. It is Namibia.
Namibia. Yeah.
Because like apparently when they went to Australia, the place that they were gonna go,
it rained,
a ton of rain, and so it looked beautiful for a little bit, and they're like, oh fuck,
What is
Yeah.
this bullshit?
And it was like a record storm too. So it was like totally unexpected. But just this shot here, it's more of that rising from the phoenix rising from the ashes to imagery of what's going to happen.
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Which we didn't even bring up the fact that he was locked in a bird cage before.
At
they
the
set
beginning,
out.
at the very beginning, when he's getting his before he gets his blood drawn from him to give power to the. Look at it's just goddamn, it's shot so damn well.
Postman,
I mean, he's just geared.
You know, this doesn't actually take place in Australia. They just shot it there, right?
Wait, what did he say? Hold on. No, storms shouldn't be possible in Australia.
Oh God!
That's why it's CGI, my friend.
Oh my God!
Also, the actors all
now,
look at this.
posted again. It's a nuclear wasteland. This is a post-apocalypse. And they even say in dialogue later on that all the soil is poison and all the water is poison.
Oh God, I fucking can't. But you people, hello Julio, thanks for joining, buddy. Oh,
And fun fact, not that anyone asks, but hydrogen warheads, when they explode, they only irradiate the ground for about 2 to 4 hours. So
that's true.
Yeah. So he's gonna
eliminate the fuel.
So he's gonna like get all this gas in his car, and he's gonna blow himself up. He's gonna get in front of the war rig, right? And then he's gonna blow himself up. So that's why he's saying, "Witness me, blood bag." That's That's their nickname for Max, blood bag. But again, it's a lot. Again, it's a lot. This is a pretty damn long sequence. There's a lot of these, but god damn, I didn't realize how long these sequences went, because not long after this, there's another action sequence when they go through that little
It
area,
also
which
helps.
we'll get to.
It also helps that this part of the film is very exciting, and there's a bunch of shit happening that's like interesting. So it whips.
Yeah.
It's also it's also super base that Furiosa wears blackface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cancel
Now
Charlize Theron.
We'll get to this part here where. So
It's
she
true,
knocks the car.
She is part black, isn't she? She's from South
She
Africa.
is.
Right?
She is South African. That's true.
What?
So
She's white as hell.
She is.
Yeah,
No, she really
Well,
is.
South Africa
white
has a
South
lot of
African.
white.
Yeah.
Well, if you watch Lethal Weapon too.
Yeah. She has diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity. So she. All right. Here's a question.
That's why Joe trusted her. She had
Here's a
diplomatic
question
immunity.
I have for the
Go
panel.
back.
For the panel, real quick. So this scene here.
Nigga,
What?
Stay on the flame. Stay on the flame. Oh my god!
Jesus
There you go.
Christ.
And then there was light.
Well, what were you gonna say now?
I was just gonna say, so this movie, remember, it was storyboarded visually by George Miller and a handful of other artists before they even came up with a script. And even if you look at the script, it's available online. It reads more like a comic book than it does an actual script, and all the storyboard is in there. But I just wanted to say, like, this is probably one of the few actually, no. Basically, every act does this, in which there is a harsh, like, color tone change where it draws out into, and then that is meant to symbolize what happens next, the end of a chapter. So I just wanted to point out the fading out thing, very reminiscent of the comic book tone that he was trying to go with for the visuals.
Very true.
Yeah, dude. He took the what's his name, Gennady Tartakovsky approach to storyboarding everything before, which I think is great, especially considering how little dialogue there is in the movie. It's just very beneficial to that.
Yep.
Oh yeah, to get your
Very
plan
true.
out and make sure that all your scenes are bringing across what they're supposed to. Yeah, it's super important.
Yeah.
All my favorite movies, whenever I like do sort of like a homework on it, I always it always comes up like, yeah, we storyboarded the shit out of this, and it's like, oh, okay. Like Lord of the Rings, they actually made like an animated film of it.
They did.
Before they started shooting it.
Now I have a question. When they do the car flipping and you see him like getting pushed out of the car, obviously. I know it's obviously this is a movie, but one of the things when I was with my buddy was like, yeah, this is retarded because he would be fucking dead the way he hits the ground. Obviously, of course. So he's like, it ruins the movie for me. I'm like, that's gonna ruin the whole movie for you after all the shit we've seen so far. Like, it should.
Yeah, it wasn't the truck driving right on the edge of the twister, but not getting sucked up like the car.
Him bouncing around in the fucking sand. Like, yeah, of course they get pushed up, they crash down. Yeah, he probably would be dead but whatever. You get like
we actually see quite a few people take some falls like this,
Yeah.
including quite a few stunt people. So yes, I think you could argue that he's very fortunate not to be dead, but it's not impossible.
I think it's meant to be symbolic more than anything because he's literally rising from the ashes in this scene that follows.
Yeah. Right.
Well, yeah, that's definitely part they're going for. But I'm just saying, if you are divorcing yourself from the thematic elements, then I can understand why you'd have an issue with that. But I don't think it's a big thing.
I mean, we saw a dude take a fucking nail gun to the face literally like 5 minutes before the scene, and that didn't break immersion for you.
No, I can't watch Rocky because he should have died 400 punches ago. You know, I just can't enjoy it.
I think when he got to fight the Russian Drago by the fort, his head should have been clean knocked off.
They should have died from CTE.
I mean, I think that you do got to think of it like, kind of like a comic book or kind of like a character. Just they're having a moment of like, oh fuck, I just went through a whole lot here, and it's okay in every single fucking anime, but not here. I'd have to be okay with it here.
Yeah. But I like this scene when he comes up out of the sand again, slow motion used properly, Mr. Snyder. Thank you. And then he's like, it's like a rebirth for him at this point, right? Again, done well, and he's like, I hate sand.
Gets everywhere.
It gets it. It's cold. Oh god. Yeah, and then at this point, he's trying to figure out how to get this chain off, how to get the mask off, and he sees the destruction. And I don't know, man. This poor war boy's been through a lot, huh?
Oh yeah,
yeah. And again, he's trying to figure out a method to get it off. He sees the shotgun, and he's literally going to blow his fucking hand off. And he's about to do it, and it doesn't work because it misfires because it's damaged. Obviously, the shotgun. And he's like, "God damn it!"
Kind of reminded me of that big dude in Gladiator, that little guy he was attached to on the chain. Like,
oh yeah,
right
off. His hand off after he gets stabbed. He's like, "Get off of me!" And he starts like hitting people with the hand.
And then it cuts to the war rig. So they're obviously out of the sand, but they're trying to get their the dust and all the shit out of the engines, and it's resting. And this is where you see Max. Now again, a point of contention here because there's a scene coming up where he has to fight Furiosa, and of course, immediately one of the arguments I saw online recently, this weekend from Rewatch, is that she overpowers him. That's why and I'm like, what? He's got a chain on him. He's got a guy.
He's chained to a guy. He's had a bunch of his blood drained, so he's clearly weakened. There's 4 women that are actually helping her quite a bit in this, and he still overpowers her.
And he sees them with the water. I like this scene. He's like licking his lips. He's just like,
don't fucking shoot that shotgun like that. That's gonna break your wrist.
It's terrible.
Well, he knows it can't fire at this point, so he's just using it to threaten.
Right.
And you can even see just before he goes like in front of them while he's behind the truck, he does the face where he's like, "Fuck, I really have to do this with a shotgun that doesn't work." He has that expression. Just it's there for a split second, but it's still there.
Is this like a chastity belt? What is it? Is that
what
it's called?
It's basically a chastity belt.
Spikes by the vagina. That's always
nice.
Ouch.
So there's
Fear ye all who enter.
This is I think this is more a reference to what they explore more in the comic books, but Rictus Erectus in particular, he tended to be very violent with the women, and it wasn't uncommon that sometimes some of his other sons would
Wait, can I point out a comment that Hosie just made, because this is just lame. Why are they wearing chastity belts if they're little birds? I don't know. Who do you think has the key and the combination of these? I wonder. Oh my gosh!
Well, they're only meant to breed with him, so like of course he's gonna protect. So they can't get graped, as they would say, because they have these fucking he's protecting them.
I mean, they're still getting graped, but now they can just get graped by one man.
By him, right. With the tumors and the dust on his. It's such a great move. Yeah, so this is them with the and then you get the view of the
we talk about some good looking women, my gosh.
Yeah, eye candy. And it's 2 of them are pregnant, right? And 2 arms, right?
Yeah.
3 arms. Something like that. 2 of them. Yeah. It's a good shot there too.
And splendid Ankara.
This is good visual storytelling. You're getting everything in this image. The water, you're getting all the girls visualized, the war rig and Max all in one shot. It's great.
So they
That's a
make
good shot.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is where we get like a little bit of background too as to what these women like what their plan is. And I just want to there's 5 women and then there's Furiosa. There's 6 altogether and they keep talking about this place with the great mothers and everything like that. So I thought it was very interesting that even though all 5 of these women seem to just be like placeholder characters, they all actually end up representing like different goddess archetypes. And the fact that they're all dressed kind of in a Grecian style, all wearing white as well, the only thing that really differentiates them is the hairstyle. That's how you're able to figure out who is who. So I thought that was actually a really interesting touch that I didn't even notice until 20 minutes before this stream when I was rewatching it. Is so like you have kind of like Splendid is like the beautiful one. She's kind of she's the meter in this sense. Then Dag is Persephone, where she's always kind of talking about like the more natural stuff and all of that. Toast is Athena because she knows how to load the guns. She understands what war is like. Capable is more Aphrodite, and we see that when she tries to connect with Nuts later on in the film. And then Cheeto is just kind of like Artemis, in which she's kind of like almost willingly like ignorant or doesn't want to accept things. And then Furiosa is quite literally the fighter.
Artemis
It's also
Roman?
pardon?
Sorry to break your thing, but isn't Artemis Roman? Or am I got that backwards?
She shows up in Rome and Grecian like Greek. Sorry, there's a translation into both. She goes.
Plus,
under
the
a
Romans
different
were
name,
just
though.
culture thieves anyway. So
Yeah.
Hold on.
Anyway.
They have
Hold on.
America's not at all.
names, dude.
How dare you talk about my people?
Postman literally thinks that a devoted servant wouldn't possibly fall to the temptation of using his pecker to a bunch of beautiful women. So he's like, oh, they don't need the chastity belts. That doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, men never give in to temptation ever.
No.
All
Also,
these
just
names.
the-
just-
Nipples. Nipples. Sorry.
There's something that I wish that actually no, I don't wish. I'm glad that they didn't show it because ultimately it doesn't influence the plot whatsoever. But Furiosa being the leader of all of these women also plays in pretty well because she says to Max later on, like, "How did you end up there?" She's like, "I was traded." She was actually traded to become a breeder for Joe. So Joe had also raped her at some point, and it turned out that she was infertile. So the only reason that she like became an imperator, became who she is because there was no other use for her. And she had managed to like prove herself as a warrior, and she actually hated all these fucking women when she first met them as well, which I thought was really funny because she looked at them and said, "Why are you complaining when you're given the cushiest lifestyle possible?" And it's only then that she started to learn, like, oh, what's happening to them happened to me, but they didn't have the opportunity to get away from it like I did.
Right,
So
right.
even when you look at the way Furiosa is styled, she is quite literally mimicking the lifestyle that she lives in, which is a predominantly male one. So it's not to say fuck you to any patriarchy or anything like that. It's literally because she learned she needed to be a boy to get along with the boys.
Yeah.
God damn. Well, the show's over, people. We're gonna go ahead.
Well
and head out.
like 3 clicks ago, I think
Sorry.
Tom Hardy definitely had a good. I don't know, just looked like
here?
how Mel Gibson looked back in the movies. Yeah, as
Yeah.
far as
Right
like
here?
that deadpan look. Like I'm wary of everybody.
Oh, right here.
You know?
Yeah.
There's no way
Um,
Tom Hardy didn't like look into Mel Gibson's performance and try to
Absolutely.
emulate
He
just a little bit
he
of
went
it.
to Mel Gibson about this part and got his blessing.
Yep.
Right
Yeah,
on.
because Mel Gibson
Yeah.
said he was too old. He said, "I think I'm too old." But also, all these
Gibson
ladies'
didn't
names,
even want to do Beyond Thunderdome at first. They had to pay him a lot.
No. Yeah.
Which
It didn't work. It
he
didn't
probably
work
still
out very
wishes
well.
he didn't.
Yeah.
I think
Especially that second
people are
half.
putting too much into these ladies' names because they're just basically ghetto women names. Cheeto, come on.
Stripper names.
Just to add on too, so like when Max is looking at them, he symbols like, I need the water, right? Because now he's got an opportunity for something that he actually needs. And this is meant to be the first step, which kind of shows that these two need to be in Max and Furiosa in particular need to be interdependent on one another to achieve the redemption that they both seek, which is quite similar. They've both let down people. We don't get that backstory as much for Furiosa, but we get it for Max. For Furiosa, you can kind of infer it. She's been driving a rig. She knows what the war boys, she knows what Joe is capable of. She knows that they're doing heinous people, but she went along with it anyways. So you can infer this all by the world building that we've seen so far.
so far.
By the way,
Yeah.
I will probably forever associate the line "furious vexation" with Vex now.
Vex. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I would love to see a girl cut a
Yeah.
chain with
Or
one
is
of
it
those.
Furious? Yeah.
Is that a furious vexation?
Vexation.
Oh,
Yeah.
changing name right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what the heck?
Yeah, this is pretty good. And then
Hollywood
this is
does this a
where-
lot. Those quote unquote bolt cutters would not fucking cut that.
No,
chain.
they
I'm
wouldn't work
sorry.
on that
At all.
No. But I like this part. So she's having trouble, and then this is where Furiosa has a chance.
I think the
to-
camera work is really good in this part because they literally they wait for a moment where he's because
He has to
they're
strike-
showing the camera his perspective. They wait for a moment when he would be blind to Furiosa, and in the next shot she is dashing right towards him.
Yeah,
It's like
and
she
this is
picks
where-
her spot.
This is where she's on top of him trying to fight him, and he's like, "I'll eat your liver with some." Never mind. Look at that fucking mask. Like everything just looks so damn good. That every design.
I just noticed the piece on the front of his face is a garden tool. You can see
Yeah,
where
it is.
the wood
Yeah, it
flail
is.
handle would go in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
It's fantastic. And then again,
Um,
he's every time he starts to win, they pull this chain back, or you know what I mean. There's something limiting him. So I don't get that whole thing about.
It's a fucking matriarchy holding him back. That's what it is.
Yes. And everything he does, he would have like look. She's sitting there bleeding. Like he's kicking her
Like a
ass when he-
dumbass.
Yeah.
And he goes after the gun that she
She's
sort of
got
like-
she's hiding underneath the orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's got a lot
which
of
is
hidden
a
gun
good
spots.
hiding too.
Yeah.
She breaks it open to grab it, and then he goes after it. And it's like it's
Yeah,
a little game of tug of war. Like the wives are
Yeah.
trying to hold Max back, then Nux is pulling her back.
Yeah, Nux
and-
wakes up and he's like, "Oh, we can capture her." And there it is. I love this part. Being a gun owner, especially the way he does this shit is so smooth. Where he grabs the clip and boom, 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 fires.
Can we play that actually? Because I really loved that.
I do
Hold on,
too.
let me
I think
see.
it's great.
I'm trying to. Is this it right here?
No, it's after
It might
this.
be. Yeah, it's right
No,
after
no,
this. I think.
forward.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
it's right
is
here. Right here.
Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Water.
I think we can
Wait.
go a little bit farther. Yeah. Because he's got her face down. Yeah. Okay.
It's
now
right
go back.
before that. Yeah.
sorry.
All right, hold on. I don't want to. It's right around.
And
here,
by
think.
the way, there are some people I've seen before who gripe about him fire like, oh, they're wasting bullets, and I'm like, they are literally next to a bullet
So
farm.
badass.
They're literally next to a bullet farm.
he
Yeah,
just
exactly,
smashes the
exactly.
gun down
The
on
way
clip.
it's just the smooth way he cocks the gun and fucking arms it. It's like you
Yeah,
can tell.
doesn't he
obviously,
like push it into the ground to cock
yeah,
it
into
back?
the it's like in the
Yeah, he
off
does.
his back almost. It's like he. Oh,
But yeah,
that's just a
Nux
smooth
Nux
way.
holds it up and he pulls it down to just boom, boom, boom. It's very.
Just a smooth way of doing that.
Oh,
And by the way,
Hosting
Hosty, if you're,
says
it's like she's deaf
Yes,
now. It's
they
like
do
yeah, like
acknowledge
every
it in the
yeah,
fucking scene. They literally acknowledge it when.
Yeah, and by
Max
the way-
gets shot, they acknowledge the sound going down,
Yeah.
dude.
And
it
by
is
the way,
there.
every action movie ever that shoots guns, everyone
Yeah,
just
everyone.
will have
Like
it's
in
like you
Rambo.
can bring this problem up with every action.
We're gonna
movie
watch
ever, just
Rambo
about.
next week, where he's shooting machine guns next to him, and in nothing, you know.
You ever
Just,
notice in action movies they're almost never wearing earplugs?
Sorry, before you move on from that
Oh,
shot,
sorry,
if you can
sorry,
go
sorry,
back,
my bad. Of course.
just real quick, this is also another way in which this is one of many ways this movie shows that women literally cannot match men in any way. The way that he decided to reload and then what's the like cock the gun, like put what's the word I'm looking
She
for?
said, "Cock the gun."
Sorry, what's the word I'm looking for when you pull the
hammer back?
Yeah, we pull like he does it with like basically
Hammer
his back
time?
or something like that. A woman wouldn't be able to do that whatsoever. And whenever
No,
we
it's
see
it's not easy. It's not easy to do.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
what am
it's
I
just like it's just how women
Like racking
naturally
the
are,
slide.
right?
Pulling
When
the
he
slide
rack,
back
when
is
he
stupid
racks the
easy.
slide. No,
It's easy.
It is, but I've never seen a woman who could do it the way he did it. In this movie.
A woman doesn't have the hand strength to be able to do that without using both of her hands.
Well.
A man does.
Yeah,
Just
men
naturally.
rule.
I gotta have a
That's why
gun
we
to
get
test
paid
this
more,
out,
I
dude.
guess.
I want to see
Yeah.
uninspired. Rack the gun, baby. Rack. Are you allowed to
Dude,
have
for
guns? in
real.
France? What the fuck, man.
That should be how they determine salary. It's like they hand you a gun. It's
Rack-
like one
rack
hand
the
or
gun.
two hands. If it's two hands, you get a woman's salary.
I will say when you
70% of it.
Yeah, if you've never done it before, it takes some practice, but you can do it. But I love the way he does it. So smooth, and you can tell he's got experience. He's a cop. Like he's He's trained. It was so badass though, the way he did it. So
Oh yeah,
badass.
I think I rewatched that specific
It's so
like,
good.
7-second clip like 3
Oh,
times.
it's so good.
Can we watch
Yeah.
it again? It was so cool. Oh
Damn it!
Gotta fucking find it again.
Now I gotta go
10
fucking
seconds.
look for it again.
I just played.
Jesus fucking Christ! There goes my stream.
It's okay. It's
Stop,
gonna, it's
stop,
gonna
stop.
happen.
Hold on. Now we can go again.
God, it's so
he
cool.
okay, so he cocks it
It's so
behind his
smooth.
back. Does he have like a belt on or something?
No, I think he does it on his boots or something.
It was
No,
Yeah, that
would
would make more sense. He does it behind his
Yeah,
back.
plus you can see the little ridge. Right
She's like,
there.
God, the man got me. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
still
it's like-
smooth as fuck. Like
It's fucking badass.
you never used a
Look
gun
at this
before,
guy.
and I hand
Look
you
at
the
Nux.
parts.
Look at Nux's face. We got her, and he's
Glory be, blood bag.
You know, and they're all like right behind them. Look in the distance. Again, they're just like he knows they're coming up. It's like, oh
Yeah,
man.
your looming
Fucking
threat
great
is
shot.
literally there.
It's
I like
right
it that they
when-
shook the camera right when he was
Yes,
shooting, too, just
yes.
to
I
add
even- okay,
emphasis to the scene
Great
there.
effect.
I
Great
even
effect.
appreciate this little tiny detail when he's going back to get the bolt cutters.
Mhm.
He's kind of rushing back a little bit, and Max stops him for he's like, hey, because he's like, hey, if you go too far, you're gonna pull me back again and they'll
Yep.
get me.
Yep.
Just
yep.
that little bit of detail. It's like that's good. That's well thought out.
It's
Yeah.
another great shot here. God damn, he's had some. Miller had some great looking shots in this fucking movie.
Oh gosh.
Keep it in your
And
pants.
I gotta
Gordon.
say,
Jesus
I have to say his last name, Nicholas Hoult. Hoult.
Holt,
Holt,
yeah.
He's amazing in this. He's really, really
Yeah.
good. In
He's
this.
Oh, this is good too. This is Splendid, right? This is the kind of like the head.
Yep.
Yeah, so she going back to the car.
Splendid.
She's like, I'm going to the green. And I love how Max is like, fuck you, and he fires the shot, and it nicks her leg. Like he's like, bitch, don't test me, please. And you have to be a really damn good. Now I don't know. Some people are like, oh, it was accidental. Like he got close. Like no, he did it on purpose. He knows what he's doing with that fucking.
Yeah,
gun.
watch out, Frito Lay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
but-
like, you know how fucking accurate you have to be to
If you can load a gun like that, you're pretty fucking accurate.
You're
with it.
pretty accurate.
Within
Way he
100
sh-
feet.
Yeah, he's like, woman, you ain't going nowhere. Again, another beautiful shot. It's like, fuck, dude.
How is a
and then
kill
they-
switch contrived, Hosty? How
Oh,
is that
Jesus
contrived?
Christ.
They're like the most valuable vehicle you have. Why would you not have a kill switch? Oh, it's contrived.
Dude,
That's
heavy equipment
retarded.
in real life have kill
Why
switches.
couldn't they have Glocks in that time period?
Oh
It's
no,
like
just,
kill switches are a real thing.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Go ahead. What were you saying, Vex?
No, I think Glocks came out well after the world had ended in the Mad Max universe. That's all.
Oh, okay. see
I
what
think
you
like Glock, the brand, is about since like '82. So I don't know what year. I mean, I don't know exactly what year this is supposed
no,
to.
you're right. 1982.
mean. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Goodwin.
So when's
it
the
was
apocalypse
designed-
supposed
yeah.
to take place in this
First
universe?
of all, Glocks are fucking overrated anyway. So
They are.
Sorry, what did you say, amateur?
sorry.
When was the apocalypse in this universe supposed to take place? Or
Well,
is it
would've
an
taken-
alternate timeline completely?
It would have taken place in. So if this is between, you said this is between the first and second Mad Max movie, or second and
No,
third?
No,
like
like
the apocalypse.
The
in general.
apocalypse. Was it?
No,
would
no,
it
I'm
have
just
been
trying
like
to-
the 70s or something? 'Cause
Yeah,
of the
that's why I'm
cars?
trying to place it, right? So depending on when this was, the first Mad Max movie was like 79. I
Yeah,
think?
so the Glock's
Yeah.
a complete
Yeah.
anachronism.
No, so that's a fair criticism.
That's a
then.
fair,
Yeah.
no, that's a good point. That's a good point. Should have went Smith and Wesson anyway. Anyway.
Yeah, the opening caption on the original film was a few, when it was originally made, 79, when it was released, and it says a few years from now.
Yeah.
So,
I like how she tells the girls, like, if you want to get through this, listen to me. And Max takes the truck off. And you got to imagine what they're thinking here. Like, oh, fuck. She's telling them that probably to comfort them. But how do you get out of this?
Well, no,
It's
like I said, she's got a kill switch on that thing, so she knows.
Oh,
that thing's
she
gonna
knows.
stop.
She knows.
Yeah,
That's
she
right,
knows
yeah.
that's gonna stop.
That's true. And then, so
And
she
by,
runs up to him and
the
tells him.
Toasty's all pissy about it. It's like, Max had a kill switch in Road Warrior. That's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
Dude,
He
it's
literally, it's
literally
like
some
he
of the most
literally
valuable
had
stuff
his car
ever.
ready to explode if anyone tried to steal from him.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
thing.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
this
they
is
just
funny
have
where-
OnStar.
Yeah. Satellites. Yeah, this is where the car dies, obviously, and she catches up. Like, listen, bitch. So they basically compromise, like, hey, but he doesn't. He only wants to take her, right? Initially, and then
He's like, fine, you can come,
Survival.
and then she's like, not without them. He's like, well, so we wait.
yeah,
And she's like, you're relying on the gratitude of a very bad man, and so he's basically having to negotiate. It's like, look, I can get that thing off of you, and everything's like,
right.
Oh, he's like,
and then he's like, we're gonna wait.
I like the Fallout 4 shoulder pad armor.
Yeah,
I get it's like a sling for her like fake arm or whatever, but it's just, it makes me laugh. It's so silly.
like
the
his-
shoulder
I like
pads
it-
make no sense.
I just love his mannerisms here. His looks at her. He's just like staring off to the side. Like it's fucking Tom Hardy's a good actor.
The sound editing in this scene in particular, because the switch,
Fantastic.
you hear her voice echo into the car, which I think is like, it's pretty magnificent. Because I can't think of any other movie where I've been able to hear the distinction of someone talking outside a car versus inside a car, which is pretty cool.
No, it makes
I don't
sense.
know about
The
the car, but Master and Commander is some of the best sound editing ever done.
Great. fucking
Okay,
movie.
I gotta.
You want a
rewatch that.
sound movie? That's a fucking
oh,
sound
Master
movie.
and Commander. It's
Dude,
brilliant.
I watched it last week.
Oh, it's so
Dude, I
good.
watch it every month. It's like a religion now.
Oh,
It's such a good movie.
that movie
Every
is like
month?
uber freaking masculine too.
Maybe not
Oh,
every
yeah.
month, but every time I'm
It's a
like
good
by
movie.
myself and bored, I'll just get drunk and watch Master. and
Well,
Commander.
that it came out with didn't that come out during Pirates of the Caribbean? Is that kind of got
Yeah,
foreshadowed?
it got
Yeah.
slaughtered
Well,
by
no,
pirates.
it came out the same year I think as Return of the King.
Yeah, it came
Oh,
out in
sh-
between them, and it did
Mhm.
horribly.
Yeah.
Because that,
Good movie,
and not to mention the trailer for it sucked. They put like this.
Yeah,
really
yeah,
dumb
yeah,
music
they
on
couldn't
it.
sell the
And for
movie.
Russell Crowe movies, it's better than Gladiator. It's better.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It is a-
100%
it is a
better.
much better film than Gladiator.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I like this.
I like
part where he-
Gladiator too, though.
Yeah,
I
I do too.
mean,
I do too. It's great.
I like
but-
this is the part where he grabs all the weapons, right? Is this
Yeah.
where he's like finding all the?
He
I
knows
love
she's
this shit.
crafty.
Well,
And
it's
I love it.
interesting because like
Fucking
it's not even him
Elvis Bone
finding
shift
weapons,
knob.
you know.
Sorry.
It's like it's the way that he knows instinctively where in a car you can hide weapons.
Yeah, because he knows what
and
he's doing.
he takes
Sure.
it directly. Yeah, I mean, this entire sequence that we've seen for the past like 5 minutes, it just shows Max's skills. It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, he is a skilled fighter. It's like, no, he took down Furiosa almost single-handedly. He knows how to
Yeah.
reload the gun very fast.
he's
He
not
knows how to
stupid.
pick up the
No.
clips. He knows how to find the guns. And
I just
he
love-
also knows how
yeah.
to drive the rig, which is
Yeah.
like
Even
so
then
much so.
too, like, oh, sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
Just on top of that too, like that's the cop training coming into play, right? And on top
100%.
of that, again, this movie is super fucking based. It's just a man understands. So a man will adapt to his situation. A woman will try to change it instead to fit their own needs. So
Boom!
already he's going in knowing like these bitches are going
He's
to be
going in, all
crafty.
right.
Right? I know I need to watch my own back because they're trying to kill me as well. So he immediately adapts to this situation inside this truck instead of trying to just base
I just
movie.
lo-
Base
I love his
movie.
face here. He's got the tool in the back of the fucking
Yeah.
thing. Trying to his face is like, but I love one thing again. These little things I noticed. Still the fact that he's looking in every nook and cranny, pulling out any weapon that he. I was like, this is fucking cool because that's.
I love
exactly
it
what you would have
when
to do.
he flicks his fingers. You know, he clicks his fingers like
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and he's pointing. Woman, listen to me. But yeah. There you go, snapping his fingers.
I think Hostman is literally just trying to fuck with us.
I
Oh,
think he's
Jesus Christ.
desperate to find criticism.
Yeah,
So and if
Hostman-
he gets like a couple, it'll be like, see, it's terrible.
Yeah,
It's
they
like
keep
Hosty, it's okay if you don't like the movie. It's
For real, dude.
okay.
It's okay.
But you've got
It's
so
okay.
little on this. You've got so little on this.
Oh, look
God,
at that.
this
The
is-
color palette has completely changed.
Yeah, that's normal. There you go, Whitey. Normal color paletting. You happy now? God damn.
Yay.
Reminds me of Holes suddenly.
Yeah. This is where she sees him in the distance. Okay, so now they're going into enemy territory again, but you find out why here soon. But yeah, they see all these. Well, they see the war factions coming, right? They're gathering because of Immortan Joe. Like there's, I forgot what the fucking guy, the guy with the nipple rings who's got his fat. I forgot what. And are they all family or are they just?
They're all his sons.
They're all his sons. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
That's the
They even said they call him dad in the first 3 minutes of the film.
This guy's sexy. I don't know about you, but
people eater.
Hosty, you didn't have any valid criticisms. We answered all of them. We literally answered all of them.
That's true.
Every
Yeah,
freaking one of them we answered.
They
If we answered them, they cease to be valid. That's how that works.
Yeah.
oh
I think he was saying that if Max has a kill switch in his car, why can't he disable the kill switch on his own? This isn't his car though, and it's
That's like saying
sequence.
If I have a combination lock, why can't I disable everyone's combination lock?
It's true.
Yeah, so they know they're up against some shit, but then something happened. Oh no! So the thing in whatever the thing all the way in the back, it starts dragging because Nux snuck back on and he's trying to slow them down. So
Yeah,
he disabled
he took out the brakes or something.
the hydraulics of the brakes or something.
All
so
you'd have to do is cut the airlines and the spring brakes would lock up.
Yeah,
sorry.
so like
I used to be a truck driver.
No, you're good. God, look at these shots again. God,
so good.
God, it's just beautiful. Yeah, so he goes back there and he puts it back together, and as again, it's just them going into this. Yeah, he finally gets I was so fucking relieved when he finally got this thing off. Every time I watch this, I'm like, thank fucking God. It was giving me fucking anxiety.
It's a great fucking element though, because it does probably
it was
exactly what the director wanted. Yeah, exactly.
I was like, God damn, dude. And you finally you're like, oh, I felt free. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's a killer. That's a killer device.
What were you saying, Bex?
It's no. I just wanted to add on. It's very symbolic of he's finally being unshackled from his demons, and he's on the path to redemption starting now. This is
Django
the first
is
act.
finally unchained. Yeah, of course.
And that's why the color change is different.
Look, they're trying to grape Nux. Listen, boy.
Well, no, Nux tries to attack
I know.
Furiosa. Yeah, and then
I was being
sorry.
Take this, you powder-looking motherfucker.
I was being autistic, Max. Jesus.
Sorry. I'm autistic for this movie, so you'll have to.
Yes.
No, I love it. Yeah, this is a good scene, though. I mean, you would figure. Yeah, look at his face here. No, I live, I die, I live again.
Okay, can we
he
pause
looking
for
at
a
the
second?
camera?
Can we
I am
pause
paused.
pull up
I am
Postman's
paused.
retarded comment, which we've answered already in full? Okay, why didn't Joe leave behind people to guard his Citadel?
Asked and answered. Just say that. Asked and answered, man.
Okay, how did Furiosa sneak all the brides out? Already answered. Why didn't the sandstorm kill them if the ground is toxic? We also already answered that. How did Nux's wreck delay them?
I think he's talking about the very end where he literally blocks the path.
The literal fucking path, dude. Host, are you retarded? Dude, I don't know, man.
He literally creates a multi-car pileup at the end that blocks the path the way the rocks do earlier in the film.
No, we did answer. I thought they did answer. They answered like
we did
times,
answer.
No?
You just don't like the answers. I mean, just because you don't like the answers doesn't mean they're answered.
Yeah, Flass is just like fucking.
Flass just likes to be
Fuck you. Oh shit! Oh, that was fucking.
What a
great.
schlanger!
What a
schlanger!
Look at that smeg out here.
You smeg. Oh god.
Yes, Yosman, the rock slide did delay them. They literally have to. They literally are pulling rocks out. That's what a delay is.
And
they wouldn't have otherwise had to pull the rocks.
Right. One car gets through because they pull out the rock. Only one car is able to get through, by the way. So it did work. It did work.
Oh god. Oh, this is really. Oh, this. Okay, Vex. Now let's go back.
Go back here. So,
go ahead.
Nux tries to sneak up, and the women all time up because they all agreed they're not going to fight, right? And then this is the second instance in the film where the feminist dialogue and messaging comes in. But again, if you're not taking in the context that these women were literally kidnapped, imprisoned, then raped for one man's desires to breed. All this logic makes complete sense.
It's woke.
Right? So like he's saying like, no, he promised me that I'll go to Valhalla, like I'll die, and then I'll live again kind of deal. And it's like, who do you think destroyed the world? I think that's also just as much as it might pique you to think, oh, it's men, and that seems like the obvious answer. The movie actually does a good job of keeping that in like very vague. As we'll learn later on when they get to quote unquote the green place. I have facts, people. I have facts. Okay, I'm waiting.
I can't wait. She can't wait to get to the trivia. It's gonna be like longer than the stream.
It's 6 pages.
Ooh,
6 pages. God damn. All right, I'm down. I'm really excited actually. No, you know what? I was upset. There was some casting trivia that she broke my heart on. somebody
Aw.
wasn't mentioned, but
Christopher Walken.
Yeah, there's no Christopher Walken. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I'm not gonna.
Did you tell Vex that Christopher Walken was in the trivia last week?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Vex. I
Oh,
totally
yeah.
forgot. He actually was supposed to play the old man in Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Christopher Walken. He just turned it down. So
Yeah,
of course,
you did tell me that. Yeah.
of course, there was 5 minutes of us doing Christopher Walken and talking to Caesar impressions. So that was pretty fucking funny. I have to clip that out at some point in my life. Yeah. So this is where they knocks off the war rig. But yeah, I think this is the one thing I did mention to you, Vex. I said I did notice it with the specific dialogue, but I was like, okay, it didn't bother me. It didn't take me out of the movie. I was like, I noticed it, but whatever. Like, it was
But
the
it's
only
not
part
out
of the
of context. Like as
No,
the
no.
film progresses, like a lot of why these women act the way they do totally makes sense. Just like how all the men acting a certain way also makes sense. Like if you're taking it all out of context, you can make this a super feminist film. Yes.
Oh no, here he comes. He did it, Flaccid. Thanks. Thank you, Flaccid, you fucker. You know what? Just for you, here, I'm gonna say this.
Why did you say that, Dad?
Sorry, I had to. He's missing a boot here too, which wasn't there some symbolism to that with the boot missing?
There was. So when they first find Max in the desert, he loses a shoe that way, and then when they go through the wreck and everything, he takes one of his shoes, right? So that's why he's missing a shoe here. But this comes back to play both in the plot and symbolically later. So when we get there, we'll get there.
We get there, yeah. Yeah, and again, this is where they're going through that little alleyway, or whatever, in the desert, and then so he does. Is this where she tells him how to
she
run
made a deal. Yeah, she made a deal with these guys in the canyon for safe passage, and part of it was the gasoline tank that's hooked onto the back of this war rig. But the deal was she was going to be alone, which is why there's this hiding space.
Cannoli, can you go
underneath the
back
rig.
2 shots real quick? Just
Of course, buddy.
I'll say it later, but go ahead, Vex.
No, that's why we see this little. That's why the rig has this little undercarriage thing for them to hide in, right? And then she explains like it's going to be trouble if you're here too. So he finally just like, okay, I'll listen to you this once and sneak in. This is a moment where they are dependent and actually finally starting to listen to each other instead of fight each other on everything.
Yeah, mutual trust develops fast under pressure when your life is threatened.
Fuck yeah, when your life's on the line, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta trust people. Oh, sorry, what were we gonna say, Gord, about the
I was just gonna say is like when I was rewatching the old ones, I was a little concerned. Well, not concerned, but I was like, oh, I don't think he's wearing the leg brace in Fury. He is. They actually kept that on. Nice little bit of continuity, because if you remember the first Mad Max, his leg gets run over by a motorcycle.
Yes.
So he's worn that leg brace ever since. Now I will say this, and good news, Hosty, you'll love this. There is an actual legit criticism you can make later in the scene. An actual criticism. It's not world breaking. It's not completely illogical, but the way it's filmed probably should have been done differently.
Real quick, John Douglas. I was talking to Vex about this yesterday. The game Mad Max is completely underrated, and it's fantastic.
Oh, I think it's great.
And it's the same people that made it's the same people that made the the Arkham series. So the fighting style is very similar. Yeah, fantastic games. So our game, if you haven't played it, get it. It is worth every penny. You get to build a car, it's fucking fantastic.
There's I just ordered a copy earlier today because I remember I was working at
GameStop?
EB Games, now GameStop, when that game came out. So I remember that launch and I was kind of upset. It was a limited run game. They don't print it anymore.
Yeah, no, they don't. It's a shame. It's a fantastic. I wish they would have made more, but the game just never hit. But it's so good. You'll love it. You'll love it. Oh, Hostman, stop it.
Yes, we answered, then dismissed. They were wrong.
We literally answered all your legitimate criticism.
We did. What was the name of this group again? That's chasing she made the deal with. Do we remember? I forgot.
This is the Bullet Farm people.
That's
No.
right.
No, not the ones that she made the group the
Yeah,
deal
this
with.
is the Bullet Farm people. No.
I thought these were the Bullet Farmers.
No. Bullet Farm has an association with the Citadel, and that's one of the armies that is coming for them that you see in
Citadel.
Citadel.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. What did I say? What is this?
Citadel. Oh, it's got to be clipped. Somebody timestamp this, please.
Y'all better Citadel.
Oh, commodities, skedaddle. You know, these are legendary effects moments here.
So basically, I thought she had made a deal with the bullet farm. So I might be wrong then.
No,
I might
it's
be wrong then.
yeah. When there's a shot here, that the guys.
I got a long
Words are
weekend.
hard for a woman,
I gotta
okay?
clip this shit.
There's a scene where they're looking out and they see the three separate armies. So one is from the Citadel, one is from the bullet farm, and one is from the gas town.
Okay.
So these are raiders of some kind. They have a name. I can't remember what it is though.
Gotcha.
They're completely separate.
Gotcha.
Yeah, these are just the dudes on bikes.
Yeah, these are just bikers then. Okay.
Yeah.
So this part here was another part that I saw online was being pointed out. So he doesn't give the name because he doesn't trust her.
We are so saying later in the stream that they're gonna skedaddle to the skedaddle.
Yeah. So she says, if I call you fool, right? They go, oh, well, of course you would call the man a fool. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like,
Well, again,
that's what you're picking out.
you got to think of the context of all of this, right? Like, he wanted to kill her initially. She also has her own bad history with men, kind of deal. She's also trying to protect these women. She also knows the place that she's going to is exclusively full of women as well, from her memory. So when you think fool in the context of everything that's happened and what these women are experiencing, it totally makes sense. It also comes off more as a fun jab than it does.
It's a friendly little kind of.
And plus, he doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to give his.
By
name,
the
so
way, would you guys remember the kill switch sequence after one try? I got lost.
Obviously, I wouldn't need to because if I already owned one, I already know the code to every one of them in existence.
I'm retarded, so I was like, I didn't know what the fuck. I was like, oh yeah, press this button. I was like, I mean, but I love his look though. He's just looking. He nods his head just slightly. Like, I got it. Don't worry.
It's like I got it.
I would have fucked up for real.
Yeah. I would have been like, we're gonna die because I don't know what the fuck you just said, woman.
I said, you got a piece of paper. You got
can I write this down?
Postman, what does that even mean? It's context sensitive, meaning it's sensitive to. What does that even mean?
Wait, what? What did he say?
Man, stop! Why do you guys keep addressing him? Dude, he's just saying nonsense.
It's fun
because he is our hater. Okay, we have to address.
Yeah, he's the resident hater. I know Goodwin is too, but he's just being funny. But
he's the avatar for all the worst criticisms about this movie.
Right.
Yeah, this is where she gets it. I like the little the arm and the skeleton hand.
Oh my gosh! How long? Well, why didn't he disassemble it? How long do you think that takes, Toasty? He had about 5 minutes of a head start. If they get there and kill him, it's like, oh, that's kind of retarded.
Yeah. So she gets out.
It takes a few seconds to enter a sequence. It takes several minutes probably to disassemble a kill switch.
Yeah.
Good
and as
man.
this movie has
and by the way, it's literally installed. Part of it is installed on the panel as she just showed.
Yeah.
And you also have to know that it exists in the first place.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Know where to look.
I like I like this part here where she's like, they're like, oh, you're, something about we didn't expect all these. You said a few people following you, not the whole fucking.
You got three. I count 3 war parties.
Yeah. She's like, yeah, well, I got unlucky. In this.
Okay, so the way this is filmed, this is like I said. I think this is a genuine criticism you can make. So he is ducked down here with her. So. Now there is a part where you can hear them coming, and they allude to he hears them, but the timing of it, he would have to be extremely quick to get from where she shouts full to him starting.
And
he does that very quickly. So the timing is definitely, I'd say, too fast. It's not utterly implausible if it's timed perfectly, but they don't show exactly when he gets up to get ready.
This real quick. So she yells "fool," and it's like.
And literally, So I think that's a legitimate criticism you can make about that part. That's kind of implausible.
Yeah.
Finally, criticism. See,
there you go.
After
that
an
might
hour,
just be a bad edit.
It could be because, like I said, there is a moment where you see him notice that he can hear them coming, just like because she's timing this. She knows she's not gonna. She's kind of reneging on their deal because she's like, they're coming. I've got to
what.
Re what? Yeah,
say that quick, slowly.
Slowly. Nigging.
Only Vex and Uninspired can say the real word, okay? Remember that.
What's the real word?
It's
I'm not
reneging
oh,
is the real
are you,
word.
Are you trying to? No. Well, there's a different. Never mind. I'm fucking not going there.
You could add an you can add an
get me kicked
erring
off.
to it and make it funner, I guess. But
Right. What is the word that you're talking about? I don't think Uninspired knows either.
Yeah, cannoli. I don't know, man. You got to say.
I'm not saying it. Nope.
I'll put it in the private chat so
I'm gonna,
to know what
listen,
it's more of a play on words than
listen,
an actual
Sedaddle.
word.
I don't need this bullshit in my life. I'm not saying it. Good try, Vex. You almost had me for a second, actually. You had me at the beginning, but no, yeah. So this is where they blow up. I should say.
There, it's in the private chat.
They blow.
Oh, he's thinking of the word nigger. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wow. All right, guys. It was great doing the show. Channel's it's the third time now. I mean,
Well, you made it to 70. Good time to stop.
That's true.
You actually did a properly linked stream. We're just not that far into the movie.
Yeah, only not even an hour yet, but it's okay. Yeah, so this is where they blow up.
Holy
they blow
fuck!
their
This
load.
is only halfway. Sorry.
Not even halfway. There's
Not
an
even.
hour and 8 minutes left.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
okay.
it's
Vex
probably
warned
long
us.
credits, but yeah.
It is. It's okay. What the fuck was happening? Yeah, so they blow they blow their load. And they block them in here, and then you get to see all the factions kind of come together, and I love that.
This guy's fucking ammo hat.
This guy's playing the fucking drums and the music.
I love this guy.
Look at it.
Dude, I wonder how he made it through the storm. He was just
You gotta
like,
play
yeah,
that
fuck it.
music.
This is like the greasiest fucking tailgate party ever.
Look at that rock slide totally not slowing them down.
Right.
No,
It's so
no.
easy for them to get that giant, car with the drums and the guitar and the speakers through that little hole. So easy.
This is where Nux tells him I have he what did he grab again? It was the
He has a piece of one of the wives' clothing.
the girl, yeah. So
Yeah.
Mortem Joe's like, you can come on, get in my car. I like this idiot. He's like, I got his boot.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, bro.
Well, so this is so now the first time. So Nux was already supposed to die once, right? And it was
Once,
during
yep.
the storm where he kind of misfired. Now he's
Mhm.
supposed to die again, coming through trying to help Joe. And it's so this is a symbol of his arc to redemption right now happening that we're witnessing because we haven't really seen him do much up until now.
Or anything.
Yeah.
Really much.
No, he's
Okay.
been fucking up basically. That's pretty much it.
All this for a
He doesn't
family
fuck up.
squabble. This guy was funny. He has bullets for teeth. That's pretty badass.
There's one of the points that we answered for you. Why didn't Immortan Joe leave people to defend the Citadel? Because he is stupid and this is a family squabble, and because he has the support
he's-
of two other settlements nearby that could
Yep.
defend the Citadel.
He's thinking like a woman. He's emotional. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
it's like there's probably not a lot of forces around that he has to
No.
defend it necessarily against. You know, and like you
Yeah,
said,
'cause
the
all the
most
forces
nearby
that are-
ones are his allies.
It's
Exactly.
quite literally a fall of Troy kind of thing. The battle for Troy was
Yes.
started all over a woman. It's the same idea here.
Same thing.
Yeah, all because of Orlando Bloom, dude. Can you imagine
Oh,
that?
what a
Oh my
pussy.
god! Imagine toppling an empire for Orlando.
Orlando Bloom. I mean,
my
I know it
God.
worked.
The
I know he
what?
worked as Legolas, but in that movie, oh god, what a
That's
You
about the
topple
only
it.
I thought
movie
he
he
worked
works
because he
in.
was supposed to be a bit girly and annoying, I thought.
That's
Paris?
fair, but I mean, like,
Yeah,
you had
sure.
Brad Pitt in all his tanned, sweaty muscle. That's more worth.
Eric
toppling.
Bana. You had Eric
Yeah.
Bana. as-
Yeah, Eric
like,
Bana, yeah, for sure.
Way
badass.
better.
Eric Bana, I think, is the best thing about that movie.
Hector
He
should
is.
have won.
That movie was so fucking disappointing.
Yeah, right.
We should do
Wait, are we
Troy.
gonna do a
Troy would be
Troy
fun.
fucking stream?
I would
soon?
love
Dude,
to
I
do
literally
Troy.
watched
The
Troy
ex-
2 weeks
Wait,
ago, dude.
are we gonna do the extended version that's like 5 hours?
I actually
no,
watched the
extended
extended version
versions
2
are my
weeks ago.
Achilles heel.
Yeah. oh god, he gave me a super chat, so I can't kick him off the fucking stream now. God damn it.
Oh.
Context sensitive. It's a conquer's bad for day reference. Uncultured swine. Listen,
Thank you for
You're
the
the uncultured
$4.99.
swine, dude. You don't like Fury Road, dude.
you're killing me, dude. Actually, I'm running out of clips. So I'll give you this one though. I'll give you my favorite one.
Hey, boys, look what I got here. Hey, where are the white women at?
There you go.
Hey, man, he's right. If it ain't snowing, I ain't going.
You know what? You gotta get. You gotta
I'm gonna
get
put
the
more.
it's bait clip now from Fury Road.
Yes,
on the
yes,
rotation.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
great. I got a
That's
few.
a
I got a
good one.
few. I got a few. I got in the ideas for, but yeah, throw some at me if you want to. Since I
Is
have
that
some
the
time
only
this week.
meme from this film?
Basically, yes.
It's the
pretty
best
much
one.
like. Well, I mean, you could argue like some of the Witness Me and stuff. That's a little bit mean, but the It's Bait one is definitely the most.
Yeah, that
mean.
one's like mainstream.
Who didn't like this scene? Bikes are flying past the truck. They're dropping fucking grenades.
This is also all practical. These are all people
Mhm.
actually like in the cycles throwing the
Now-
bombs at the rig.
Like,
by the way, if you don't think Max driving this rig is doing anything, then he didn't do anything in Road Warrior. Because he does next to nothing. Like driving is almost the only action he does in Road Warrior. He literally fires one gunshot in that entire movie and drives a bit. There's not a ton of action in that movie.
Yeah, I like this part here where he the car's on fire from all the grenades being dropped, and they use the dirt. She pushes the lever, and
Which was great. Which
The
also, like, this scene did a good job in just those quick cuts, right?
Yeah.
Of showing like just how powerful this rig is and why
Mhm.
they've been able to get away with as much as they've gotten away with so far.
Mhm.
Which I
Mhm.
thought is
Yeah.
pretty. Like, it does so much without having to tell you it. The only information they actually tell you about this war rig is it's nitro boosted, right? When Max tries to steal it, and it has a kill switch. Everything else we learn visually through every single action sequence.
Here's a criticism, though. There's no way while that blade's down, he's firing that gun with any accuracy.
Oh, God, no.
He'd be
No, no,
shaking
no.
like a fucking paint mixer.
Which is actually, that's a criticism we'll bring up later, because I noticed this was an inconsistency between both Max and Furiosa. So when we get there, we'll get there.
So I mean, one thing I wanted to say, since we're on the a baby bump. Cool.
Just for you, I'm sorry. Just for you, buddy.
We know you like the MILFs. There you go.
Oh yeah,
Fetish
sure.
acquired.
One thing I wanted to mention is how even though the movie itself only has one setting, it manages to keep everything still looking distinct. So this is a problem that I addressed in my Dread video, where Dread, it's still just one big concrete place,
One set,
but
yeah.
they still manage to make the action scenes look different in their own way. And so here they use it in enemy variety. So these guys, they're on the bikes, they're on their terrain. So they're basically jumping around because that's how they use their terrain to their advantage. You also have the storms that we saw. And then you have the switch to day and night, which is also there.
Yes.
It's like
Yeah.
they do a lot of stuff to keep a literal patch of like desert fresh to your eyes, which is really, really important because people can get bored by seeing the same thing
Over
without
and
it
over again.
being switched. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Hold up, Postman's coming.
I'm not sure
again.
what he's talking about.
Oh, but she's looking.
Okay.
She's looking.
Yeah.
here.
So they as it's a little bit forward of this. So if we go, so they're just fighting, they're shooting all this stuff. There's a good camaraderie that happens here because Furiosa and Max play off of each other. She gives the gun to
with the yeah.
to Toast, and Toast can't reload it fast enough. So instead, Max just takes the lead and takes care of the situation again, which is a great dynamic. Furiosa is not invincible, is what.
But Vex,
the scene
Max
shows.
doesn't do anything in this movie. Don't you know that? He
Oh, I
doesn't
like
do
this.
anything in this movie.
Yeah, he shoots the guy here. Yeah.
But I think what is it? As Joe is driving up, because we see him pull up to the side of the vehicle pretty soon.
Right. It's coming up like right.
That was
after
cool. That's a real explosion, by the way.
That's what she said.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So there's Joe coming up, right? And so they step to try and he's about to fire at Furiosa, and then Splendid opens the door and blocks the shot, right? Because she's the favorite one, right? They even say that you shot his favorite bride. Like,
That's my child in there.
right?
There you go. Right here.
So she's unaware. She's not a warrior. She's been literally living in a cave her entire life at this point, just being repeatedly raped by this fat, blistering dude, right? She has zero like situational awareness. On top of that, she's a pregnant woman, and from my understanding, it's very hard to move as a pregnant woman.
It is very
so
true.
it makes sense that she does not have the skill nor the foresight to move around so quickly, and she ends up, rolling under some wheels.
Yeah, get reneged.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God.
So there's the answer to your question. I hope you don't ask it again, claiming that we never answered it.
Don't worry,
this
he'll
is where
ask it in 5 minutes, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say what happened to yeah, this is where Nux. They say like he was on the war rig, and he tells her, "Listen, I'll go in there and I'll knife her or whatever the fuck I'll spike her or something with a tool that he has." And he's like, "No, take my gun." And Return my tray, and he gives him the chrome bullshit.
Sprays him in the face. That confused the shit out of me when I first watched it. I was like,
yeah. I was
like,
like, what the fuck is he doing? What's up, Jamma Llama?
This is how he's controlling them ultimately, right? It's like if starving them and like not quite, what is dehydrating them? There we go. If that's not working, and if the sicknesses and the nuclear wasteland isn't killing them, just drug them up. Like this is basically what Hollywood does to young starlets: pumps them full of drugs and passes them around at a party.
Yeah, dude, you gotta, ride eternal, shiny and chrome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shiny and chrome.
Fuck
I like this
yeah.
part.
Has anyone
I love
seen the chrome version of the movie or not?
Yes, I watched it over the weekend.
Oh.
Really cool way to watch it.
I need to watch it still. The link that I had for it broke. So
I think it's definitely worth it. Yes. Definitely.
I mean, this version's better, but I mean, the Chrome
it's just
version
a
is really
unique thing.
cool.
It's not Justice League black and white.
Is it like the Mist black and white, or is that kind of better?
I haven't seen the Mist black and white.
I've never seen
I
that.
didn't know there
black and white,
was
no.
a Mist black and white.
Really? Yeah, the movie was shot for black and white, but then the producers were like, "Nah, man, we can't play black and white in the cinema for this." So he ended up putting a black and white version, which is why it looks really, really good.
That's a good movie, actually. I haven't seen that in a while. Frank Darabont, man.
Oh
Good
yeah.
shit. I like this part here where he gives him his gun, and as soon as he gets on the fucking thing, he just like eats shit, and the guy's like, "Oh, idiot!" You know,
Mediocre.
Yeah, mediocre. Yeah, it's so.
That's the insult use of it there.
Yep.
So this is where he fumbles his second opportunity for death. He climbs up, he gets pulled back by the chain that's still attached to him from when Max was
trying to get.
And then
to
he
a
says
good
that, which
shot
I thought
here.
was pretty funny. I actually laughed out loud. On the rewatch.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
Why wouldn't you cut the cable? It'd be so much easier with a tool.
Movie logic, man.
They are women. I mean,
no, let's cut the harder part. Fuck.
Yeah. Look at his face here. He's like, "What are you grabbing there, Furiosa?" That's not the steering wheel. Yeah. So this.
Okay, low key. Since you made a sex joke, okay, just gonna.
What else am I gonna do? Of course.
This is the only time I've ever found Tom Hardy attractive as Mad Max.
Is this? Oh, just in general.
Did you see him in The Warrior?
I haven't seen The Warrior yet. You've recommended it.
Dude.
I haven't
Warrior's
seen
good.
The Warrior.
What?
Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah, very underrated.
Aren't we doing Warrior?
We are in November, I think.
Okay,
Dude, Warrior's great, man.
So, is this? Yeah. So this is the scene where she falls, right?
Yeah.
And then
he gives her kind of this nice, endearing look, like, "Hey, well done," and then
good job.
She slips and
and
then
goes under the
fucking
wheels.
door comes off. It looks like.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah, it did. But she was slipping a little bit because of the blood on her foot, but which he caused, ironically. But
women.
Yeah. Women, but it was crazy. Like Immortan Joe's like, "Oh shit!" So he just like jerks the wheel, and the whole fucking car flips because he's
completely
like completely
irrational. Yep.
Just like James
the whole
Bond.
thing is irrational. So,
but I like this part where they're obviously all the women in the back naturally are getting emotional. Like you have to go back, and I like how Charlize Theron Furiosa looks at him and was just like, "Did you see it?" And he's like, she fell under the wheels, like very matter of fact, straight faced. Because what the fuck are you going to do at this point? Like
this is like one of the things that I really appreciate about Furiosa's character over this film as well is that she understands that there is a cost to war. She knew this was going to happen, and she doesn't default to emotion like all the other women in the back do, right? Because Cheeto tries to run away after this to go back to them when the rig stops. So I actually quite liked that she could just accept the way it is, and it's just like there's still something to protect. I will go forth with that instead.
Yeah, such is life.
Such is life.
Look at this scene with his fucking teeth. It's freaky, man.
So this, I thought this was funny because, like, when I was watching stuff, so the mask, it was always closed, right?
Right.
But they intentionally designed a second mask with the mouth open, just so for a brief moment in this film, they could add a little bit more emotion to Immortan Joe.
Does he not have teeth?
No, he's not.
You can see him behind there. You can see him behind there.
It's that red line you see at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought it was like his gums or some shit. I was like, what the fuck?
It might be. It might be.
Then he's holding.
He's just been eating a lot of Red Hots. So
I like how this guy's shooting off. Rictus is shooting off the fucking machine guns. It's like fucking wild, man.
It's a ridiculous looking gun.
It is fucking retarded.
You'd have to pay a lot of money to get that in Call of Duty.
So we get yeah.
Bulky piece of deal right there.
Yeah, they stop here, and then like one of the girls runs away. She's like, he'll forgive us. And
Cheeto, whose full name is Cheeto the Fragile. So yeah, she's the weak one.
Makes sense. Yep.
And now
these are all female archetypes, which I think is just awesome.
Yeah. And when do you think if he punches Cheeto, she's a puffy Cheeto?
Jesus Christ! These fucking puns, man, they never stop.
That one was pretty good, though.
It was good. It was good. Another great shot. The sunset.
Oh, can you go back? Actually, I think you might have missed it.
Of course,
Furiosa shoots the guy.
Yeah, she snipes him.
Yeah, so if you want to can you play that real quick? Actually,
is this it? Right? Oh, did she shoot them already?
I don't think. Oh, she did. Yeah, she did. You have to go back a little bit more.
Is it here? How far back did she fucking shoot them?
No, not now. You're too far back. I know it's around here, anyways. But she has the sniper on her.
Sniper rifle.
Yeah, she manages to make the shot on her own.
Here it is. Here it is.
There we go.
Here, I'll just pause.
It's not a sniper rifle. That's a fucking Kalashnikov.
Okay, my bad. Sorry,
well, it's got look at that. Look at that fucking scope on that thing.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking water bottle.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know my guns. Okay, I will willingly.
Well, you're in Canada. It's okay.
There you go.
I'm Canadian too. That's no excuse.
Yeah, but you're a man.
It's a big excuse.
Men like guns, so.
Oh,
there.
Okay, so she's able to steady the weapon, no problem here, and shoot it. She was also able to keep it steady when the war rig was driving during the whole canyon sequence to shoot the guys on the bikes behind her. Right. So remember that because I do have a genuine criticism that Hostman will enjoy later. Just remember
look
this.
At you. How dare you criticize? Yes, pretty much, but it's okay. That's what we're here for, man. That's what we're here for.
You said it too early, Whitey. You said it too early.
Oh, you know what? That's going to be a clip, by the way. Shoot the glass.
Stu Penzo is actually complaining that someone's stream is too long. How dare you?
Don't worry. I know you got a stream coming up here. It's okay. I like this part, though, because it slows down a little bit and you get some...
They're starting to actually bond, right? They've been
you get some character.
Literally a battle at this point. As like, hey, I should maybe know who I'm driving a war with a little bit. So
yeah, they kind of just this is where she goes in the back and Nux. She knows where Nux is hiding. She hears him and he's crying. Actually, this is where he has like a change.
He's had his crisis of faith because he knows he's displeased Joe and she's trying to talk him out of it. And giving him something he's never had.
Yep, affection.
Yeah.
Ginger bush.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be complaining. She's one of my first thoughts here when I watched this movie. I was like, "Who is this chick? She is hot."
She's cute.
Fake redhead, but good enough.
That's okay.
Passable.
But even she does kind of seduce him almost a little bit too,
by
touching his lips at the end of this scene too. So very affectionate.
He should have said, "Let me touch your lips."
Well, no, he should have said, "Let me touch your lovely lady lumps."
Lady lumps. Oh yeah, he's talking about Larry and Barry, right? That's the lumps. Yeah. She's like, "Who's Larry and Barry?"
And then this is also a little bit, again, it explains why all of these people are willing to fight alongside Immortan Joe. They have a half-life. They have all of these infections and diseases because of living in a nuclear wasteland. So their life is so short that it's easy for them to buy into this idealism of having a Valhalla and dying for a righteous cause and being born again.
Man, his pupils dilated. Sorry.
Did you name your lady lumps, Vex? Do you have names for
Larry and Barry?
No, I don't. I don't at all.
I'm just wondering.
I know that's normal for women to do, but I've never been like, oh, I should probably name these. That seemed kind of gay, so I never did it.
Yeah, I like how she's going through the weapons and she says, "Yeah, we only have 4 for the big boy." And she's like, "But what did she say? Like 29 for this little?" It's like a little like old school. I don't even know what the fuck kind of pistol. What is that, amateur? That's like some.
I can't even see what it is.
It's like it's such an old school. Yeah, and then So this is where you were talking about uninspired with the change to the nighttime.
Mhm.
I love this whole fucking sequence again too. First of all, it
Me
looks
too.
fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
And just
It's
the
it's nice to
whole-
get some blue after all that orange.
The
Yeah.
contrast is very nice. Yes.
See, Whitey, you get some contrast. You happy now? No, you're not fucking.
This is really bad editing right here, though. This shot, he should not be that blue if they're not.
Yeah, because they let Furiosa have a little bit of the light, but they didn't let him have a
Yeah,
little bit of the
cannoli.
light.
Yeah, cannoli. Look at that. Would you look at it? Would you look?
Look
Hey,
at it.
would you look at it?
Look at it. Look at it. Enjoy it. He's blue, man. Yeah, this is this
If
fucking
he
guy
were
still-
green, he would die.
Yeah, this guy's. I love that how this guy's still playing his guitar. The drums, like, oh, it's so fucking good. It's so.
That
good.
guy's fingers must be like just a wreck.
Just raw. While his face is
There's
fucked up.
Or they're like
there was a
leather
sh-
because he just does it nonstop.
What was that?
Right. There was a shot way earlier in the film where you see him swinging, and it was a nice touch that you
Mhm,
wouldn't notice
mhm.
unless you were looking for it. But the bottom of his Chuck Taylors are all clean, which implies that he lives no other fucking life aside from hanging off of that thing.
Hanging off of that thing.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And-
Look at this guy. I love.
He's
the
called the
fucking
Doof
guitar.
Warrior, if anyone doesn't know.
Doof. He is a fucking
He's
doof.
the Doof Warrior.
Yeah, and then Immortal Joe. Yeah, and then this is like his brother saying, like, listen, we're down all this fucking gasoline. We're like all this way from the Citadel. What did you call it, Fex?
Skedaddle.
Skedaddle. They're not near the Skedaddle. And they're like basically going like, this is fucking getting crazy, you know. Like you're giving up all these supplies for this fucking stupid.
This guy kind of looks like Movie Bob with a little less hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Those
This
are
is
day
where,
for night shots, aren't they?
Yeah,
They just
they
make
are.
it
You
super
can tell.
fucking
You can
blue.
tell by the shadows.
Yeah, the highlights are super bright
Mm.
even for
Yeah.
the dark.
There, even when they were
good
driving the
point.
rig a few shots back, and it zooms in briefly on the guitarist, you can even see because he has a full color, right? You can
Mhm.
see just
Yeah.
based on the way that the light is hitting him that this is filmed in broad daylight.
Yeah,
Oh,
like look
yeah.
right here. It's totally edited to have that
blue
little light
filter.
there be the primary for this guy in the foreground, and then he's
Mm.
blue in the background, and it looks like they're not even in the same shot.
Yep.
Good point.
Oh, yeah,
this
this is
where-
clearly day for night. It's you can tell because of the shadows, especially when they're outside. Look at how dominant the
Yeah.
shadows are. You never
they're
get
very-
shadows like this at nighttime ever.
No, never.
Okay, Batman. Jesus, dominated.
Hold on, you do. You get it when there's a full moon and it's wintertime, but very.
No, it's still
Yeah,
a
dude,
blurry
yeah.
edge. You never get a hard
Excuse
edge
me.
like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a bloom shadow that you get.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
So the baby, yeah, this is where they pulled this part was fucked up, man. He cuts the baby out with the umbilical cord, and you see the feet
It just
coming out.
whips it around. The
Yeah, it's like it was
Well,
a boy. I had a
now
baby
this is-
brother.
This is symbolic now of what happened earlier, right? So when
Yep.
Nox and Max had quite literally an umbilical cord attaching them earlier,
Attached
and
to
it
them.
was cut,
Mhm.
and that's where the relationship begins to bloom a little bit, right? There is a child that is sort of born out of that because
Yeah.
Nux no longer looks. This is the beginning where Nux no longer looks at Immortan Joe as, I guess, his father, his leader anymore, and Max instead becomes the inspiration for him to become a better person. So it's the
Mhm.
same deal here, and you even see like just the foot poking out too, just like he had taken the shoe from Nux sort of deal. So it's mirroring something we've already seen done earlier, but now this is the dark side of it instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, I had a baby brother, and he was perfect in every
And he was
way.
perfect in every- This guy was a really terrible wrestler in WWE, by the way.
I didn't
That's-
know he was
Really?
a wrestler.
Yeah, I
I
had
bet he was.
caught him like when I saw him in this movie, I was like, where have I seen this guy before?
Right.
And it was just in passing, like an episode of like I guess Monday Night Raw or something like that, and I was like, oh, Nathan Jones was a wrestler and a really
Dude.
bad one because he had a really short career.
Dude, I shit you not. The first time I watched Mr. H reviews, I thought it was this dude from Mad Max.
I like how
Like,
they're
no
yes.
joke, dude.
So they're stuck in the mud, the guff, and they're trying to get out every which way they
Mhm.
can. And yeah, this guy is like, "Fuck you, I'm going after them" because his vehicle can get through. And this is pretty interesting. I like how they filmed this, where Isn't they? So the first they try to snipe it, right? Doesn't Max try to snipe him and it doesn't work?
Yes, they have 4
he's a
bullets
man.
left, right? And that's what Toast says when she's reloading the guns earlier, and she shows that dinky little pistol. So he's trying to do it. I think it's the pressure of the scene, and this is where there's an inconsistency. He can't aim it at all, right? Which is fine. So then Furiosa comes and she takes the weapon from him, and she ends up she tells him. So like, I think you can go forward one more.
Oh wait,
maybe another.
Let me just
No. Maybe you can go. No, because she takes the. Oh yeah. Sorry, man. Fuck, I'm blind. There you go. Okay.
Yes.
So she says,
The
"Don't
worst.
breathe." So
The worst
she
thing
had
to shoot off of ever. But anyway,
right. So
a shoulder,
she had perfectly been able to fire this gun without any assist or support earlier in the film. No trouble landing the shot at once. But alternately, this works really nicely because she uses Max to steady her aim. They become dependent on each other. So if you're again, this goes against the feminist narrative completely, because if it were the other way, she would have just pushed Max out of the way and taken the shot fine. But she needs him
she
to
would
make
have called him a
shot
fool
perfect.
too.
Yeah, a fool. Let me see this
So,
part. here.
like,
This is a
it's
bit
like-
of a bit of a longer shot though that she is taking. This is
And it
significantly
is
longer.
yeah,
And
she should
yeah.
be prone on
Okay,
the
that's
fucking.
fair.
She should be prone on the top of the truck with a bipod. That would make a hell.
Yeah,
of a
yeah.
okay,
If you wanted to be,
this
if you
is-
wanted to be uber
this isn't
realistic,
war,
definitely.
amateur. This is the apocalypse now.
But yeah, I thought that was a really
You're right,
nice
though,
shot
you're right.
just for that. It's like she's not trying to overpower him. She's not trying to push him. She knows that she needs him, and she's taking advantage of that. She can't do this without him.
She still
Which-
fucking missed though. She hit
She
the
did.
light.
But
I
no,
think
well-
did she intend to hit the light though? I
Yeah,
think,
that
I
was
think that's what
stupid.
Max was trying to hit, wasn't he?
You don't
Yeah, I
have
think
enough
that's what he was
bullets
trying to
left,
hit.
so you're gonna make a shot for effect. Like, come on.
no, but
Well,
they
no, it
can't see
blinds
him all
him.
in the darkness. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
he
point.
can't see.
Yeah,
he
but
is
if you
the
kill him, he
doctor.
definitely can't see.
Well, that's true.
Jay, we're arguing about this because a lot of people hate this film because they think it's a feminist film when it's actually not a feminist film. So that's why I'm making the point is there's a lot of things that people seem to take out of
Wow.
context to argue that this is a feminist film when in fact it's actually a super masculine and super based film.
Yeah.
I
We
am
know
the
you're not in that category of dumb people. Believe me, we know that
But
you
there's a
don't.
lot
think
of
it is.
people that are in that dumb people.
But unfortunately,
category.
there are.
You see,
This
I
guy,
can
I love.
hear
He's like,
this
I
image.
am the
I can hear
scales
this
of
image.
justice.
Yeah, the justice. I am. This guy's. Yeah.
The soundtrack
shooting
that they choose for it is pretty. Yeah, it's true. I think this is the only exterior song that they add in the movie, right? Apart
Yes.
from-
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty much
And
it.
I love how Nux didn't know what a tree was. Well, how would he? I guess because maybe he never saw one.
It
but
just
it's
kind of
pretty
shows
funny.
the bounds,
Yeah.
though, of what Joe is doing to these people. They
Yeah,
have no
yeah, yeah.
concept of the real world whatsoever.
Mhm.
Yeah. And the pull. I love how he's pulling the tree out of the ground, and Max is like, "Oh shit," you know. But
Even like Furiosa trying to pull the rig, it's just funny.
Yeah.
It's just like they at any cost we need to try and make this
Just
work.
get the
even if
fuck
it's
outta here.
ridiculous.
Why don't they dump the trailer?
it has
They need
mother's
the
milk in
milk.
it, man.
It's fuel.
It's fuel, yeah.
It's fuel. It's gasoline.
Okay, but if it's
Milk
between life
truck.
and death,
Hold on, no,
Yeah,
I thought
truck.
I thought the fuel was in the little pod that they let go because
There's
when they
fuel in
pull
all.
it-
I think there's fuel.
yeah,
in the
it's
whole
all
thing.
fuel.
Gotcha.
The pod at the back was the gas that was reserved for the deal she made.
Hold on. We argue
Sorry,
about
I'm
woke
just
feminist
reading.
stupidity when it's things we like, but we disregard it when it's things we're ambivalent about. This movie is either good or not. If okay, Jay,
Yeah,
you're
people are weird.
What?
yeah. It's we're just making the comment because that is a common criticism for this movie. That's really all it is. Even when we were talking about this with people on Twitter, everyone immediately it's a Furiosa film. It's a woman's film. It's
It was
not
a lot of
woman's
yeah.
film.
It was a lot
So
of that,
we're
yeah.
we're addressing a criticism that people are invalidly making and proving that this is actually a really good movie that has a lot of context that people miss because they harp on like 2 or 3 things
They're
that
so
would scream
blinded by
feminist
the
out of
Mhm.
context. Yes.
Yeah, they're so blinded by that they don't actually.
We've
see what the
literally
movie
been
is.
proving this entire time, 2.5 hours of this. Is
We've
a
been
good movie.
streaming for 5 hours. God damn it, Jay! Now, you're... I like this part here where he grabs everything. This is
I
fucking
freaking
based
love
right
this
here.
part. I love that they leave it
he
up
takes
to your
the weapon,
imagination
yeah.
to what he does to them,
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah,
he
she even
goes there,
says-
you hear explosions and a bit of shouting,
it's
and he
so
comes back
good.
just covered in
Dude.
blood, and he's got all of their ammo.
And it's what he took as well. What do you think? He took like a gas canister and a knife. That was it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's gonna go hard, buddy. It's gonna.
No,
go
he took
hard.
literally 2 items with him, and you're like, what the fuck is he gonna do with that? And when he comes back, you're like, all right, so this dude knows his shit, I guess.
Yes, he does.
This is one of I really liked that they didn't show it though. Like again, this is one
Oh,
of those
no,
things
yeah.
where you never get the full story for war, so you don't have to see this go down to not only understand that Max is a fucking badass, but also
I like this because it's they're seeing I because this is kind of from the perspective of the women that are seeing, because like when he comes back, they're like, what did he do? I think this kind of throws into context. They're like, whoa, this guy could have messed us up.
Oh, okay, fair. Oh yeah, 'cause
I'm just
she
saying
says,
that's an
"Well,
aspect
Are you
to it.
okay? Right? Because you're bleeding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
His
like,
blood.
that's not his blood.
That's not my. What is this? He's like, it's mother's milk. He starts wiping his. He's
a Red Hot
cleansing
Chili
himself with the mother's. That's not his blood. He's cleansing himself with the mother's milk.
Which is a weird choice to wash your face with. Just saying.
Yeah,
it's gonna
well, you
stink
know, when you
later.
This
Gotta
part was
get that
fucking
vitamin
weird.
D.
You got these fucking. So
Okay,
I know that
so-
the whole lore behind these people. So what the fuck exactly is this?
Okay,
again?
and
Sorry.
this is where you get definitive proof. Actually, no, it leads into later when they actually meet the women as well.
Mhm.
So this actually is the green place that all of these people are driving towards. You just don't
Mhm.
learn it until about 10 or 15 minutes later
Right.
in the film.
Right.
So and this is kind of brilliant too, which I kind of wish they kept it in, but it's alluded to enough that you can make this assumption on your own. So when in the green place, it was completely dominated by women. It was just basically a women's safe haven in like contrast to Joe's haven. That's why they founded it, right?
Mhm.
So what the women would do is if they ever had a man present or they gave birth to a man, they would banish them to the swamps, which is where they start dressing up like this. So these are all men in the swamps. And then what they would do is oh gosh, this is horrible. Once those men hit puberty, they would basically bait them, steal their sperm, and then kill them to continue reproducing.
So
I
like
mean,
every other woman.
All right, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
Uninspired. Like, that's a way to go, man.
right.
Yeah, dude, fuck it.
Worth it.
Quite
Definitely with your
literally.
thighs, man. I don't really mind.
Right. So
Matriarchy
later-
strikes again.
Right.
It
Later
does.
on, when they're driving and they see that like that old antenna and it's got the shiny stuff and there's a naked woman on it, right?
Mhm.
That's how they used to bait the men out of the swamp so they could sperm jack them.
Hence, that's bait.
So, like, what do they
Right.
do? Do they like jack you off and then just like into a cube or something, or do they actually just like grape
That's
you
not
with it?
explained. We know that it wasn't through sex, like they didn't have actual sex with them. They quite literally just took the sperm. So I don't know how they were taking it. That's never described.
I don't want to know. Uninspired wants to know. I don't want to
Quite,
fucking know.
quite literally, what ended up happening when the women left, they started doing the same thing Joe was doing. They became just as bad.
If you do want to know, I can now use this joke on stream. If you do want to know, you're Curiosa.
This is where he has a nightmare, right?
The other thing
Yeah.
that's super based about this film too is so when Furiosa finally meets all the leftover mothers, they literally couldn't run the settlement on their own, so they killed the settlement.
Yeah, women. They can't. Yeah, that's why
Which
they
is
shouldn't be
great.
in power.
Right.
Can't
Yeah,
get
I like
this
this.
fucking weed eater going. Ah, fuck it, I'm done.
Fuck it, we're gonna kill everybody. Yeah, I like. So there's a little more character development between them two here, and how she goes into her backstory a little bit here, right? How she was born there, she was taken from the green, whatever the fuck this place is. Yeah, I like this part. He's like, "So why did you leave?" Like his
Yeah,
face.
he
and
looks
his
like he's
expression.
saying, "Why the fuck are you telling me?
Why the fuck are you here? Yeah, why did you? Why would you leave this place?
You got any milk?"
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, and then she said, well, now that she has the war, like she's done this. Here's the thing. So she says she's done this a bunch of times, but now that she has the war rig, this is her best shot, basically. So that's why she's doing this. But yeah,
Well, this is a nice thing, though. She's even conned herself into they're looking for hope, but she's really looking for hope too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done this whole thing.
So you can see it in her face, like she's she's wishing this is actually true.
Well, in her line, there's a lot of subtext of her line saying she's looking for redemption. Is because if you think about the fact that she has managed to rise to the rank of Imperator in Joe society, what has she had to do to make that happen, to survive for that long? It's like she's probably had to do some messed up stuff.
Like I'm looking at
and
the fifth
right
now.
Yeah, I don't know where that finger was. Oh, that's right. He was eating the spider. Never mind. I was thinking of something else. Yeah. So this is.
Hey, that's that's Klaus Schwab loved that part.
This is the part. Yeah. So they see this thing blinking in the distance off the tower, right? And she starts to kind of remember, like she says, "I remember that." And they start going towards it. Yeah, and then is this the part where he's like, "Yeah, that's can I get to it?"
It's a naked
lady.
Did
I miss it?
That's a naked lady.
Help me, please. Help me. Is it a little further down?
It's a little after this. Yeah, it's
it's bait. I think it's literally like the next shot.
Yeah, you might want to go back one.
Oh, sorry, it's like right here.
Yeah, and hit control.
No, it was before
plus.
this.
I think it's a little before this actually.
There you go.
Right here.
There it is. That's bait.
Like his voice. That's bait. She's like,
he's like, no. I've seen these naked ladies in cages up there before. It doesn't.
I see them naked hoes. I know what this is. Yeah. So she gives off like all these names about her mother and that she's one of them and blah blah blah. And this chick's like, oh,
girl butt.
It's time to get dressed. All these women just start popping out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, they start driving towards her, and they meet up. And doesn't one of them
hanging out over the hill waiting all day, or?
I get the sense that they probably spotted them from a distance and then set the trap.
Okay,
and it becomes Dune.
I mean,
I wondered that too.
A rig cruising across the desert would probably be pretty obvious.
You probably got people watching out, probably at all times.
Oh yeah,
how good the tread on the truck is. That's some deep ass tread. I'm fucking jealous.
Yeah. And they talk about like some people. Well, isn't this where they reminisce about someone who passed away or something?
Well, they're talking about they're talking about Furiosa.
About her mother.
Mary Jobasa is
Jobasa.
Yeah.
Names.
This woman with the dark hair, you get the sense she's probably was close friends with her. She literally says, "This is our Furiosa."
The eyes. She has her mother's eyes or something like that.
Sound like names Jar Jar Binks would make up.
They really do.
Jobasa. Misa Jobasa.
Sounds like jelly meat.
Can we just point out that they're called the Vuvolini, and it's just vulva, basically, in Italian?
Yep.
Hey.
Like,
she's like, oh, look, people.
Vagina spaghetti.
Like, hey, forget. Oh, look at the teeth, huh?
What are all her teeth?
Yeah. Look, this one has all her teeth. Yeah.
Come here, Daenerys.
Yeah, just again to prove the sheltered life that they were living. They have all their teeth.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck. Yeah, they just. Yeah, and then they keep talking about the green place, and then this is where you were saying.
Yeah, she's like, if you made it here, you've already passed.
You went through. Yeah, and then she's
like, oh,
yeah, it was poison.
Yeah, they're basically
it was
telling her
sour.
that. Yeah,
Could you imagine
they had to leave, and they're all that's left.
So you do all that, and just to find out that the place is basically just doesn't exist anymore. Like it's oh my god.
I want to say it's also I'm trying to remember exactly what the timeline is for the movie Furiosa, because that's about that's obviously covering when she first got taken. So she's been gone for she's gone for a really freaking long time.
7,000 days, the ones that she doesn't remember.
She said that,
right?
She says that.
So that's so like 20 years basically.
Sorry, finish your point. Sorry.
Oh no, I mean it was that she's all this time has been working towards this, and it's nothing. It's ruins.
Right. It's gone.
So this look that it's so brief, and you wouldn't even think about it, because in the next shot, Furiosa is crying into the desert, which was a beautiful shot. First of all,
great music to that scene too.
Right, but here is where this is where Max and Furiosa, you really see that they are just two sides of the same coin, and that's why it seems like Max does not get a forefront in this film when he really does, in all honesty. He's seeing exactly what he's been feeling this entire time come into fruition. And you see that in the look in his face. And when they talk later in the beginning of the third act, you understand that he knows exactly what she's going through. And now together, they can unite and actually find redemption respectively.
Yep.
Right,
So
basically
this
knocked it out of the park.
this shot is literally worth 1,000 words.
Yeah,
which I
yeah, visual storytelling. It's important.
Yeah, but they didn't actually say it out loud, so a bunch of people say there's no plot.
It's woke,
Yeah.
though.
Exactly.
It is woke too, yeah.
Let me see if I can.
Very woke. That's a good shot, man.
It's a great. It's a
Is
great.
that why that takes so long to make these movies? Because he waits for like the perfect fucking lighting and like
Well,
renditions?
just imagine if this was Snyder. This movie would be 5 hours of just slow motion.
Oh,
shit.
there'd be a lens flare all the way across the screen
That
right now.
screen would have been in slow motion.
It just felt like, gosh, the way the music plays out there, that scene. That's what I was saying earlier. This movie's is very operatic. Music drives the storytelling just masterfully. I tend to agree with Vex. This is like Mount Rushmore musical score.
This
It's
is why
so
we don't
amazing.
let women navigate. Oh my god,
it's so true. But I like this part here. Yeah, they're talking about the satellites in the sky, and they're like, she's talking about how they sent messages across the earth, and blah blah blah. And it was, again, the parts that slow down, they're well done though. Like they're not boring, and it's the character growth, right? You're just pushing the story along, and it's done well. Even this part here, where the older lady, like she took all the seeds and like whatever they were trying to plant and grow, she has like a whole collection of everything. That's pretty cool.
I didn't realize I pressed the wrong button, but just for the slow scenes. Sorry, you never feel bored because they perfectly balance all the action scenes that we get.
That's great.
So it never feels like when it slows down that nothing is happening. Something really heavy is happening.
Yeah,
100%.
I also like this little part between. Oh, go ahead.
What were you saying?
I'm just wondering what the fuck she's eating.
Oh, I don't know. A lot of sand. I don't know.
I'm
talking
eating
about
crackers.
Vex.
I got really hungry.
Okay.
I'm eating crackers.
Okay.
But I was gonna
Sound
say,
like
like, I
Cracker
like the scene between the old lady here and the Dag, because the Dag's clearly disappointed in what she's found. Not so much in the green place not being there, but she's disappointed in the women, because the Webs in particular have had this notion that the men are the reason why the world is what it is, and she sees these women who are killers, and she's like, she even says, "I thought somehow you'd be above all that."
Another way,
she's
another
being
way shows that
disillusioned.
the women became the exact same thing that Joe was. They didn't find a utopia. They just two sides of the same coin. It's very reflective of how the world is today.
Men are just better at running their awful societies.
Yeah, making crops alive. That's all.
Yeah. This is where she talks to him about just there's like salt fields, endless salt fields in front of them, and how they're going to drive with motorcycles across. And I don't fucking know, but
well, that comes a little bit later when he's
explaining
why they shouldn't go that way. But she's saying they're going to drive that way for that long. Which great. Some people have taken this to mean like straight across for 160 days. It's like obviously that's way too long. It's like that you'd circle the earth a few times if you did that. It's basically just they're going to keep riding till they find something, because as far as they know, there's nothing out there.
Yeah,
but it's basically the 160 days is what the movie's saying, the amount they have to get by as far as the fuel and whatnot. Which, granted, probably also isn't accurate, but that's just that's the movie doing the movie thing.
Yeah,
Jay has a good point. How old is Max supposed to be in this film?
Max is a vessel. He does not have any age, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Honestly,
age.
That's pretty much George Miller's mindset of Mad Max. He's a vessel.
Whitey's got the answer.
It's 52 in Aussie years.
Aussie years. They don't age. They age differently.
Yeah, that's something you have to probably look up with all the Mad Max lore. What when we say like the beginning of the apocalypse, even in this movie universe, you have to be kind of liberal with what you mean with that, because it's like, okay, is it after the first Mad Max movie, or do they count part? Because society has fallen already in the first Mad Max movie. It just hasn't descended to the levels we see like here or even in Road Warrior. It depends on what point we're talking about. if I'm not mistaken, this movie's supposed to fall about 15 years after the first Mad Max, so that would probably put him in his 40s. I think.
Yeah, it's appropriate. Yeah,
The
this is
lesbian colony was there before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and he basically he just turns her down. He's like, nah, I go my own way, and he's telling her about how like hope is a dangerous thing because it could kill you. Again, even here, like his eyes, you can see he's trying.
Wrong boy died.
Yeah,
the wrong kid diad.
Wrong
kid died. And he tells her here, like, hope is a dangerous thing because it can kill you, whatever. And she's like, oh shit, you know, you'll go insane, right?
He says if you cannot fix what is broken, you'll go insane.
It'll go insane. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it's fucking great. You can see it in his face. He's just, it's good, like you said, visual storytelling. It's a lot of that in this movie.
He's got Tom Hardy face.
Yeah, a lot of people say Tom Hardy wasn't a great pick, but I think he's a good pick in the fact that he's a good eye actor. He acts with his body more than his voice.
There's a whole industry for
which,
that.
by the way, that's why they picked him, because Mel Gibson, very much the same. Road Warrior had about 16 lines in the film. Here he has about 60. I don't know what the word count would be on him, but it's like neither have a ton of dialogue in their best movies. So yeah, they picked a guy who could tell a story with his eyes and his face and his expressions.
That's true, because in Warrior as well, Tom Hardy doesn't really have a ton of dialogue. It's just him acting with his face. Go ahead, Vex.
How long was he standing there for? Jesus Christ.
Is Vex putting her hand up? Is that what's going on?
Oh, Vex, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
No worries. So actually, what the casting director, when they were casting for this film, and specifically after the 20-odd years it was already in production, after Mel Gibson couldn't do it as well, they intentionally went after actors and actresses that they felt could just look like they fit a character instead of actually being good for an action film, which is like quite the opposite of what they usually do for an action film. So that should probably explain like some of the casting choices in this film. Like even Charlize Theron is a bit of an interesting choice, because literally every somewhat physically exerting film she's ever done, she complains about it.
That's true.
So
yeah,
she is an awful human being, I have to say. Everything I learned about her is just like, holy fuck,
I have
does it get worse?
much of the shit she said in the trivia.
Here we
People are like, oh, Tom Hardy and Charlize fought a lot on set. It's like, do you realize Charlize fights with everyone?
Everybody,
every time.
She's kind of a bitch. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, there's the visual story. Look at his eyes, man. Fucking
having that
Max.
PTSD flashbacks too.
Yeah. This is more of that, and so they finally, they meet up, and this is where he kind of is like, hey, listen, this is where we got to go. Let's go straight back where we came. And just take the fucking skedaddle. Take the skedaddle back.
Let's skedaddle to the skedaddle.
Let's skedaddle to the skedaddle.
He cut the fucking tube.
Yeah. And it's basically like, listen, this is your best shot. He goes, you're going to go this way. There's nothing but salt. That's it.
So this is where, this is the moment where he goes into full Christhood. He sacrifices his own sanity, his own happiness, and his own safety to seek redemption by saving people he actually can save, versus the ones that he consistently failed to in his past.
More full Christian mode.
Sure. Yeah. And then on top of that, he also
Man, you guys got to read the Bible more. I'm sorry, but this
fuck?
This whole Christian, like, it's messianic. Yes.
No. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not
stretched.
It's not a perfect metaphor. It's allusions to it.
Yes,
it's
that's why
it's small allusions to it.
Yeah,
it's messianic for sure.
Christ is king, man. I'm sorry. Anyway,
I specified Christian over Christ because Christ doesn't seek redemption. He doesn't need to be redeemed. Christians need to be redeemed.
So that's my mistake there, right? This is why I asked.
This is your Bible study class for today.
On top of this, this is where literally the entire plot of the movie culminates, because Mad Max himself quite literally liberates an oppressed society. What do you mean? He doesn't do anything.
I like how,
he didn't come up with this plan.
And the women all follow the man, of course, because he's a leader. Just kidding. And then
they should.
As they should. And then he even says here, like, hey, at least both of us together can maybe find some sort of redemption.
Yeah, there's even the light emphasis on together. It's like there's a
There you
pointed
go.
way of
Look at
saying
that. Women and men working together in harmony to better the world.
Yeah.
See?
Predator did the handshake better, I have to say.
Oh,
man.
100%. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Max
They
looks
didn't even
dark,
say
but
you
not like
son of a
Carl
bitch.
Weathers dark.
You son of a bitch.
Actually, Jay just made a really good
Get
point.
all oiled up, man. So yeah,
Jay just made
Yeah.
a really good point. He's not a fan of Hardy because he overperforms with his eyes. He's a cop and he's been through the apocalypse. He would have dead face and eyes, which I actually think
Yeah,
would be
that's
true.
yeah. I get
Yeah,
what
but
you're
he's
saying.
been out in the desert on a horse with no name for like 20 years, apparently. Eventually, you're going to get some fucking weird eyes. He just drank tit milk out of a giant truck, y'all.
Yeah.
Come on.
I like this part where they capture the war rig and you see Immortan Joe like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's humming and praying or whatever the fuck he's doing. And yeah, they catch
Eating
him. I like
apparently.
I like this idiot. He's like, oh, they wish to surrender.
He's got nipple
guy's-
clamps on too.
Yeah, look at that, Max. Look at
He
that.
had some nipple
yeah.
clamps going.
It's not as sexy as the guy in The Dark Knight Returns with the sharp nipples, but this is pretty close. This is pretty close.
He took what's her face's idea in Mean Girls. He cut the things out of the shirt. And he just added nipple clamps.
Yeah, I like how Immortan Joe's like, they're going back to the Citadel. They know it's undefended. So of course he knows what's going on. And then I love this
I even like that
part.
he's like bollocks.
Yeah. And I like she's praying, and then the other girl's like, who are you praying to? Anybody who will listen. It's like at that point. Yeah,
faith. That's pretty much it.
Great. This is great. You got all the old ladies in there. And I love this scene because you see the flares going up in the background. And then boom, it cuts right into the action.
It's the anticipation. You know that.
Yeah, man.
You know that it's about to be an absolute showdown because you're reaching the third act.
Yeah, and out of all the action sequences, which were fun, this one for as long as it lasts.
Holy crap! It's
my-
incredible.
Now I did see this in the movies. I saw it. It wasn't in Dolby, and it was on some shitty theater in a small movie. It was fucking stupid. I didn't get to see it in the big. If they ever re-released it, which they won't, but if they ever did, holy.
No, I think you could
They probably
definitely. This might definitely get a IMAX re-release at some point. I think so.
Fair enough.
Dude, they just re-released Twilight where I live. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my gosh.
Max is on the list.
Yeah, which is
Man,
we'll
they're
be
doing like a marathon, like 2 weeks in a row. And
we'll
it's
be
like, wow.
reviewing the first Twilight in November, and I might kill myself during that stream.
Oh,
It's
we're doing
it's my
we're doing it on
fault. Like,
purpose.
Vex said that's having its anniversary. I was like, please do Twilight. That would be hilarious.
It's
gonna
gonna be
a hilarious stream.
You want a 4-hour just ripping the shit out of it? It's gonna be a
Actually,
fun
can I be on the second one? Because I have a bone to pick with that fucking movie.
I have a bone to pick with the whole fucking trilogy, but it's okay. It's okay.
I didn't see
so
the end, but I had to sit through the middle one, and it fucking sucks for
I've
all the
seen
wrong
all of them.
reasons.
Yeah, so they're driving through here and they're spitting into the fucking. So they're basically just pushing the vehicles harder. to try
Yeah,
to make them
man,
go
spray
faster.
gas into the car.
Spray gas in the car. So they're just kind of one by one going after each other, and then of course the engine starts failing because it's like
engine one is failing.
Engine one, yeah. So Hardy's like, yeah, go ahead and fix that one, and I'm gonna go. So
I
this is
don't
where
really,
he.
I don't really understand what Tom Hardy asks Nux. He says, "Are you a black thumb?" I think
I
that's what he
believe that
said.
refers to like they're calling them black thumbs. They have all these funny terms.
mechanic.
It's like if you work
Yeah,
on stuff with like
mechanic.
oil and grease, your thumbs and your
And-
fingers
yeah,
turn black.
mechanic,
Yeah.
basically.
I think that's what
Yeah.
that probably means.
No, he's being racist on Inspire. Jesus, don't you understand?
No, I mean, do you finger your asshole?
Do you figure your butt? Yeah.
I mean,
One
you're-
man, one bullet. So they're all prepping here, and they get here. We go. We get right into it. They're fucking.
They're fucking
yeah,
harpoons. What is
There's
this, water
harpoon
world?
exploding.
No,
and-
this is one of my favorite things about this movie is that rig. They basically it's almost like a pirate ship that you're having. You're
Yeah.
trying to slow down and get people to board and stuff like that. It's really freaking cool.
I like this part. Yeah, this is where they. Ooh, that would hurt.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm blind. And then this part, the
Nice
camera
gun.
work pretty cool, where they turn around real fast and she's shooting back at the. Oh, like you actually see them get run over. I never noticed that before. Wow.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, like they get
The whole shot is panned to her getting her fucking head.
here, like Joe tries to run over and she manages to duck under
Yeah,
it. And
she
then
gets
she
under
thinks,
it.
okay, the
Oh,
danger's
this guy,
passed.
yeah.
And
This
then
guy.
Movie Bob here, like, completely crushes her.
What was that on his nose?
He's
ate
got
his
Is that
own
like
nose.
a shit
Yeah.
ton of blackheads or what?
No, I think it's a fake nose. I think he got his nose taken off.
It's also got
probably.
hooks attached to his ears, which is
but
fucking
it
bizarre.
smells fantastic.
They call him a
Yeah.
cannibal, so I think the assumption is that he probably
He
ate
eats
his own
people.
nose.
Oh, good. That's good. So he's actually trying to loosen up the gasoline here,
harpoons.
the harpoons. Yeah. Well, no, but he's trying to have this. Initially, he was trying to remove that whole back part of the fucking rig, right? That's like he was trying to have. Yeah, that's pretty.
Well, aren't they
Then the
trying to detach it because
That's
it's like
right.
on fire right now?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's yeah. So yeah, then the harpoons. I like how he's shooting the harpoons, and some of them go right back into the cars, just blow the guy's head apart. That's pretty.
Well,
cool.
it's also the fact that have they started using the harpoons to like with the cars that drag them down?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
This is like it right here.
This is like mammoth hunting.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's. I think it's
yeah.
great. It just
I
shows you
love
no, it's
how,
awesome.
how Immortan
freaking
Joe
love
like, got
this.
the power. You know.
Yeah,
It's
and then
very
this
fucking
chick,
cool.
This chick comes out of here and she's like, "I got you." And she blows this guy's face off. It's,
She gets taken out pretty rough too, because like they pull the
Oh,
roof off
look
that thing and it
Yeah.
probably took her head off.
Yeah, that was
Mhm.
fantastic.
She got
And
wrecked.
again, this goes on for almost a half hour, dude. It's fucking insane. I don't think I've ever seen
Yeah,
anything like
this
this.
is almost
in
a
an
full half hour thing. And then these guys on the polka. And by the way, the music in this scene is just insanely.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Holy crap!
My
it's
neighbors
good.
must have fucking hated me during this last part.
Yeah,
'Cause I
Jay,
went
you're
full
right.
100. I went full 100 on the fucking system there. I had to.
Full 100,
yeah.
baby.
That 85 Ford is anachronistic. I saw it too,
Yeah.
Jay.
Mm. There's just a lot. It's just a lot of action, and this part here where he throws the fucking grenade in, and then he puts the hook around her neck.
He snares her
Yeah.
neck, and
Yeah. She's like, didn't she like throw a knife?
well, and
at him or
Max,
something?
despite all of him, going up there and shooting people and fighting people, he's obviously doing nothing. He's obviously just
This is the
doing
old
nothing.
lady who got the chainsaw to the neck, right?
Well, no, she got
think you
stabbed
saw
in
it.
the neck. She got stabbed.
Got
in the neck.
stabbed. Okay, I thought it was a chainsaw.
Yeah, she got
I'm
jabbed
bad.
in the neck.
Yeah, she's fucked. So-
Not that kind of jab, YouTube. Not that. Not
Whoa,
that one.
whoa. Yeah, she's like, "Are you all right?" And she's like, "Get away from me, bitch." Schlange. No.
Needed
You
emotional
smeg.
support torque wrench.
Smeg. Yeah, this is where
Shut up, Schmeg.
Yeah, this is the part where she chucks the fucking knife at the guy. It's like,
Mhm.
ah. Of course, he doesn't
Which
fucking fall.
that's the knife he stabs her with.
Yep.
Yep.
'Cause he doesn't fall off the thing. Oh yeah. Then they come and grab the chicks one by one. I
That's
even
a-
like
that's-
how Mortem he points his finger up like we got one.
That's a
You
stunt.
know?
That's a stunt man who knows that hand placement could decide his career from here on.
Oh yeah. yeah.
The whole nail in the hand thing, though. Hold on. What's the word? Messianic? Is that it?
Oh yeah.
There you
Okay.
go. There's
Okay.
another
I'll give you
in-
that one. That's the closest one so far.
Oh, good
It's
job.
not the
Vex. Nice
closest
catch.
one so far. The blood is the closest one.
Yeah.
Oh god, here
And
we go.
It's hard.
The serpent's head
Records
is
do this- yeah,
Tell
the
us
serpent
more
head
about
one.
Jesus, Gord. Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Glory be. We love
Hey,
it.
leave Jesus.
I'm
out
not
of
saying.
it.
By the way, I'm not saying.
No,
I'm not saying it's the point of the movie. I'm just saying it's there. It is there.
Well, he
It
has
is there.
yeah.
It is there.
He
I'm
puts his
Bless
hand
y'all
up because he
fucking
had,
hearts.
yeah, he has the flashback of the little girl coming at him, and then that's why he puts his hand up and guards the. It's pretty fucking cool how they edited that.
just the choice of weapon is quite interesting.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's cute.
What the fuck
Which,
is
by
that?
the way, that's foreshadowing right there, because that's what happens to Joe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh,
Hey.
good lord.
Yeah, I never realized that. You see, yeah.
Yeah, this is where she stabs him. So he stabs
Mhm.
her in the fucking side. Max is falling off as she's trying to hold on to him during all
Oh,
this.
Actually, real quick. So she gets stabbed in her side, right?
Side,
So
yeah.
this was just an interesting, just piece of information that I actually put together on Max's stream yesterday because he told me this, right?
Ooh.
Adam and Eve was created from Adam's rib, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite literally you're taking a piece of rib from the place that the ribs protect your heart, like your most valuable organs. So
Organ.
coincidentally, she gets stuck in the rib, and and then
With a
Max
knife that has a bone
revives her.
handle.
Pardon?
With a knife that has a bone handle.
With a knife that has a bone handle, and then it all comes full circle in which Max gives her his blood to revive her back and bring the circle back together. They are now one again.
Yep.
Sort of deal.
My mind is
That's
just
deep, man.
blown. God damn, my mind is blown. Another great shot. Yeah, so this is where Max takes over this fucking cannibal's car. Like he just kicks him in the head, throws the other guy out.
Imagine being like a random dude in like Namibia on a fucking camel
just see
in the desert, and you see this.
I have
shit
no
going
idea
on.
what's going on, but it's awesome.
This is amazing.
Diplomatic community.
So, dude, you'll be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Be like the Taliban's back.
Checkmate, Libyans.
The Libyans.
I like Immortan Joe. He's about to shoot, and I like how he just puts him in front of him. He's so fucking.
Oh, that didn't look good.
By the way, the one quick
Shut up,
thing, just
Whitey.
when she gets stabbed, holy crap! The way the music kicks in there is just amazing. I mean, because it goes hard at that part. It's like wow. It's so
it went
good.
hard inside her. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Lone Ranger, the 2013 one, the way they use the overture finale for the entirety of the third act is the same way they use like one song for the entirety of this third act, like just this whole sequence, and the crescendos are fantastic.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
That no, sorry, my bad. That entire big explosion that happened, that's all real
Right here.
explosions happening, baby.
Look at this.
Gasoline, baby.
God, I love this shot where he's watching it on the fucking the
He's
whatever.
swinging on a polecat, and that thing is just going off. It's so cool.
Oh, you can
so
see
cool.
some of the vehicles on the side are a composite, just the way the
you could
flame
tell.
goes over
You
them.
could tell.
Because they would be friggin' melted. I bet you Buddy on that post was the closest person to it.
Yeah.
In reality.
He's probably like, oh gosh, can't I swing the other way at this part?
It's probably hot, man.
What the fuck is wacky sax? What the fuck?
I think it's a song.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I really
Just
hope
noticed
it is. I
Ginger
really hope it is.
representation. All of the drummers are gingers.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't think they're real gingers, but yeah, they've got them colored that way.
Well, we get it. Oh, this is a great shot here,
Multipass.
too. Look at this. Oh god, it's so good. Immortan Joe. This fucking
Dude, Immortan Joe is just so fucking badass. Especially
Oh,
the
yeah,
fact
right?
that he's there himself driving. It's like
I'm interested.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
interested to
doing
see what they
his
do with
shit,
his backstory now in the new movie. Like, I want to, it's interesting. He's a younger Immortan Joe. I'm curious.
Even in
how far
the complimentary comic book that came out for this movie, it doesn't even explain Joe's rise to power. It just says that somehow he was able to take over the Citadel.
Great
So-
writing.
That might might
Yeah.
be something they're saving for Furiosa, because I know
That's
he's
what I'm
in
wondering
it.
too.
Yeah.
Because even
Um,
in the comic as well, like they give you a brief backstory for Furiosa, but they don't go full in depth with it. So I imagine what we'll probably see is like most of the comic stuff come into play, and then it'll just kind of you won't even see the before Fury Road. It'll just be here's where her story ends and why she wants to take revenge, sort of deal.
Yeah. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, they in Furiosa, from what I've heard, she doesn't talk that much. Like, so a lot of what you see Max have, where he has sparse dialogue, they're doing that with her in, the
It's like
in
this in here.
Furiosa.
Yeah.
Look, we got the guy. Look at that guy's face in the background. That's a sexy man. Hell yeah. And he plays guitar. Fuck, come on, dude.
Dude, he looks great. Like I'm sure he was having the
It looks
time of his
amazing.
life.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
he's the
Yeah, it
only
looks-
one
it's
in
like-
the film having fun.
Yeah. I play guitar, man. Yeah, he's fucking badass.
Fucking
He's
normal
probably
day
doing
for
it
him.
all in drop D too, like a fucking bag.
Oh no, he's drop C,
Rictus.
man. Full retune.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Rictus is taking all the girls, and I like how Max grabs the fucking skull and he tries to fight him. He's just like he pawns it. He's like, nah, bitch. He just throws him. He's like, nope. Yeah, it's pretty goddamn good. Now there is a funny scene here where I don't know if it's funny, but she tries to spear him and she just misses and fucking nails her head against the back of the car and falls.
That would hurt.
That would hurt.
Now,
a
if she
lot,
was,
yeah.
if she was like all pro-feminist, I don't think they'd make her look stupid like that.
Also,
so, I
Tom
mean,
Hardy getting thrown into the corner of a steel tank on a moving
Yeah, that would
truck.
hurt.
Yeah, that would go super well.
that would hurt. That would hurt.
They got this big
Oh,
ass
is
dude, COPD, like kicking ass.
Oh, dude, she ripped his fucking face right off. Remember me. She puts the hook.
I
in him.
like how brief that shot is because, like, most horror movies would draw that out and make you see. But I like that it's
You
so
don't need
shocking.
to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so
Very
shocking that
few.
you don't even think it happens, right? It makes
Yeah.
you wonder if you just saw what you just saw.
Hey, Vex wanted a 4-hour stream. I'm not going to say no to her.
I
She
didn't want
scares-
one. I just said with
She
the
scares
strong
me.
opinions of some of the panelists.
No, it's good. It's
It was
good.
gonna happen.
That's good.
Not
that
the
is so
panel,
good.
it's the people in the chat, or
People in
just
the
people
chat.
in general. But yeah, I think. Well, me and Vex know a ton about this movie, and we're talking about it off stream. So I was like, this is gonna be a long one.
So this is where
We still don't even. We haven't gotten to the trivia yet either.
Oh
so.
Jesus Christ! There we go. Yeah. So this is where they throttle. He's like, I'm gonna throttle it, and I'm gonna follow you over just as long as. As soon as
Hostman, if you're still in the chat, man, pay attention to the scene where he sacrifices his life, maybe, and see if he made a difference in delaying people or not.
Kind of causes a massive pile up.
Because it rips the fucking engine out.
Well, this is this is where Nux kind of has his redemption, right? Because so slowly throughout the movie, right, when we're introduced to Nux, he's really pale. He's got the white powder all over him, right? And then
that ain't powder.
Every shot you see as the movie progresses, he's losing more of that, and that's meant to symbolize that he's gaining his humanity back. He's starting to see through the curtain, sort of deal. So finally, this is where his arc kind of culminates, and he gets his third chance to see Valhalla without even intentionally wanting to go for Valhalla, which is why I think he's the only character that gets a full arc throughout this film.
Well, also Vex, the white, he's basically all the war boys are just to look like skeletons, dead.
Yes.
And so he's gaining his color. He's more alive as the film progresses.
That's what I mean. He's gained his humanity back, right?
Right.
Yeah,
basically causes a massive pile up here, which you still see the rocks on the side there too. So they're reclogging. They're reclogging what had been cleared.
Yeah,
another great shot.
Dude, this scene, some of these scenes when you're watching this in 4K, I know uninspired, you're probably some of the 4K HDR. These scenes are so enhanced by the Dolby Vision.
I had it on my computer in normal 1080 with headphones, and I was watching it, and I was like, let me see what the 4K sounds like. And I downloaded 4K, and literally once the movie starts with the engines revving, you can tell the difference. I was like, fuck this shit.
It actually wasn't recorded. It wasn't recorded
Imagery.
in 4K. That's why you can only get it in 2K, actually.
You know what? Fuck you.
I'm
just giving you shit. So she's doing these horrible wheezing breathing sounds because her lungs are basically fucking collapsing. And
pumping air into your chest cavity, which by the way,
chest cavity,
he stabs her in the side in the
I'm
other side.
So sorry.
To release the air. And she's whispering home into his ear, and then is dying.
She's basically dying. He's like,
he gives his blood to save her. And also, and there's kind of a dual metaphor you could use with him giving her his name. That obviously is, I think probably the most obvious one is it's a marital reference, a man giving a woman his name. But this will be the last allusion to the Christ metaphor, is that, salvation is by the name of Christ. So him giving her his name could also be used that way.
Yep.
That's pretty interesting.
Bible study part 4.
Well, this scene alone is incredibly powerful. There's so many ways that you can interpret it, and it really does bring together that this is not Furiosa's tale. It really is. They are one in the same, and the unity is a big theme of the entire movie.
Yeah. He gives her the name, and it's pretty good. Yeah. Then this guy is this guy with the no legs. He just pops out of the fucking dirt.
I also love how Furiosa's face is really beaten up. You can tell.
Oh, as it would be. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's been through the ringer.
She's been fighting for 2 days straight.
Right.
This ain't like the show Batwoman, where she can be in a motorcycle accident and doesn't even have a scratch.
It's it's just you're so used to action films just having that one singular cut on the lip or
the cut lip, the sexy cut lip. That's pretty much it.
No, this bitch is fucked. She can't see me.
Look at this guy. He's like, what do we do? I'm just a midget in a chair. I don't know what to do.
One remaining son, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then they take Immortan Joe. They show the crowd and they throw him off, and people are just fucking savagely ripping him apart, taking all his shit off of him because they hate him.
Corpus Colossus.
Yeah, and then the kids obviously get them up. Look at this fucking poor guy.
Oh, that's been rough. God. He's a slave. You know that much.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and they let everybody up.
This movie's not afraid to show white slaves.
And they're letting people. Jesus Christ! They're letting people up on the whatever the fuck this lift, because Immortan Joe wouldn't do that. And then they turn the mothers with the big titties giving milk turn the water on for good.
I have to rib Hosty one more time because he had one of the funniest criticisms I've ever heard about this. He said, like, they're wasting this water. That'll be gone. That'll drain out in 2 weeks anyway. I'm like, Hosty, they're not going to leave that thing running for 2 weeks. They're not gonna just leave it on for 2 weeks. And even I mean, granted, they're not going to. That would be retarded. But if they did, the water doesn't just go away. But it would just flood. But it would flood the valley. It'd kill everybody. That's not going to just be left running.
This lift that's up. I wonder how high it was and how quickly he jumped off of it, because it looked like it was getting pretty high.
We saw it earlier.
No, I know, but like the way he gets, I know it's a stupid criticism. People in the
but the symbol. Like, I lied. There is one more piece of Christian symbolism that is. It's reverting back to one I brought up earlier. Is that it's the living water that you'll never be thirsty again. That's the water flowing freely at that point.
Everybody read your Bible, man. That's all.
Yes, read your Bible, kids.
God. Yeah, so he's gonna go back on his own. He did what he had to do, right? He saved everybody, and yeah, they all say the goodbye.
Now they're gonna start sperm jacking people again.
They're gonna start sperm jacking people, and I like this little thing here where they say, "Where must we go?" When does he say? Yeah, there we go. We who wander the wasteland in search of our better selves, and it says the first man or something like that, I think.
Yeah, this is the historian thing that I was talking about earlier. So the historians are those people that have all the words on them. So the first person to have the history of man written on them is called the first history man.
And there you go. And that is, look, it only took 3 hours and 15 minutes. No big deal.
Honestly, we could have gone longer, I think. Yeah.
Easily. Well, I've said that before. So. Yeah, I guess we could do trivia now.
Yes, we can. All right.
While you do that, I'm gonna go drain the cannoli, and you have fun. I'll be right back.
All right.
He's overflowing.
Weeks.
He has to liberate the. He's gonna skedaddle to the toilet now. There you go.
Skedaddle my. Never mind.
So, like I said, this had a budget of $150 million. Worldwide, it took home almost $380 million. So it didn't even crack 400. So I think this is technically a loss, if anything.
I think it's a minor profit.
Yeah, it's a minor profit.
Very minor. I'd say profit of like 10 or 15 mil. That's pretty.
Gotta be careful saying things like minor profits around somebody who's been talking about the Bible the whole time.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, it made enough money for everyone to get paid, but the studio didn't get rich. So
okay, gotcha. So this came out on May 15th, 2015. It came out the same day as Pitch Perfect 2. And because of that, Mad Max was only at second place. Unfortunately, Pitch Perfect took the number 1 at the box office.
Oh my god! Pitch Perfect was 2015.
Yeah. Age of Ultron was still in the theaters, and it was number 1 the previous week, so they had that competition against it as well. And then a week after release, it dropped to number 4 at the box office with the release of Tomorrowland and the Poltergeist remake.
Man, Tomorrowland flopped, didn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah, Tomorrowland flopped.
Yeah, Tomorrowland flopped pretty hard.
It
wasn't great.
Crash movie. Well, it's
the George Clooney one. Yeah.
So this film came together and fell apart twice before it was shot. Originally scheduled for shooting in 2003, the American studio pulled the plug when the financial crisis after the 9/11 attacks left the U.S. dollar in a weakened state versus the Australian dollar, cutting off 30% of the planned budget. Soon after, Mel Gibson fell from grace in Hollywood, but the other thing they failed to leave out is he also got an interest in Passion of the Christ, so he was working on that anyways.
Oh, I'll see.
There's another metaphor for you, Gord.
Oh yeah,
there you go, Gord. Jesus
and many thought that the movie could never be made without him. The film was revived again in 2009, casting Tom Hardy as Max, and was set to be shot in the Broken Hills region of Australia, where the first 3 Mad Max movies had been shot, when unprecedented rainstorms in the region turned the desert into a lush valley with vegetation. Shooting then switched to, God, I'm going to get this wrong.
Oh, God, please.
Namibia.
Namibia, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, I can't say it. It's weird. And the cameras started finally rolling on July 9th, 2012.
Okay.
Damn, this was filmed in 2012.
Yeah.
Right?
Holy shit.
That's a long time ago. I mean, a long time before the movie was released.
Yeah, a long time before the movie was made.
I was gifted a
well,
10-hour
before-
audiobook of this, and I am so gonna start listening to it after this.
An audiobook of
Is
what?
The production of
movie?
Fury Road. Sorry, yeah, the production of Fury Road.
Oh,
I actually
I
just
wanna read-
ordered that book today. I
Yeah.
am so blown by the
Oh.
production. I have to read it now.
Yeah.
She said blown.
Blown. Yes. Here. Oh, someone also asked cock. There's that one for you. Let me know if there's any other ASMR
I
requests.
wonder if the comic book to this is good.
It got
Probably.
mixed reviews, is what I read. Some people
fuck it.
really liked it. Some people thought that it lagged behind in like genuine storytelling and whatnot. Oh, that's a
What?
Okay.
weird comment in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I
Okay.
see it. You're good.
I have a lot of trivia right now on the drama so get ready. Okay. In a Cannes press conference for the movie, Tom Hardy apologized to Miller for the reportedly complicated relationship between the star and the director during filming. He stated, quote, "There was no way. I mean, I have to apologize to you because I got frustrated. There was no way George could have explained what he could see in the sand when we were out there. Because of the due diligence that was required to make everything safe and so simple, what I saw was a relentless barrage of complexities simplified for this fairly linear story. I knew he was brilliant, but I didn't know how brilliant until I saw it. So my first reaction was, oh my God, I owe George an apology for being so myopic." End quote. Charlize Theron mentioned similar experiences where she had no idea what she was filming, up to the point where she would ask the director what the hell he was doing. In the end, seeing the finished final film greatly exceeded her expectations as well. George Miller said of Tom Hardy and Charlize Theron's on-set clashes, quote, "Tom has a damage to him, but also a brilliance that comes with it. And whatever was going on with him at the time, he had to be coaxed out of his trailer. Whereas Charlize Theron was incredibly disciplined, a dancer by training, which told in the precision of her performance, and always the first one on set. I'm an optimist, so I saw their behavior as mirroring their characters, where they had to learn to cooperate in order to ensure mutual survival. There's
What?
no
That was the theme? He confirmed it?
Right. There's no excuse for it, and I think there's a tendency in this business to use great performances as an excuse for other disruptions that could be avoided." End quote.
I coaxed a chick out of her trailer one time.
And how old is that kid now?
Charlize Theron said of working with Tom Hardy, quote, "We were like two parents in the front of the car. We were either fighting or we were icing each other. I don't know which one is worse. And they had to deal with it in the back. It was horrible. We should not have done that. We should have been better. I can own up to that." End quote. And I have one more, and this is a lengthy one.
Oh, Jesus. Go ahead.
At the time, new mom Charlize Theron had her baby at a nearby childcare facility while she worked, and was furious when Tom Hardy left the cast and crew waiting around for hours. According to camera operator Mark, oh my God, I'm gonna fuck this up. Golini, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll go with
Nice try.
Sure, Mark G. Okay. Charlize stayed in a position to shoot the scene for the entire time. He recalled, quote, "She didn't go to the bathroom, didn't do anything. She just sat in the war rig. She's now in the war rig, sitting there with her makeup on and a full costume for 3 hours. Tom turns up and he walks casually across the desert. She jumps out of the war rig and she starts swearing her head off at him. He went on." End quote. Mark quoted Charlize Theron as shouting, "Fine the fucking cunt $100,000 for every minute he's held up the crew, and how disrespectful are you?" She screams it out. It's so loud and it's so windy, he might have heard some of it, but he charged up to her and went, "What did you say to me?" He was quite aggressive. She really felt threatened, and that was the turning point, because she then said, "I want someone as protection." She then had a producer that was assigned to be with her at all times. Charlize Theron corroborated Mark's story and said that Denise Dinavi was drafted in to help when she asked for a woman to be added into a position of power on set to equalize the tension. She added, quote, "It got to a place where it was kind of out of hand, and there was a sense that it maybe sending a woman producer down could maybe equalize some of it. A lot
Oh,
of what I
Jesus.
felt was coming my way from Doug was oh, screw it, I'll just say it. It was a man forgiving another man for really bad behavior, and I didn't feel safe, end quote. But after
Oh,
Denise was
man.
hired, George Miller
Fuck
apparently
off.
barred her from the set, leaving Charlize Theron feeling, quote, pretty naked and alone. You understand the
good.
needs of a director who wants to protect his set, but when push comes to shove and things get out of hand, you have to be able to think about that in a bigger sense. That's
No
where we
shit.
could have done better. If George trusted that nobody was going to come and fuck with his vision, but was just going to come up and help mediate situations. End quote.
Bitch was Furiosa.
Is this true?
These are all quotes.
Yeah.
No,
These
it's
are all.
like Zach's quote.
Yeah, Zach's is true.
No,
yeah.
I meant Zach's sister, not you, Vex. I meant Zach's sister.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep, all her sons
That's
are black
pretty cool.
trans kids.
Oh, cool. Nice. There you go,
And some of
Uninspired.
them were, like, stolen from
Now
Africa,
Uninspired
weren't they?
doesn't have to feel alone in the world. See?
Didn't she
Yeah.
like,
Wait,
adopt a couple from
Uninspired's a
Africa or
black
something?
trans kid?
Wow.
Yeah, you didn't know?
Yeah,
my
I was going to
goodness.
say.
Go ahead,
No,
Andrew. What did you say?
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. Go.
No, I was asking the question. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but aren't like two of her kids like from Africa or some foreign country
Yeah.
that she adopted?
They're all from all of them are from Africa.
Gonna bless
I
the
think
rains down
she transed all three of them because I think there's three of them now. But I
Sounds
think what's
four.
even funnier is that she was in a 10-year relationship with another actor who actually wanted to marry her, and she put her career over him, and then started to adopt children in her 40s.
So
And
she's
I don't know if
insane.
you guys
Okay, cool.
also remember when Prometheus came out, because she was in that and they were doing the press rounds for that. She was trying to gluck Michael Fassbender's dick like no tomorrow. I don't know if
Jesus,
anyone
really?
remembers that.
She actually, isn't she the one who made a comment about that after he did that
Wow.
movie Shame, where they show him naked, and she
Yep.
literally makes a comment about that, like at the Oscars or something. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, are there like
Charlize Theron
interviews
is
of her
genuinely a
trying to
terrible
talk about it
person.
or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's on. If you look it up on YouTube, I'm sure you'll find something.
Yeah, I'll
I
look it
trans
up,
the
yeah.
kids down.
Uninspired's like, I know what I'm doing
Africa.
after this shit, man.
For real.
All right.
Beautiful.
Okay. Over 80% of the effects seen in the film are practical effects, including stunts, makeup, and sets. CGI was used sparingly, mainly to enhance the Namibian landscape, remove stunt rigging, and
Just call it
for-
N-word.
Okay. And Furiosa's left arm, which is a prosthetic limb. According to the visual effects supervisor, Andrew Jackson, there were over 2,000 visual effects shots used throughout the movie.
Yeah, dude. I think
That's fuck all for these days.
yeah, nothing.
Usually it's in the thousands.
How many was it, Vex?
2,000.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said like 250. What the fuck am I on?
I don't know. It's late though
Whatever.
now.
I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know what time. It's all the next day where you all are.
I'm on Eastern time is what I'm on.
Yeah,
the
I'm
flame-
the only one where it's still Monday. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. No, you're good. You're good. The flame shooting guitarist is Australian artist and musician Sean Hape, better known as Iota. In an interview for Vice in 2013, he said the guitar weighed 132 pounds and shot real gas-powered flames, which he controlled using the whammy bar.
Nice.
That's fucking.
That's so
nice,
fucking
dude.
rad.
Badass, yeah.
For real.
Margaret Sixel had roughly 470 hours of footage to edit. It took 3 months to watch it all. She's also the director
Jesus.
George Miller's wife. When she asked why he thought she should take on this project, as she had never edited an action film before, Miller replied, quote, "Because if a guy did it, it would look like every other action film," end quote. Sixel's work paid off. She received the Academy Award for Best Editing.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean the dude trusts his wife, and
Yeah. Film won 6 Oscars. Did quite
Yep.
well.
A man
Yep.
and a woman coming together.
It's work. It's woke though, Gord. It's woke.
More
Gord. It's
themes.
woke. Yeah.
This was filmed entirely in sequence.
Wow.
Nice.
No
That's
way.
interesting. Wow.
That's why it took so fucking long.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
3 years almost to fucking. Jesus.
Junkie XL said in a YouTube interview how the first cut of the movie that George Miller showed him was 3.5 hours long, and it still didn't have a beginning or an ending.
Wait,
The fuck?
What is this?
What
It
are you
didn't look like
talking
an
about?
action. The whole movie was all fucking mostly action.
Hostman, go sleep, dude. Go sleep, man.
I know it's late for us. but Jesus
Go
Christ.
back to
too late,
Brokeback
dude.
Mountain.
Before you do though, I want you to go outside and I want you to squat down and touch some grass.
Yeah, dude. Touch grass.
Oh, I love it. Go ahead.
All right. According to George Miller, the film storyboard was made even before the screenplay. The reason behind this was because Miller envisioned the film as a continuous chase with little dialogue and more focus on the visuals. The storyboard was made with the collaboration of 5 artists and had about 3,500 panels.
Wow.
I think we went over that
Yeah.
briefly.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I what's it called? I downloaded the script while we were
Doing the stream?
doing
It's
the
still
stream just to
printing.
flip through it. It's a massive script, man.
It's big.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm. Tom Hardy suffered a broken nose during filming when Charlize Theron accidentally elbowed him. She was wearing a green cast arm at the time for the CGI, which was used so graphic artists could digitally remove her arm for Furiosa's robotic arm.
Accident.
I don't think it was an
in
accident,
spite.
though.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, she wanted to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
According to Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, the splendid, right, the pregnant one, whenever she or the other wives' clothes slipped, Tom Hardy would never tell them directly. Instead, he would act out a cartoonish eye-popping action to let them know.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
What a
pretty funny.
what a nice guy.
With his dick. That's what he did.
Isn't Rosie Huntington-Whiteley? Wasn't she in like Transformers?
She was. Yeah, she was.
She
in the-
was.
That was her
Yeah.
debut as an actress.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, where
she
she's
was
like
the Chinese-
underage and Michael Bay's like doing shots up her skirt. and
No.
stuff.
No.
Yeah.
It's
No, that
Shia's
was-
new girlfriend from Transformers 3, the one that replaced Megan Fox.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. She was
No, she was
underage.
Megan
Wait,
Fox
what?
was, yes.
No, Megan Fox was underage at some point.
No.
I'm pretty
I don't
sure they
fucking
both were. But
No,
anyway.
Rosie Huntington-Whiteley was already an established Victoria's Secrets model before she
Yeah, she was a model.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
of age.
I think
was
you're
of
talking
age.
about Age of Extinction, man. The one where
I think I'm
they
getting
have
confused 'cause
the
there's
Ro-
so
the
No,
many
Romeo
Age,
and
no, Age of
Juliet
Extinction
laws.
is some other
The
girl.
young girl. Yeah, they use like some law. There's some. They even talk about
Yeah,
it.
it's
in
that famous. It's Nelson
Romeo
Peltz's
and Juliet
granddaughter.
laws or some shit.
Yeah.
Who the
Yeah,
fuck watched that movie anyway?
it's Dark of the Moon. That's the third one, I think.
Yeah,
Mhm, yep.
all great movies. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't keep them straight. There's like 15 and they all suck.
Well, they're all.
Yeah,
fucking
you're right.
retarded.
You're not wrong.
do.
Yeah.
You're not
All
wrong at all.
retarded.
The first
Yeah,
one's
she's,
okay.
she's
the
only
rest
in
of them
like
are
six.
brutal.
She's only in like 6 things though.
Yeah, the first
and
one's
like
the
one's a
only
short.
decent. Anyway, go ahead.
The jacket worn by Tom Hardy is a replica of the one worn by Mel Gibson in the last 2 movies of the original trilogy. The original Gibson jacket was found in a storage unit at Kennedy Miller and was just copied heavily off of that.
Nice.
Oh, I think we forgot to mention it, but there's like a lot of instances where like the action sequences are callbacks to original Mad Max films. But I don't think we went into those as hard as we could have.
No, we were talking about Jesus for most of that time.
Well,
You're
back
welcome.
it up. Back it up. Let's do it again.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
I'm
We got
down.
a half an hour to kill.
The cake decorating company Wilton makes a decorative color mist in silver that is meant to be sprayed onto baked goods to give them a silver sheen. Before May 2015, the Amazon listing for this product contained a few pages of reviews only from bakers on the quality of the product when used as intended on cakes. After the release of Mad Max Fury Road, both the comments section and the FAQ on the Amazon listing were filled with comments from users posting about how they were war boys or Immortan Joe reviewing the product that war boys spray into their mouths before going into battle. As of mid-June 2015, there were 19 pages of Mad Max
Jesus.
related reviews on this specific product on Amazon.
Wow.
Dude, I fucking love the internet, man.
That's cool.
Yeah, right? Right?
When Max awakes abruptly from his dream right after the blue sequence, the last image of his dream is a close view of eyes popping out of a face. This is footage from the first Mad Max film when Toe Cutter is killed.
Yep.
That's right.
Mm.
I put this trivia in just because I like this director, but a particular favorite of director Bong Joon-ho, who said seeing this
Yeah.
film moved him to tears.
I can relate to that.
Understandable.
I can relate to that.
Me too.
There are a couple of moments that they hit.
Yep, I agree.
Fair enough.
The first movie of the Mad Max franchise to be nominated for any Academy Award, but this one won 6. Film editing, costume design, makeup and hairstyling, sound editing, sound mixing, and production design.
The fact that Spotlight beat this for Best Picture is insane.
Wait,
Spotlight was good. Hold on.
Spotlight's good, but it's one of those movies you maybe watch once or twice. You know?
Yeah,
it's not as memorable.
That's it.
It's a pretty heavy.
I would argue the only movie that I might have found acceptable to win other than this would be Sicario. Sicario is incredible.
Sicario was
That's
great.
the year?
Yeah.
Good movie.
Honestly, I think Fury Road's better. Though.
I think Fury Road's better also. I would have been fine with that. Yeah, this came out the same year as Sicario, The Martian. There were a few good movies.
Hold
that
on. Let's see what the Best Picture contenders were that year real quick, okay?
I don't even think Sicario was nominated, oddly enough.
No, it should have been. That was a fucking
Okay,
I might be wrong about that, but
Best Picture. Okay. Are you ready?
Do it.
Okay, Spotlight won. But
Boo.
The Big Short, that should have won, actually, in my opinion.
I like The Big Short.
I like it, but I wouldn't put it up there with this.
It was good.
Everyone has been trying to replicate this style of true story, like biography film, ever since, and they've all failed. The Big Short is a perfect movie in its genre. Okay, Bridge of Spies.
That movie's so overrated.
Mediocre as fuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's average.
Brooklyn. I've never seen this one.
never seen
That
it.
Oh, isn't this the one with Marion Cotillard?
Yeah.
I just know it's got what's her face? Saoirse Ronan, is that the girl's name? I don't know.
Saoirse Ronan?
I don't know how you say it. I think it's Saoirse. Is how you say her name. It looks like one of those weird
I say
Gaelic
Sailors.
names.
Yeah, I say Saoirse.
Who cares? Nobody saw the.
No,
fucking movie anyway.
no, I'm serious. It's something like Saoirse. It's like weird. It doesn't
Okay.
look anything like the spelling.
Then there was Mad Max, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
The Martian.
It was okay.
I love The Martian. I think The
I
Martian
like
is
The
awesome.
Martian.
It's a good movie.
There's some goofy mistakes in it, but it's still a really good movie.
It's a good
I'm
movie.
surprised they got like a Best Picture nomination though.
Me too.
Comedy.
Yeah,
It
sci-fis
was-
don't usually get that.
It was
But
no, it was under comedy.
It's
That was the
because
whole-
it has an
under
excellent-
comedy on what? Netflix?
no, that was what it was nominated for. Best comedy.
Yeah, at the Golden Globes. At the Golden
Weird.
Globes, I think it won for best
It won
motion
for best
picture comedy at the Golden
comedy.
Fucking
Globes.
slow year for comedy. Jeez.
Yeah,
I mean, The Martian is funny, but it's not a comedy.
not a comedy. No.
The last two are The Revenant and Room.
Okay,
And
Revenant's
those are good movies. I like
good.
those, but they're not as good as this.
I like The Revenant, but it's one of those movies where I'll watch once and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Ironically,
Hateful
had-
Eight didn't even get nominated. I find that
Ironically,
weird.
The Revenant had Tom Hardy
that's true.
too, so that was funny.
Yeah.
Chappie
Hardy's-
didn't get a nomination. That's fucked up.
Who?
Chappie's,
For
Chappie's
visual
not
effects.
considered very well. Just for visual.
It's not
effects.
that great, but the visual effects should have got something because it's nuts how good they made that
VFX
robot
are
look.
groundbreaking for 2015.
Wasn't that
Yeah,
the guy
the movies,
who did?
the movies, whatever. But
That's the guy who did District 9, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think so. Yeah.
I never
Neil
saw
Long
that.
Camp.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to point out though, for best original screenplay, somehow Spotlight beat out Ex Machina.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my gosh.
It's a shame.
Ex Machina is really good.
Yeah.
It is
I
good.
do.
It's a
I would
good
also
movie.
say Mark Rylance winning Best Supporting Actor that year is absolutely retarded. Like any of the other 4 actors you could have picked. Christian Bale for The Big Short, Stallone for Creed, Mark Ruffalo for Spotlight, Tom Hardy for The
Yeah.
Revenant. All of them were better. Mark
We're better.
Rylance barely does anything in that movie.
Wait, didn't Legend come out in 2015? Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy.
I
don't
think
know.
I think maybe it was 2016, wasn't
But
it?
he would have been a
Is it
lead for that one.
2016?
Wasn't it?
Okay.
No, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
2016,
talking supporting. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
supporting.
I kind of
Best
agree.
actor was that was the year DiCaprio won for the.
I actually agree with this. The Revenant's
Right,
good,
right,
but it's
right.
not. It's a little overrated.
It's overrated. It's
'Cause of the bear.
It's The Revenant's a really
It's
good movie. It's
okay.
not a spectacular movie. It's
Dude,
shot
I
really
You
well.
watch it once and that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Legend
I'd like
Legend is
to-
like acting chops to 11, man. It's
Mhm.
fucking insane. He's playing 2 characters that are completely different. And it's just like, what the fuck is happening?
Mm.
He could have won Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor.
Mad
That would've been
Max
great.
Yeah,
wasn't
that
even
would've been
nominated for
fun.
Best Score.
I know.
Really?
I know. Yeah,
What?
and it's retarded. Like The
Really?
Force Awakens got nominated in that
Oh,
category. but
God.
Fury Road
Fucking
didn't.
way, dude.
Wow.
God.
John Williams doing the same soundtrack for the
Same
ninth
shit
time.
over and over
Fuck.
again. Yeah.
So that's a criminal one, but it
Yeah.
is what it is.
Mhm.
What?
John Williams is good, but like you can't just win an Oscar for stuff you've already written.
Like
Mhm.
and granted, I guess like okay, so that year Ennio Morricone won for The Hateful Eight. For nostalgic reasons, I'm happy that he won because he deserved one a long time ago.
Yeah.
And The Hateful Eight does have a great score. That's awesome, but it doesn't
does.
touch this.
It
doesn't.
is. Yeah,
it's-
it is
it's
not
decent.
Fury Road. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not Fury
It has to
Road though.
be- Like yeah, because Fury Road it serves a big purpose in the movie, and plus it's memorable as
It's good.
fuck.
Mhm.
Memorable as fuck.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Should I go back to trivia?
Yes, please.
Okay,
We're
Yeah.
done with our, we're done with our Oscars roundtable.
Okay.
Jupiter Ascending should have won. That's all I have to
Oh
say.
yeah.
While on location in Africa in June 2012, Dana Grant, the stunt double for Charlize Theron, and Dane Grant, the rehearsal double for Tom Hardy, met and fell in love. And in March 2013, they got married. In February 2014, they had their first child. And Dana, who changed her name to Grant soon after marriage, helped find a school in New Zealand for training stunt performers.
Oh,
So
pretty
what you're
cool.
telling me is a baby was fucking conceived while this was in like post production. That's how
Post-production, yeah.
long this
Yes.
was in post production for.
And they
Jeez.
also opened up a stunt training school as well while this was in post production.
My
That's pretty
God.
badass, actually.
God damn, that's wild. Jesus.
So writer and feminist Eve Ensler of the Vagina Monologues was consulted to enhance the portrayal of female characters. Now, I didn't add this in, but she was hired to come in for a week. And when she read the script, she was like, there's nothing else I can do here. So what she ended up doing is just like educating the cast and crew about violence against women. That's it for a week.
Man,
like
that's
some
an
horse
easy
shit to me.
paycheck. Yeah, that's like an easy paycheck for her, man.
What's
Yeah,
that
no
fucking
shit.
game company that everyone's complaining about that does the same
Snow
shit?
City Baby Inc.
Yeah, sounds like that shit. It's useless.
What's her name? Vex. What was her
Eve
name?
Ensler. I'll copy and paste it in the.
In the chat.
Eve Ensler. Never heard of her.
Uninspired's going to do a report on this later.
I've heard of the Vagina Monologue, but I haven't heard of this woman.
Right.
The Vagina Monologue. What the fuck?
You never heard of the Vagina Monologues?
He's in
I've
France. They
heard of
don't
it.
fucking. They don't get that kind of shit out there.
It's like my
Yeah,
favorite part of
I've
Stargate is when this alien dude goes out for the first time and he's like, I'm gonna go see a movie, and he goes to sit down at the Vagina Monologues. It's just
I'm
like,
just
what the fuck is
because we did that show about the Incredibles. I'm now imagining a vagina saying, "You got me monologuing."
Oh shit!
All right, and
You just ruined the Incredibles for me, you dick.
oh no,
No.
Dude, her Eve Ensler's name is V now. Like literally V, just a V. Like
The fuck
Wikipedia
is
says
V?
V, formerly Eve Ensler.
Oh
gosh.
God.
It
What
was-
a fucking- what a retard.
What are their pronouns?
I don't know, dude. Something probably.
Yeah, shooting me.
okay, and last piece of trivia before we get into casting:
Oh,
150 cars were built for this film. They were all fully functional. Only 15 survived.
God
Where
damn.
are
Oh.
those?
May they
Are they,
rest in peace.
available?
Yes, their sacrifice will be remembered.
No, they're in a scrap heap somewhere on its.
I
farm, so
really
know.
fucking hope that the guitar rig is still
Lived?
alive.
Oh,
Yes.
dude.
Please tell me
There's-
they found a good home for that Barracuda, though. That would be
There's
very
a
sad.
lot of like vehicle trivia. I could have honestly, it would take like another 30 minutes if I listed it all here, but I intentionally left it out. But
No,
there's
that's
a
fine.
lot of cool trivia just on the vehicles for this film that you could deep dive into.
I'll probably look into that myself later.
There you go.
All right,
There you go.
casting. This was a fun one. Okay,
I
I even
can't
tried
wait
to
for that.
tease Cannoli with this one.
Yeah, I'm like, don't. I want to be surprised because I'm
Okay.
really interested in this. Yeah.
So there were two other actresses that were considered for the part of Furiosa.
Ooh.
First one,
Mhm.
Uma Thurman.
I could see it if she was a little
Nah.
younger.
She could
If she
do it,
was
but she's
younger.
if she was younger.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. The other one will actually surprise you.
Oh.
Lizzo.
No.
Anne Hathaway.
I like
No,
where your mind's
she
at,
played.
though.
She's the war rig.
she's the tanker they're dragging behind it.
No, she's what they use to slow it down when they launch the harpoons.
She's
Fucking
the
sand
Citadel.
anchor.
She's the Citadel.
She's just trying to shove like bananas in the butts of all the war boys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The
Beth,
other
go ahead.
actress considered was Lady Gaga.
Get the fuck out
Fuck,
of here.
really?
I mean, she already had the wardrobe.
That is true. No, I don't know. No fucking way. I mean,
I'll be honest. I could see her in a Mad Max movie, but not as
that
Furiosa.
role.
Not as
Maybe as a
Furiosa.
wife. Maybe as one of the
Can she
wives.
act?
Well, maybe just as a weird like side villain in some other movie, like kind of the way like they have like Tina Turner or whatever in Beyond Thunderdome.
Gotcha.
Or not Tina
Amateur.
Turner. Is it Tina Turner? Yeah.
Yeah, Tina Turner.
To
Yeah,
answer
it's
your
Tina
question,
Turner.
apparently she can act. I haven't seen any of her films.
Neither have I.
I
don't
haven't
think
either,
I've
but
done
I know
anything.
she was nominated for A Star Is Born.
We're gonna
Yeah.
see one soon though in the Joker sequel.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Wow,
true.
that's right. Yeah.
I will be watching that.
All right. Several actors were considered to play Max
Oh, I can't
when they
wait.
found out that Mel Gibson needed to be recast. Okay.
So this was
remember-
around 2009, right?
Well, no, we're talking like 2003 to 2009. So we're talking a 6-year
wow.
period. Okay.
Oh, I can't wait for
Hank
this.
Azaria.
No.
What?
Viggo Mortensen.
What?
No.
Go ahead.
Viggo Mortensen would have been a good choice, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First, Army Hammer.
Oh,
Okay, I can see it.
I mean,
I can see it. I can see it.
There's
Christopher
cannibals in there's
Walken.
cannibals in the world, so he would fit just he'd fit right in.
Unsee it, uninspired. Unsee it, please. Fast. God.
All right. Next one, Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, that I
Yeah, I
could
could
see
see
him
that.
in the role potential.
Yeah.
I
He'd
don't
do
think he's
fine.
a good enough actor compared to Hardy, but he
Me
is a
neither.
good. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that because he's fantastic in The Hurt Locker. What am I
Yeah, I was
talking
about to say
I think
he's
he's a great actor.
decent.
I forgot
just-
about that, and I forgot about him in The Hurt Locker. I've
I feel
been
like Marvel destroyed
my mind
it.
got marvelized
Yeah,
when I
he's
thought
not
of
a
him just
bad.
now.
He's not a bad actor. He's not a bad actor.
He's not going to carry your movie, but he does a decent
Yeah,
job.
he's solid.
I actually thought he should have won for The Hurt Locker, to be honest. I think he was better than Jeff Bridges in Crazy Heart. Crazy Heart's fine, but whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue on, Vex.
Next one, I actually can agree with this one. I can see it. Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, he's got the
I
good.
can
He's
see
good
that
with the
one.
acting with
He's
the
got that
eyes
look,
kind of thing.
you
And
know?
Charlize would have been
Fassbender-
all over that apparently. So
Oh,
Fassbender
Oh,
might.
God.
He's one of the most underutilized actors out
I
there.
think so
he
too.
is fantastic.
In
They didn't even
everything
make
he's
him
in.
work in The Killer. I was just like, the fuck.
Right.
Right.
Right. Oh my God. What a miscast there. You had an opportunity to make Michael Fassbender a serial killer and you
Like-
had him doing yoga? The fuck?
Like one
Oh
of the
my
most,
goodness.
one of the best spoken actors of like the modern day, and
Mm-hmm.
you make him mumble the whole time. Like what the
Bruh.
fuck?
Bruh.
It's so frustrating.
Plus, it's not even the first serial killer movie that he's done that sucks. It's like he did a Snowman or The Snowman. Or
Yeah,
something.
that was
Oh,
terrible.
that was terrible,
That sucked balls
Never
too,
saw
man.
it. Heard bad
Oh,
things.
don't bother.
Big
Yeah.
snowballs. Big snowballs.
Even
Go ahead.
the Assassin's Creed movie too. He was
Oh
good in
yeah,
that.
it's true. He
Shit.
was
What
in
was the
Assassin's
fucking
Creed.
sequel to Prometheus? That was so brutal. Where he's
Oh,
like
my
teaching himself to
goodness.
play the flute. It's like, holy
And then he
fuck.
kills himself as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. Before his passing, Heath Ledger.
Wow.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would have loved that. I love Heath.
I
I
don't
want to
Ledger.
know
man.
how I got
Yeah.
this war rig.
You know what's
He
a
would've
really
tried an
stupid
Aussie.
but super fun movie is A Knight's
Oh.
Tale. Heath
Agreed.
Ledger. Oh
Yeah,
my god,
it's
I
a
love
guilty
that movie.
pleasure movie. Yeah.
It's so goofy and dumb, but like it's great at the same time.
Yeah.
If they had actually
I agree.
done Fury Road before he died and like in 2003 started filming it around then, he might have avoided Brokeback Mountain.
That's a good movie. I don't
Mm.
care what anyone says.
I haven't
think
seen
it's a
it.
good
I'm just
movie.
ribbing on it.
I've never seen
That's-
Brokeback Mountain, dude.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. If you can get
Fucking
around
gay.
the homosexual. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
don't
get
mind.
around the
I
dicks.
don't mind the gay stuff. It's just I've never the plot was never.
I
interesting.
wait. I don't mind gay stuff. We're clipping that.
No, it's just the plot he doesn't like, apparently.
I don't mind gay stuff. All right, that's it. We're clipping that forever. That's gonna be a clip now.
All right. Next actor to be considered, Eric Bana.
Yeah, I can see it.
I could see it in the look. I don't know about.
Eric
Dude,
Bana,
think
who
about
the fuck's
Hulk.
that
Think about Hulk.
It's been so long since I've seen Hulk.
I was just watching.
Dude,
I was just
he can
watching.
pull it off, man. He can pull it off.
He's not bad. He's not a bad.
He could do it. He could do it.
Yeah, he's got the. Yeah, he's good with the eyes, kind of.
Yeah, he is good with the eyes. That's true. That is
Speaking
true.
of underutilized actors, jeez.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, 100%.
And he's still young, man. He's only 55, man. He's only 55.
What do you mean young? That's not young,
dude. That's like that's Liam Neeson's age when he did like the first Taken movie, dude.
Oh,
Dude,
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
How
That's
fucking
true.
old is Anthony Hopkins? Didn't he like just do a lead role in a movie?
Yeah, he won an Oscar.
That's true. Yeah, he did Rebel Moon.
No, like
He
he
won-
was the
he-
lead in a
He
movie.
won an Oscar just like 3 years ago
Yeah,
for The
for-
Father.
Yeah, the bike racer
Father,
guy.
yeah.
What the fuck was that
Some
called again?
Fastest Indian.
Yeah.
World's fastest Indian. Yeah.
Well, and here's the
That's
thing:
pretty
to all
recent.
the people who were like saying they wanted Mel Gibson in this movie, he would have been 58 or 59 when this came out. He's
Yeah,
like
he could still do it, man.
He's
Keanu
68
Reeves
now.
can
I'm just
fucking do
saying. I'm just saying it's like
Yeah.
Listen,
the problem was
no.
there's a lot of controversy around Mel at the time.
that
so
time,
he just sort
yeah.
of put his head down and
He didn't like the jizz.
Yeah, fuck
the
it.
war boys are all
He
Jews.
didn't like the jizz. Yeah.
Okay.
Continue, Vex.
This actor auditioned, but he didn't get the role. Chris Hemsworth.
Wow. I
Oh,
mean,
well,
I don't know
nah.
about back then, but I mean now, I mean he's getting to be in one, so good for
Nah,
him.
a young Chris Hemsworth couldn't have done it.
No, I don't think a young Chris Hemsworth
No.
would have done it either. But
at all. I've
I
seen
think
a
you
lot of
need a
movies
bit
where
of a
he-
middle-aged actor to do Mad Max properly,
Agreed.
honestly.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
and I think the idea of casting him as a villain makes more sense because he's a very
Yes.
charismatic actor.
Maybe
You know,
it's
now
one of
granted,
the stunts.
Extraction, he's shown he has that depth to where okay, he can play a Mad Max type character, you know, someone who's more troubled and you know all that. But back then, no, I agree.
Okay. And this is the last one and the most interesting one. It's not Christopher Walken.
God
It's
damn it.
Eminem.
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 Sorry, M and fucking M.
For
Eminem
Mad
Mark
Max.
Mathers?
Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, who the
Eminem
fuck-
and Lady
Yeah,
Gaga
sure,
as
Eminem.
Max
Oh,
Furiosa.
Is this an MTV fucking commercial? Or is
Might
it
as well have
movie?
fucking Ice-T in there somewhere.
Oh my god. You
Fucking
better
Snoop
lose
Dogg.
yourself.
Yeah, dude, bring in LL Cool J. So fuck
That
it.
was not what I was expecting, Vex. If that was the surprise, not what I was expecting.
But so the hint that I gave Cannoli was he's white. Does it make
He's
sense?
white.
now?
I'm like, yeah, every fucking that doesn't help me at all.
all the wives are played by Taylor Swift, and she starts like writing songs about Immortan Joe.
I'm
I'm
very upset that
Eminem, dude.
Why couldn't
What?
Christopher Walken play Immortan Joe? That would have been perfect.
Bring me back, my wife.
You know, mother's milk.
That's all the trivia I have.
Oh god, that was fantastic. Good job, Vex. You killed it on that.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
You killed it on that.
I
Great
have
work.
I got a night fever, and the only cure is
More
aqua cola.
cowbell.
It's more gasoline. Oh my god. Don't depend on water. You know.
It's always the you know that people manage
Well,
to
because
nail.
that's what it's so yeah, it's perfect. Oh god, I can't anymore. I had a baby brother. And he was anyway.
He was perfect.
He was perfect in every way. All right. Anyway, good job, guys. That was a fucking great. We did go 4 hours, Vex. You actually nailed it on the head. Good instinct on that one. But,
Booyah.
We're 10 minutes shy though. We still have 10 minutes to fill. You see.
listen. I'm not. This don't.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
I can
good at
pick up.
math.
I can get the vehicle trivia. Hold up.
Oh Jesus Christ! Well, I was gonna say when we do the outros are gonna take about 10 minutes. So, oh god,
We could have
that was
watched
fun.
this movie twice.
Oh, we
dude,
gotta
we-
rate it. Hold on, we gotta rate it.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, we're not done yet. Yeah, I gotta do
Oh,
all
okay,
that.
okay, okay.
So,
Let's rate it. Let's rate it.
Gord Pumpkin King here. All right, give us your final thoughts and rating on this movie because I know you love it so much.
I do. I mean, it's if I'm gonna score it, it's gonna be like this is Spinal Tap. This one goes to 11. It's literally one of my favorite movies of all time. I told Vex earlier that I probably had this in like my top 25 before this last week and a half preparing for this stream. I watched it like 4 times during it, and I was like, I'm not getting tired of this. This is so good. It might be in my top 10. I adore it. I think it's one of the absolute greatest action films ever made. So much care was put into it. There's a lot of depth to it. It's amazing on a technical level. It has a much deeper than people realize story. I adore this film. It's phenomenal.
So what's your rating, my brother?
I said it 11. I said 11. So no, like it's a 10. I think it's a masterpiece. This is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, Gord gave his analysis. That's beautiful. Yes, thank you, Gord. I knew you were waiting for this, so I was glad we got you on for this one. Amateur analyst, you beautiful son. Oh, what about you, buddy? Give us your thoughts.
I don't even know what I look like. Actually, you might.
I don't have to. Wait, shh. Those pictures.
He's okay with gay things.
Like some people on the panel, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this movie. I liked it. I like it more every time I rewatch it, which I think is neat because there's so much to see in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's such a good movie for its time too, because we were starting to really rely on CG for like everything, and it only got worse after this, in my opinion. But this is like, it's one of those gems where they did CG properly. It's got like some of the best sound editing of its era, essentially. The soundtracks is really good. It's just it's a movie that gets the most out of your home entertainment system for sure. It's one of those.
Yeah.
So for that, it's got a wicked wow factor. I never really gave two shits about the story, if I'm honest. Never really paid attention to it, but I always thought it was passable, even from like, I don't really understand the feminism thing, and it's like, so if any female character has any level of agency, it's feminism now. Okay. I never really understood that.
For a script that was ready as early as 2003 too.
Yeah, it doesn't add up. It doesn't feel like that to me. Although it could easily, but it doesn't. Love the car stuff. I mean, there's a million little details in there for like petrol heads and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few weird things, like the girls are grabbing the exhaust on the freaking rig, and people shooting in weird situations when Hollywood does that a lot. They don't understand guns because they're all from California. But but yeah, I'd have to give this like a solid 8, if not a 9. I'd have to rewatch it again because unfortunately I did not have time to rewatch it within like the last little while. But I mean, I've seen it like 3 or 4 times. I know the film.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Tom Hardy, so I always like to see him in a leading role.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he doesn't get that, like, he does have a lot to do. Sorry, but like at the end of the day, I always want to see him do more.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, solid 8 out of 10. Would recommend.
Gotcha. The person who likes to do gay things, uninspired. What about you, buddy? Final rating and thoughts on this movie, sir?
Man, I already thanks for having me on, man. It's a pleasure to be back. Especially after missing the Planet of the Apes movie last time. But dude, yeah, I just love Fury Road. I agree with everything that everyone has said already, and I just think that it's one of those movies that you can rewatch so many times and still grab something from it. But not only that, it still entertains you every single time. There's never a dull moment when you're watching Fury Road or rewatching it, which I just find interesting. I think it's very hard for films to do that, especially if you remove, let's say, a nostalgia factor. Sometimes you go back to a movie because you feel nostalgic about it, not because it's, particularly very rewatchable. However, in this case, it is incredibly rewatchable. I think the performances are great. George Miller is a fucking madman for doing this movie when he was like 70 years old, basically. And, it's insane. I am glad that I may be seeing Furiosa either tonight or Sunday night.
What?
So, well, yeah, the movie comes out tomorrow over here. So early previews are tonight, 9 p.m.
I'll get it for another week, dude.
Jesus.
Our earliest screening is Thursday, which I'm going to.
Yep, Thursday for me too.
Oh,
yeah.
man. I mean, it's today, 9 p.m., but I finish work at 8. So I don't know if I'm going to be super tired or not. If not, I have to wait till Sunday because the other showings are at 6 p.m. and I finish work at 8 every day of the week, except for Sunday, which I don't work. So I'll have to wait for Sunday. So I don't know. I'll see. But I gave Fury Road a very solid 8 out of 10. Very, very solid 8 out of 10.
What are the what drops it down the 2 points out of curiosity?
to me, it's just the idea of turning back to go back to the Citadel. Because even though there's nothing there, I still think that in the short term it's all right, but in the long run, I still see it as a flawed thing because you still have the gas town and bullet farm people that will probably just attack them and kill all of them in the end.
Not a super satisfying conclusion.
Yeah,
but...
it's like to me that brings it down for one point, and then the other point is just how I feel like they could have done a bit more with the what do they call them, the wives.
Yeah,
I feel
agreed.
Like they could have done just a bit more with the wives. That would be it.
Like Vex, what you were talking about with the whole like ties to Greek mythology and the Greek goddesses and whatnot. If they somehow brought that across a bit better, that would have been really great.
Yeah, this is like one of those instances. Actually, sorry to cut in. But this is like one of those instances where I actually would not mind seeing all 470 hours of footage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not gonna lie, or at least at the very least, like an extended cut, like how Lord of the Rings basically has a 4-hour cut. I would not mind seeing a 4-hour cut of this film.
I would love that.
I would watch that for sure.
I would. Yeah. 100%.
Like everything that's shown here is for necessity's sake, right? So yeah, even though there are areas where you could say I can still get the story across fine. I can still understand everything fine. Just because I like it so much, I want to see more, kind of deal, right? But no, I agree. I agree with you. Sorry, continue.
No, I'm good, man. Just 8 out of 10, and thanks for having me again, man.
Of course, dude. Always welcome.
Same
brother.
for me.
You're not always welcome, but you know.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
What happened?
His internet's fucking up. He said he can't get on like websites and shit where he is. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, White Bear.
Okay, quickly let him review so he doesn't drop again.
All right, White Bear, give us your review and thoughts on the movie because this will be probably the quickest out of all of us.
All right. This fucking sucks so bad.
Is Host
like,
here? Did he join the panel?
It's like you puked in my butt, and then I puked it into Analyst's mouth, and his name became Analyst. And
it is Analyst. You've been saying it wrong this whole time.
It is.
Damn it. Okay. The movie gets better the more times you watch it. The very first time I watched it, even though it is action packed, I actually just fell asleep. It didn't seem anywhere. I was still stuck in the mode of like, this isn't Mad Max. To me, this is like they've taken all the wildest parts of Mad Max and really went full retard with it. But the second time that I saw it, I actually had a lot more respect for it. And I love a lot of the visuals and just the way that everything was filmed in long, good, smooth sequences. Traveling through canyons while everything is going on. It's a mess, and it's a nice mess. And I wish that that it didn't take so long to get out. I know that they had a lot of problems getting it going, but anyways, I'm gonna give it. It's definitely not exactly my type of movie, but like I said, the more I watch it, the more I grow a little bit more respect for it. So I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10.
That's solid.
That's fair.
Why do I hear crickets? Who's sleeping outside?
I live in the
Bear, man. White Bear comes back suddenly. Crickets.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Fuck. I guess Vex, you were next, so please go ahead.
I give this movie a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yay. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know. I've been giving a lot of those out.
Wow.
A lot of what you guys said, I think the imagery and the symbolism, the themes, I think is this movie's greatest strength, and I think it goes over a lot of people's heads for just kind of like face value stuff, which is quite disappointing. I did miss one piece of trivia that I'll add in. If this were filmed in 2003, when they originally wanted it, it would have had Sigourney Weaver as Furiosa.
Damn.
Wow.
That's a missed
I
opportunity.
can accept that.
I can see that. Back then, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I think this movie is an absolute masterpiece. I think it balances really well between being a fucking awesome action movie as well as like a compelling post-apocalyptic story of redemption and unity and humanity. Music is fucking top tier. This is probably tied for first place for best soundtrack for me.
Really?
Only beaten by probably The Fountain with Clint Mansell's soundtrack, and actually just The Fountain. Yeah, it's tied with The Fountain for me.
You have pretty interesting taste in soundtracks.
Yeah, dude, I would have figured you would have said like Old Boy or something, because the Old Boy soundtrack is fucking phenomenal.
That's top 5 for sure, but like I'm just thinking like what soundtrack have I still revisited over the years, and The Fountain is always the first one. I adore that soundtrack.
Yeah.
Movie has its issues, but other than that, I think the cast is great. I think this is a good Max film, despite what everyone says. I just want a longer cut. I want to see all the footage. That's how much I like this movie.
Give us the Miller cut.
Yeah,
Come
give
on,
us the Miller cut.
470 hours.
Miller time.
If we got fucking Snyder cuts of everything, we deserve the Miller. It's Miller time. I really don't have much to add there. You guys pretty much nailed everything. I give it a 9 out of 10. I kind of agree with Uninspired as far as going back to the Sedattle. But overall, I mean, to me, here's the thing: the action sequences are so fucking well done that it's awe drop. It's just awe inspiring. It's jaw drop. Like some of the shit they pull off is unbelievable, and the slow parts that get to those parts are well done. Like the movie's good. It's just a good movie. I always have fun watching it. I always go back, and when I do rewatch it, I watch certain parts of it. Of course, mostly the action scenes, but I was glad to go through and get some more just go a little more in depth on the dialogue and the pacing and just the plot overall, which, I'm autistic. We know I'm a little slow. So,
a little?
It was great.
Dude, that's like one of the most rewatchable movies.
It is. It is. Yeah.
Comparing it to this would probably be like Edge of Tomorrow, where I can just rewatch that.
Exactly.
Edge of Tomorrow is so good.
And the beauty of it is that you could watch it all the way through and it's fine, or you could skip to the part that you like. So it's like it is definitely rewatchable. So
dude, just before we hop off, I wanted to mention George Miller directed just before Fury Road. What he directed was Happy Feet 2, Babe Pig in the City.
Jesus.
And he made a documentary, and before that documentary he made like Babe, like he wrote Babe. So from 1997 till 2011 he was basically just making family movies, and then he pops out with Fury Road. It's crazy.
And it's based
as an outlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Fucking Whitey.
Happy Feet, Fury Road.
Now, we did hit the 4 hours, so congratulations, everybody.
Yeah.
Stream. Yay.
Yeah, exactly. At least this one wasn't full of retards. Anyway,
in the city is hardcore.
Yeah, this movie was actually good. Okay, Gore King, I know you have your show coming up soon. Please promote.
Yeah, let's see. I did lose a couple of panelists. I forgive Vex, but I forgive everyone. It's fine. Everyone's got busy stuff going on. But no, I've got we're doing Moving Castle tomorrow night, which that's a fantastic movie. But I've got that. My meme channel is kind of starting to take off a bit. My subscriber base has doubled over the last month. It's past 500. I'm just waiting for them to update the watch hours because I know I passed that. My last video is my most watched thing ever. It's got like 33,000 views now. And I've got another meme dropping on that channel on Friday. And then, I'm working on stuff obviously for the movie channel, and I'll probably do a gaming stream tomorrow as well.
Nice. Yeah, thank you for stop playing Fallout. Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh, that was horrible. That's like the opposite of Mad Max. Of all of it's worse than Beyond Thunderdome. Holy crap.
I didn't want to say anything, dude, but God.
Fallout 4 is so dull.
Can we just please say that except for New Vegas, it's one of the most overrated fucking franchises Bethesda ever fucking made.
Maybe not like the first two games because they were made by Bethesda.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, I mean those were like
the first two Fallout games are great and they're very different.
They're good. They're hard, but like Jesus Christ,
I'm gonna be the odd man out here. I fucking love Fallout 4.
You know what? You're never on my. You're never allowed on here. Again. Never allowed here again. No,
well,
it's fine if you like it.
The first time I played Fallout 4, I thought this is okay, but going back and replaying it, I'm like, nah.
Jesus Christ, Whitey, your fucking your screen is killing me.
Better.
Is that Melanie Mack?
I saw I saw Vex post the thing, and I was like, "What is she?" Oh. Oh my god! Oh, Whitey. Anyway, thank you, Gord, for stopping by. Of course,
I
as
did
always.
my
We
best.
love
Oh,
having you.
thank you for having me.
He
Of course,
changed it.
Oh.
Dude, the only thing missing from this is the crazy eyes, dude. That's pretty much it.
Oh
And the
shit!
choker, the anal choker.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I can't. Anyway,
Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Amateur analyst, what do you have coming up? I can't.
Oh my god, my brain just went like jelly. I don't have a lot coming up.
Carnivore diet. I'm sorry,
It's the carnivore diet hitting me, bro.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Gotta go carnivore.
On Thursday, I'm on Diabolical Souls. We're doing Edge Runners. We're getting close to wrapping that up.
Yeah.
Damn. Jay in the chat. I don't know if he's on the panel or not, but are we still doing heavy metal? Is it like tomorrow or some shit?
It's Wednesday.
Is it
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta fucking find some time.
It's 7 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to move some stuff.
Oh yeah,
around.
he's doing it earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a busy boy lately, man. This shit's getting it's getting frustrating. But
Oh wait, there you go. 29th, he said. So that's not this week.
Oh, okay. Next
I
week.
thought it was this week. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Is it not
too.
this week?
He hit me up about it. I told him I couldn't do it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it was this week. I don't know. Goodwin would know.
Okay. Anyway, and then
Anyway, sorry.
I think on Monday, are we doing
no,
are we
this is
doing
29th,
Tarzan on
right.
Monday, Gourd? Or is that next week?
Oh, sorry. What now? Say that again.
King's Court. Is it next Monday we're doing Tarzan?
Yep. Well, Tuesday, not Monday.
Is it Tuesday? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then Tuesday next week. I'll be on.
There's only one fucking show on Mondays. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Damn. Hey, skedaddle or whatever.
Yes.
Skedaddle.
Skedaddle.
That's it.
Skedaddle for the
Skedaddle,
skedaddle.
Yo,
I'm gonna apologize in advance for this.
No, you're good.
Yeah, but that's all I got on the stream front. Still plugging away at my video, but it's really a back burner thing right now. Just stupid busy with life.
Life stuff. I
Life
totally
stuff.
Understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I understand, man.
Speaking of gay life stuff, uninspired. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, buddy. Tell us what you got coming up.
Dude, nothing much really. I'm still adjusting to work life. So we got two hosts. I don't know what the fuck we're doing next. I think we're doing Alien. I think so.
The first Alien.
Oh,
Yeah, the first one. Well, it's not this week. It's next week.
I was gonna say, you told me that a while. How did I know that? You can't even remember.
Dark Hour does all the scheduling and stuff. I
That's
just
true.
look at the schedule and I'm like, all right, I've got to do a thumbnail and slides. That's pretty much it, dude.
I hear you.
He takes care of all the other stuff. But yeah, man, videos making slow, very, very slow, but steady. Very, very slow though, because most of the time when I get off work or something, I just want to either sit down and watch a movie or play a
You want to
game.
chill? Yeah,
Dude, because my brain is completely off.
Oh,
And
I get it.
during my days off, since my dad is here, I try and spend time with him, so I don't really have time to make a video. But
Enjoy
hopefully-
life.
Oh, dude, yeah. But I want to do. I want to finish my video on time crimes. Still chipping away at the old boy video. Actually,
Yeah, I was
the
about
only
to
one
say,
that's
did
like-
that ever?
Yeah, I want to see that. Make sure. Yeah.
Dude, that's the only one that I'm consistently chipping away at. So that's like getting done slowly, and then
Terrell
yeah,
will
that's
be
pretty
a
much it.
very old boy when that comes out.
Dude, that would be, yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. They need to give me the locking up treatment where I can finally complete everything, and then boom, done.
I need one of those.
For real.
I just spent an entire day off fighting with a driver that randomly started working on its own. I don't know what I did. I wasted a whole day fucking around.
Don't you love it? Oh my god.
Oh, so much. It's my favorite hobby.
Yeah, I tell you. Well, I guess Vex. Let me guess. Just check your socials, and you'll find out where you are.
Yep.
She's okay. Yep. And White Bear, your Steve, your curry picture.
Which one you like better? That one?
That was the better one.
If you could split those into one image, it'd be great.
Okay.
No, you tell the AI to put that face in the butter chicken.
I've got a stream tomorrow on Gooch's channel. We're
Oh,
on
that's right,
episode-
Scavengers. Yeah.
Episode 11 of Scavengers Reign at 10 p.m. Eastern, so you can come by for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Other than that, I have content in the works. Honestly, watching this movie twice back to back, I started drifting like a Mad Max Fury Road in hindsight script.
Oh,
There you go. Nice. Very nice.
Trying
Hell
something
yeah.
a bit different, but that's on top of the 3 other scripts I have ready to go
Nice.
or in progress. So
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
content
same
is
problem.
coming. Yeah, content is coming.
Slow and steady is better sometimes.
For real,
Or just
man.
not doing anything and watching movies instead, which I seem to
That's
be the
actually more fun. Yeah, that is more
Dude, that's
fun.
what I've been doing for
Yeah.
real. Every time I watch a
Sometimes-
movie, I text
sometimes-
back.
Sometimes
I
you
am
get in a
looking
bit of
forward
a
to Furiosa.
sometimes you get a bit of a creator's block. You're just not like inspired enough to do
Motivated.
something, and then you watch a really good movie, and you're like, I got.
Oh, I want to talk about this. Yeah.
You know what it is? And this is the only thing that's holding me back. I hate editing videos.
Yeah.
I don't hate editing video. I hate DaVinci Resolve. I want to kill the person who made
It's
it.
just yeah, see, dude, like I cannot stand editing a video.
It takes a
and
lot of time.
Yeah, I can't afford an editor. So it's just like I have all these scripts and I'm just like, I don't want to do
You don't want to
anything
put the
that I don't-
time in. to
Yeah,
edit,
'cause
Dude.
oh god, it's such a
the the editing, unfortunately, because you do a lot of edit, like it's like fucking days worth, and it's like
Yeah.
you'd have to basically stay up for like what 3 days fucking straight.
But
just to
Vex,
kinda-
you edit quickly.
Yeah,
Like, that's the thing.
a
You edit
day's worth.
quickly.
What's
Right,
that like?
Oh well, yes, we could post links for people.
Sure, yeah. No,
Um,
it's just I could be lazy and just loop a trailer, but that feels like I feel bad for audiences that have to watch it.
Same. Dude, that's like my
Yeah.
biggest issue with some people. It's like they just loop the trailer. It's like my brother, like YouTube is still a visual medium. You know, you have to give something to watch.
It
You're
gets
still
it gets a little
watching it.
tiring watching the same loop shit over and over and over.
I gotta say
get it.
though,
I get it.
it's insanely time consuming, and most people don't even
Oh,
give a shit
yeah.
when you do have good visuals.
Yeah.
They're just
I,
like, damn,
I
is it
turn off
worth
my
it?
phone. I turn on the lock screen and I listen to Little Platoon for like 4 hours, dude. I'm good. I don't need to see shit.
Yeah, Platoon is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
He's
these
like
fucking
Malley
things
with
go
less
on for, like-
baggage. Oh, I said it.
Yeah, they go. Wow.
You're actually
Wow.
100% right.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. I love you,
He's the
Bowler.
funny
If you're
version,
watching
yeah.
this, you're not.
White Bear, did you say what you have coming up, or did I even ask? Sorry.
Well, me. Hold on. Sorry. I got this
Oh,
new microphone.
yeah.
And I'm gonna open up a beer next to this nice new
Yeah, it's
microphone.
coming
Thank you,
yeah.
Vex,
Okay.
for doing that with the links.
Yes. Yes. Thank you,
Sorry.
Vex.
Thank
I'll
you,
be
Vex.
back on Twitter this week.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
Judge your mama's Twitter.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I had a bunch of screwed up shit going on this week, and but everything's
Cocaine
back
sales with the
settled,
cocaine
and
sales.
everything's happy right now. At good
Aw.
times, and so and stuff actually arrived after taking a while, like this brand new mic.
You
And-
like to he
Nice.
calls it stuff. It's white powder. Just
Yeah.
fucking a minute.
Yeah.
The shipment
Yeah.
came in
It's
from
stuff.
Mexico. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I was mowing all day. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but
Cutting,
yeah,
you mean.
I'll be back on Twitter and stealing people as I go. You know, I like to steal bags and cannoli, but he's usually fucking working like a gay bag. And I'll see if I can steal board. And
If I'm available, I'll be there definitely.
Oh, dude, you have to do it. It's fucking.
Oh, I
great.
want it. I'm jealous that y'all have already done it.
It's so funny.
If you're not gaming, dude, I'm gonna try and steal you.
Yep.
Mhm.
It makes it's a great. I
When
love
did you
it.
say
Well,
you're doing it next?
It's just like it's random. It's
Oh,
usually
okay,
just
okay.
if I know one of y'all is free and we can make fun of people, then it's fun. You know. So.
Yep. It's great.
Yep.
And then as far as MMM, we are back. Next week is Memorial Day, so we are doing a special time for the show. So instead of 9 Eastern, we're doing it at 7 p.m. Eastern.
And it's Whitey's birthday.
And
It's my
Whitey's birthday.
111th birthday.
Oh my gosh.
Cocaine for everyone, baby.
I'll be there.
So we're doing it early since I actually for once have a fucking day off. We figured let's do it earlier for everybody. It's easier. So we're gonna do that. We're doing Rambo First Blood because it's Whitey's pick for his birthday. God bless the man. So I'm excited to talk about that. Really, I don't know if we'll go 4-hour deep dive, but I did just finish reading the book recently, and Whitey's read.
Oh, we're gonna dive into the book and the movie.
Oh, baby! So I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to that. That's gonna be a fun stream. So look out for that information. It'll probably go up on YouTube in the next few days with all the.
Are any of you on the stream?
Yes.
I am not.
What, besides
I
you?
am not. I've done like
No, I
3 of the
don't
last like 5 or 6. So.
Yeah. No, I think I have the panel. I'll put out the list of who's going to be on on the. It'll all be in the description.
Price of Reason, True Pop Culture, and Brad are all.
Brad from yes,
Brad.
Just some
So let's
random YouTuber named Brad.
Some dude named Brad. Dude.
Brad.
Brad. What a name.
All
Memorable.
middle-aged men, mostly, except for True Pop Culture. He's a younger lad, but So it's gonna be fun. I love Rambo. It's one of my favorite movies. And Whitey's
hi,
dead.
Whitey.
Yeah, Whitey's dead. All right,
Oh.
thanks, Whitey. We love you anyway. So that's it.
I
We
haven't
will be-
watched that movie since I was a kid, so this is going to be an interesting rewatch.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
interested.
Rambo's good.
Rambo
No,
First
I
Blood.
remember loving it as a kid. Like I have
It's
no
good.
ill
It's still
will
good.
towards it.
Don't
but, like,
watch
It
the
holds up
sequels.
a lot.
It does
okay.
hold up. Yeah.
Just now that I have the perspective of an adult, it's going to be an interesting.
Yeah,
rewatch.
definitely.
I would say
better.
watch the sequel called Rambo. I think that's a pretty good one, but that's about
But
it.
you mean
Yeah,
that's
but Rambo
part
2, Rambo
4.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
Rambo
watch,
3 is
watch
fun.
watch
but it's
First Blood,
stupid.
skip 2 and 3, watch Rambo. and that's
So I
it.
would go, Rambo, First Blood, and then Rambo, which is the 4th movie where he goes to Burma and just kills people.
Yeah, I haven't seen the 4th movie. I've seen the first.
That's a good one. It's violent as fuck. Oh my
gosh,
It's basically like a
insane.
horror movie. It turns into a fucking horror movie. He just tears people apart with a 50 cal. Literally body parts
Oh.
are flying everywhere. You probably
Yeah.
enjoy it, in fact.
Amazing.
Is that the one where he picks up a guy by his throat and just rips it out?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Very graphic. Extremely graphic. Anyway, looking forward to that. So we'll be back next week. I want to thank the chat, the super chats. You guys are all fucking amazing. As always, the chat makes this run. We do it for you guys. And the panel, of course, love you all. Thank you for coming on and doing a 4-hour stream. I know it's late for a lot of people. We're going to check out so we can all get some sleep. See you next week and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.